Welcome to day 5 of the incredibly heartbreaking Lindsay Clancy trial. Let's get right to it. Good morning and welcome to Defense Diaries. I'm Bob Motta, your host, and I will be joined momentarily by my beautiful and brilliant co-host, Allie. She'll be here any minute. So we are at day 5. I hope you all took the weekend to recoup mentally after a brutal last week of trial, wherein we had to hear over and over and over that awful, awful day in the Clancy home. So where we're going to go today is kind of tough to tell. We had gotten to the point where we were at the hospital in the story. We started hearing from the treating physicians, the physicians who had treated the kids that they could treat or attempt to treat. So I imagine that this week will be a bulk of that being continued, as well as probably some forensics, and we're going to start getting into their investigation in terms of the evidence that they believe that they pulled that will help them prove their case in terms of lack of criminal responsibility. When Allie hops on, we are going to one more time go through the jury instruction, because it's very important for people to understand exactly what the state has to prove. And remember, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt 2 things. And we've got obviously the homicides, which is what we've been doing for the past 5 days. And then at some point, this trial is going to shift into the lack of criminal responsibility phase of the trial, wherein we're talking about the mental state. I don't know when that's going to happen. I'm trying to gauge it as best I can with the help of various people to try to get me out there, so I'm out there timely. I don't want to have it turn out where the defense ends up starting its case in chief and I'm not there. So I'm trying to work around that if possible. Let me pull the screen up, as it's going to be getting started here in the very, very near future. All right, let's see. Oh, we forgot your chair. Allie's going to be in a new location for setup today. Still not her normal location, as the basement still, the flooring has not been put in. So that is still a work in progress. All right, I'm having some issues with my second screen. Not sure what's going on with it. It's pretty weird. I don't know. It seems like there's got to be an on-off button. I don't know where it is. I have no idea. But I'll figure that out after I get the screen up here. Let's go. I think I'm going to go Court TV again. If I remember correctly, last week when I did Law and Crime, there were no captions. And I know we have some hearing impaired folks here with us, and they desperately need the captions on. So I definitely want to have the captions on. So how are you beautiful humans doing? I hope you're okay. If you're members, I hope that you were able to hang with us on Saturday. It was funny. I went into Discord. I didn't even leave a message. I was reading some of the mods' messages, and they were like, I have no idea what this game is or how to play it. Like, I don't know what they're doing. But I think people kind of got the hang of it as we went on. Pokey, one of our beautiful human mods, had played it before. So she was sitting on the sidelines because she actually remembered some of the cases. So that was funny. All right, let me see here. Gotta share. Okay. Good sound. Okay, yeah, closed captioning's there. Good. Excellent. All right. Okay. All right, there we go. Okay, let's see here. I need to figure out, I don't know why the chat is showing up on the screen. It's weird. It must be some kind of setting. Let's see. I think it's a widget. No, it's not a widget. Let's see. I know it's somewhere. I've seen it before. Bear with me. I find it, number one, it's too small to read for me. And I find it's somewhat, let me try styles. No. Huh. I don't even know why the hell it's there. I've never used that before. It's probably StreamYard messing with me. Oh, show comments on stage. Right there. Oh, there we go. Bye. Bye. All right, let me take a peek in the chat, say some hellos, see who we got hanging with us today. All right. Let's see. We've got, well, let's see. Like, I don't know if these are from Saturday night or if these are new, but at any rate, we got High Desert Jade. Good morning and welcome. Thank you for becoming a new member. We really appreciate it. Oh, there she is. My beautiful and brilliant co-host. Soon. She wagged her finger at me. She's not quite ready. We've got Susie, SAJ5, new member. Welcome. Minxie Bug, another new member. Welcome. We got DRP 8648, another new member. Thank you. We appreciate it. The Wordy Pack, another new member. Family hugs for all 5 of you. We appreciate that. We love new members. And I promised on Saturday to our members that we're in the members only. We're going to be doing that way more often. We are not necessarily playing the games, but we're going to have members only quite often. The other thing that we are going to be doing is we're going to be turning all of our, not so much trial coverage, because it doesn't really make sense, but all of our interviews that we do and videos that we've done, wherein it's us talking about cases. We're going to put those into video format, and we're going to make them ad free for people. Because as you guys know, while we're doing the trial, I don't like having you guys be interrupted because it's so unpredictable with YouTube as to when they go to ads. And I know that people are like, oh my God, like we were in the middle of an intense examination of a witness and it ripped to some horrible ads. So I don't run the ads during the trials. Good morning, gorgeous.
Hi. Good morning. Hi. Can you hear me? Because this microphone, I think maybe Cam used it, somehow got it really low. I can't.
Do you need me to adjust it? I'll come in there.
If you can hear me, then I'm fine.
We can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Hi.
But do you like having it up a little bit?
It's fine. It's totally fine.
Hi, babe.
Hi, babe. Hi, all. Missed you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a nice little visit on Saturday, though.
Yes,
some of the crew.
Right.
So, but at any rate, I was talking about how we're going to be more frequently doing the members only, and one of the perks is that we're going to be converting all of our non-trial coverage over to ad free, so that for the members, so that they can watch it without the ads, because we do turn on the ads after the fact, so we have to make a living. So that's one of those things that unfortunately we have to do. I wish that we were so flush with cash that we never had to run ads, because that would be preferable. preferable, but
I have a
unfortunately.
special guest laying next to me.
Oh, is he a fuzzy, adorable beast who
Yes.
loves very much?
Yes.
The guy.
He couldn't get in. I was like, you're not going to be able to get in here because there's like no room to navigate. I made him a place.
Your banner's basically useless.
I know.
It's not hiding the closet. It's not hiding the bed. So Allie is in our spare bedroom. So we're trying that out. I'm like, there's nowhere for you to sit. She's like, I'll figure it out. So because we had her in Cam's room, but Cam's sleeping. We got her moved out. Saturday before our live. We got her into her place in the city. Her roommate that is going to be living with her. It's her college apartment. Great area.
And thanks to everybody, she had extra money to splurge on things over and above what we already got.
Yes, I can tell you definitively that she used your generosity to buy throw pillows, things for the kitchen. You know, they're we helped obviously with the big stuff, but for everything else that you need to live a quasi-normal life in a college apartment, she's been using your generosity.
No, she really used it for like the extra stuff, the throw pillows, and then like her like some like makeup and hair stuff that she otherwise wouldn't have got. That's what she
used it for shampoo and conditioner too. I mean, she's like, necessities. So again, thank you guys for taking care of our girl and showing her so much love. We really appreciate that. Speaking of which, Hope came in hot with $20 saying, Cameron is a beautiful combo of you and Allie. Here's to Plymouth Travel Fund. Thank you. That is going to be my goal today. I'm going to be putting it up. I've been looking at the airfare. It's not cheap. And what's even worse than that are the hotels. I had some wonderful viewers sending me emails reminding me that this time of year is an incredibly popular time for people to come to Plymouth as they're heading up to the Cape for their final summer vacation. So of course they jack all the prices up, but so that's going to be the goal today. The grift is definitely going to be helping me get out there so that I'm not going broke doing it, because I feel the need to get out there for various reasons. And the hope is that while we still have Cam before she officially moves into her place, which is coming, it makes me so sad. But don't tell her. I have to put on a brave
we haven't
face.
been telling her. She knows.
Brave face that we're so I it's that thing. It's bittersweet. We're so excited for it's an exciting new chapter of her life, but man, we're gonna miss her.
Yeah. So, babe, can you do me a favor? Because I'd like for those people, I'm hoping we have some new people with us that haven't always been with us, and I'd like to just go over the criminal responsibility elements real quick and then read the corresponding is it too late?
Too late.
Yeah.
We'll hit
May
it.
I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Good morning, counsel.
Good morning.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. Counsel, can I just see you briefly just for a second, and then I think we'll be ready to bring the jury in.
So this is what I'm doing with jewels, babe, is I'm putting them up intermittently. Thank the people. I'm against reading all the jewels because it's not even the picture when we're reading them.
See, she confirmed what I was telling you guys, that
Finger
she's
heart
jewels.
No, I'm pro jewels. Love the jewels. I just don't think that we need to read every single jewels. We put them up because so that people's emoji can be seen. By the way, when we put them up, I'm assuming the people watching don't see finger heart. They see the finger
actual
heart
emoji. Well, what happens when you're on your phone and somebody gives a jewel, because I think these were built for verticals.
They are. Yes.
So when you're watching your phone, it's like an active kind of like animated emoji that pops up from the bottom of the screen. They're actually kind of cute.
Right.
Like I saw one with a turtle. Stay hydrated is a turtle coming up and like drinking something. So yeah, it is just the description of what is popping up on screen.
Right.
So
So I think it's like people are doing it for fun and to don't, be a fun way to donate, which we appreciate. And then we put them up and thank all the Joel people kind of in unison. Did you say hi to Gigi of 9?
I did not yet. No.
Welcome, Gigi of 9.
Yes, welcome. I did give family hugs to the new members. I can't tell if those folks became members probably on Saturday because it was
That's
like
all right. Well, they get
they all
get a welcome.
deserved. They
all
sure
deserve their family hugs.
and they all got them. Definitely. Oh, but you know who didn't? Gigi of 9. Oh, family hug.
Chase 21, thanks for your continued support. Had a blast hanging with you all Saturday night. Oh, I'm so glad that people had fun.
That was a family affair. That was definitely a family affair.
It's a family affair. It was. All the kids came on and did something with the guests.
Yes.
So you'll have to join to find out what. You'll never know.
Well, there goes the good mood of early morning Friday.
I know. The weight just came on me.
And then depression set in.
Cameron was very, very affected emotionally by the time she spent covering this. Really,
she was.
It's so hard, this trial. I'm already like right when you said it, I was feeling all the angst and like choked up. And
as soon as I saw her, I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
Hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Welcome.
Well, good morning, everyone. I hope everybody had a restful weekend. So what I want to do is just kind of tell you, first I'm going to go through those questions, make sure everybody was able to follow my instructions. Then I'm going to go over what today's schedule is, and then we'll return to the Commonwealth's presentation of evidence. All right, and so let me ask those questions. First question, has any member of the jury read, seen, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? All right.
That would affect your ability?
Is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right, again, thank you for following those instructions. Now, today's schedule, let me say first thing about schedule. I know I haven't always been completely correct on some of the schedules we followed, but I want to just let you know that those decisions about the scheduling is on me. All right. And sometimes I have to take into consideration other factors or things that are going on. So what I really wanted to tell you is that don't speculate why we might go a little late or a little early on any certain days, but certainly don't hold it against either side in regards to that. The person who's making those decisions or that decision is me. All right. So you should be aware of that. So that being said, the thought is today, we should go into the afternoon. All right. And if that changes, I'll let you know. So
go into the afternoon.
What we're going to do at this point, we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case. And with that, Commonwealth, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Honor. The Commonwealth will call Michael Snyder.
I'm actually pretty glad to have like my emotional support dog here with me. He officially is today, even though he's not.
I don't know what we're waiting for Dr. Snyder. Can we just approach?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Thank you. Apologize.
I get to hold his paw. So hopefully you guys have a pet or even a stuffed animal to help you. I hope he stays with me. Makes me feel better, actually. And for those of you that don't know, while he's doing this little sidebar, I was hoping the judge was going to say, and here's the expectation this week, we're going to take X day off, because Bob and I have set up a mental health awareness day for the first trial day off, with, experts in the field. We've got a clinical licensed psychologist lined up. I think Bob's been talking to either psychiatrists as well. And there's so many of you, sort of like this, the defense attorney told the judge during pretrial in this case, who have reached out, sending emails, sending their stories about what they've been through or family members have been through with mental health, with prescriptions, like, similar types of horror stories. So we're going to use it as like a mental health break, a little community support, share anonymously, unless anyone doesn't want it to be anonymous, the stories people have allowed us to share. So hopefully he'll let us know what day off is coming up. Off day.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony?
He's a small guy.
Not having between the Commonwealth and the defendant. Thank you. You may have a seat, sir.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good morning, Don.
Good morning.
All right,
May I inquire?
Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Yep, Michael Snyder,
Do you mind spelling your last name for the record, please?
Snyder.
And how are you employed?
I'm a physician at Beth Israel
And how long have you been a physician?
since 1998.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
So undergrad at UMass Amherst, I did medical school at Tufts University, and then I did my residency in emergency medicine at Boston University.
And how long have you worked at Beth Israel?
Since 2014, 12 years.
And do you primarily work in the emergency department?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of the year 2023. Do you recall working in the emergency department on that day?
Yes.
And in the evening, were you made aware of multiple pediatric traumas that were coming into the emergency department?
Yes.
And when you are made aware of people coming in, how does that occur?
So we'll typically get a call on the EMS phone that something's coming in that they want us to know about up front.
And do they provide you with some basic background information about what's occurring or what occurred on scene and what's occurring during the transport?
When possible, yeah.
And when the emergency personnel, the EMTs or paramedics arrived at Beth Israel, there were 3 patients, correct?
Correct.
And you were assigned to treat 1 patient?
Correct.
Do you recall which patient that was?
Cora?
And prior to EMS arriving, did you learn more about Cora's presentation and what was occurring?
Yeah, so we had heard that, all 3 were in cardiac arrest, and the Cora in particular, they were still working on doing CPR and doing what we call pediatric advanced life support, so medications to try and restart the heart. And they also mentioned that they had used what we call a defibrillator to shock the heart to try to restart it, and they were still doing CPR when they were arriving.
And is this information important to you as you're assessing a patient coming into the emergency department?
Yeah, it's important to know, what things look like in the field, how long the patient might have been without a pulse or how long they may not have been breathing for, so we can kind of expect or know what injuries to look out for, what we can potentially reverse.
And were you aware of the age of Cora?
Yes.
And she was 5, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the medications that you were aware of, what medications had been provided?
So prior to coming to us, she had been given epinephrine, which is the primary medication we use in a cardiac arrest.
And do you know how they had administered that medicine to her?
Yeah, so she had what we call an intraosseous device in her right tibia. Sometimes it's very difficult to get an IV in, so we can go directly into the bone or the bone marrow.
And were you aware of whether she had been intubated en route?
So she was not intubated en route.
When she arrived at the emergency department, were you there to greet the ambulance?
Yes.
And what happens when a patient comes in through the emergency department via ambulance?
So when the patient first comes in, we immediately have our team, start to sort of take over care so there's no gap. And then we also get a sign out from the paramedics and EMTs and any other staff that had been involved in the case.
And do you and your emergency room staff then perform your own initial assessment of the patient?
Yes.
So what do you do for that?
So initially, we sort of go through our ABCs, airway, breathing, circulation. So initially, focusing on the primary things, such as making sure we're getting air and oxygen into the patient, keeping the heart going, so continuing CPR at that point.
And as far as Cora went, did you observe that she was breathing?
So she was not breathing on her own.
How about the heart? Did you observe that her heart was beating?
There was no heartbeat.
How about her physical appearance? What observations did you make of her physical appearance?
So initially when she had come in, some of the things we notice is sort of a blue tint to the skin, which typically, we can see when there's less oxygen or lack of oxygen. And then the other things on a quick survey is there was some areas of bruising on the neck and around the eyes, called petechia, kind of little bleeding, episodes of bleeding under the skin, and I believe a small amount of blood coming from the nose.
Were you able to make observations of her hands or other parts of her body?
So the hands definitely had that, what we call.
I don't know what happened. Oh, it was Bob.
Around the face and the eyes as well as the neck. Did you notice anything else about her eyes?
So the pupils were fixed and enlarged.
Why is that significant to you?
So oftentimes when we see it coming in, it can indicate two different things. Some of the medications like epinephrine can cause the pupils to dilate, but also if the brain is starting to become damaged or not functioning, then you start to lose initially some of the signals that would make the pupils smaller. So they'll tend to start to get enlarged or dilated if there's brain injury starting or has occurred.
Now, you indicated that when Cora arrived, she was not intubated, meaning she did not have a breathing tube in. Did you and your team attempt to intubate her?
Yes.
And did you do that on your own or with the assistance of other parts of the emergency department or the hospital?
So we had anesthesia there after we got the phone calls of multiple patients coming in. Typically, we'll have all the help that we could possibly need there to be able to take care of all the patients. So I had an anesthesiologist in the room with me who put the breathing tube in.
In instances where an individual might have suffered some sort of injury to their neck, does that complicate the insertion of a breathing tube?
It can, yeah, because normally you might need to move or tilt the head to get a direct view where you can put a breathing tube in. But when there's a concern for neck injury, we stabilize it typically with a collar or manually. So you don't have the ability to move the head and the neck around to try and get a better view.
Once a breathing tube was put in, were you and your team able to manually give breath to Cora?
Yes.
Now, did you then perform an assessment, a cardiac assessment of her?
Yeah, so in addition to listening to the heart, feeling for a pulse, we'll also tend to use an ultrasound machine in the room where we can kind of get a direct view of heart function.
And you were aware that they had defibrillated her twice in the ambulance. Why is that significant when you're treating a patient that's in cardiac arrest?
So when they defibrillate a patient, it's typically the heart's or might be in a rhythm where it can't pump blood. So it might be sort of out of sync or quivering, where we may attempt to use electricity to kind of shock it back into a rhythm.
Once you performed the ultrasound, the cardiac ultrasound, were there any attempts made further to use a defibrillator or?
Yeah.
Throughout your course of treatment with her, did you continue with various medications?
Yes.
And was CPR ongoing throughout your entire time with her?
Yes.
Were you consulting with any other colleagues or any other hospitals in regards to the care of Cora?
Yeah, so we actually had, in addition to all my colleagues in the emergency room, we had intensive care physicians from Children's that were on the phone with us, kind of working through any things that may have come up in the case, also expecting that they would be receiving the patients from us.
Is your hospital at the Beth Israel equipped to handle this type of pediatric trauma?
You're on mute.
It's a lot of you talking about how, this seems unnecessary, and a lot of it will be. However, one thing I think that the state is getting to, and now I'm not sure which child, I think it was Cora, right? That was still alive. I don't know. Is the order?
No, Callan was still alive, I think, as well.
Okay, so I mean that's what they're going to be trying to go through is how bad off the different children were, and I know that like you guys heard a lot of this the day that, what was that, Thursday, the day that was really, really hard for, not this, but just a lot about the children and their injuries, and on Thursday, which was like breaking day for Cameron. So again, grab your emotional support dog. Mine's moved out of my reach right now, but
and look, I mean, there were two options here. One, they could have accepted the defense's offer to stipulate to the homicides themselves. They were willing to do that so that this part of the case didn't take place. It's at the Commonwealth's discretion completely. They elected not to do that. They wanted to put the evidence on. We all have certain feelings about that. We know what that's doing with respect to us. So imagine what it's doing to the jury sitting in the courtroom. But when they elected to do that, they do have to prove up that portion of the case. And we're going to hear all this testimony, even though I believe it's cumulative.
I do too. And I just want to say, I don't think that the state is ever, no matter which child's injuries were worse, who was revivable and who wasn't, I don't think it proves the order no matter what. There's no way to tell, what went down to make one child. I can't even talk about it. All right, so let's
go.
Keep going.
And yes, I have been getting Polly. I dig your email. I've gotten all of them. I've been reading all of them. They're incredible and devastating.
So we can do the initial stabilization, but then we need to ship the patients out to either get a specialty care or continued inpatient care.
And how long did efforts in treating Cora continue?
So in the emergency room, roughly 30 minutes.
And fair to say that all of the efforts that you made were not successful?
Correct.
And at approximately 1928 or 7:28, did you finally declare Cora deceased?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
I have no questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Once again, no cross for Kevin
Dr.
Reddington,
Andrew Capraro.
which is the right move. Allie and I were talking about how hard that is for a defense attorney to elect not to cross. But in this particular situation, it's absolutely the right move. Gaining nothing on that cross-examination.
No. Not at all.
All right, good morning, Doctor. Morning.
Femi?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name's Dr. Andrew Capraro, last name Capraro,
And your date of birth, please?
July 9th, 1970.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an attending physician in the emergency department at Boston Children's Hospital
And how long have you done that?
for the last 26 years.
Can you just briefly describe for us the training and education you had to qualify for that role?
I went to Providence College undergrad and then went to Brown Medical School. Subsequently, I went to Connecticut Children's Medical Center for my pediatric residency and then did fellowship training in pediatric emergency medicine at Boston Children's Hospital from 2000 to 2003 and have been attending there ever since.
And what's involved with being an attending at Boston Children's Hospital?
It means that I am guiding the care and treatment for the patients that I am seeing during my particular shift.
And are you assigned to a specific location or area of the hospital?
I'm always in the emergency department, and the emergency department is broken up into different zones, of which I am sort of the primary attending for one set of rooms.
I want to direct your attention to January 24th, 2023. Were you working that evening?
I was.
And at some point in time, did you learn that a patient named Callan Clancy was going to be transported to your hospital?
I did.
And do you recall where he was being brought from?
From Beth, Israel, Plymouth, I believe.
And was he being med-flighted to your facility?
Correct.
And were you provided with some information about the patient in order to prepare for his arrival?
I was.
And what did you learn?
We have a communication center where facilities that are transferring patients to us call to let us know that the patient is coming. And so that comm center had been notified about this patient, who then got in touch with me as the attending who would be caring for the patient to let me know what had happened there and the condition of the patient when he was arriving.
And what did you learn about the condition of the patient, Callan Clancy, as he was being flown to your hospital?
What I was told was that it was believed that the patient had been strangled, and when he arrived at Plymouth, he was in cardiac arrest, that they had intubated him and initiated CPR, and they had gotten return of spontaneous circulation, and that they were then going to transfer him to us for further evaluation and care.
And at some point in time, did Callan arrive at your hospital?
That is correct.
And were you able to observe him physically?
Yes.
What observations did you make about his physical condition?
He was cold on arrival, and he was quite limp, was not making any purposeful movements on his own. His pupils were fixed and dilated, and he had ligature marks about his neck with some swelling of the neck.
And his pupils being fixed and dilated, is that medically significant for you?
Yes, it is.
And why is that?
It typically means that significant injury has happened to the brain, such that there is brain swelling that has sort of it has overwhelmed the capacity of the skull, such that the swelling has made the brain sort of herniate through the base of the skull.
Does that mean the brain's swelling so much it's pushing through the skull?
Correct.
And what observations did you make of his heart rate?
His heart was beating, and we did have to provide him with an epinephrine drip to keep his heart rate and his blood pressure within normal limits, but it was beating on its own.
And how did you know that you had to provide the epinephrine for him to stabilize that heart rate?
It was initiated at BI because they had noticed that his blood pressure was low, and you need to have normal blood pressure for the blood to perfuse your organs and keep them healthy. And so we were looking for certain parameters to sort of maintain that, which we did on that epinephrine drip.
And when you say BI, you're referring to Beth Israel?
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. And so as far as his breathing, was he breathing on his own?
He had been intubated at the outside hospital, and he was needing a ventilator to breathe for him. Occasionally, he would have sort of a breath on his own, we would notice. We were able to see that because when he attempted to take a breath on his own, he would trigger the ventilator to continue that breath. But it was rare. For sure, he needed the ventilator to maintain his ventilation.
Would it be fair to say that the majority of his breathing was being done by the ventilator?
Yes, the vast majority of his breathing.
Now, once you have received this information while he's coming in, and then you've made your own physical observations of Callan, are there certain tests that you have run on him?
Yeah, our job, once we received him, was to perform further evaluation and stabilization to help determine what the next steps of his medical care would be. So prior to him arriving, we had contacted our trauma team and our ICU doctors to let them know that he was coming and that we would need their assistance. And then under my care, we performed some routine blood work, so a head CT, a neck CT, and a chest X-ray to sort of help us guide the next steps.
And from the head CT and the other testing that you did, what were you able to learn from the results of those tests?
The head CT in particular showed significant brain swelling consistent with hypoxic ischemic injury, which was most likely, or which was the most significant finding that we found.
So could you please explain for us what is hypoxic ischemic injury?
Hypoxic is just a fancy word for not getting enough oxygen, and ischemic is just a fancy word for not getting enough blood flow. And so when your organs don't get enough oxygen and blood, they sort of suffer injury and therefore get to swelling. And so his brain was showing evidence of that.
So would it be fair to say that his brain wasn't getting enough oxygen and blood flow, and then because of that, it was damaged and swelling?
Correct.
Now, this type of swelling and injury, as you're describing it, can that be caused by strangulation, the injury of the brain?
Most certainly.
And you mentioned earlier that you did see some marks around his neck. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what were those consistent with?
Strangulation of some sort, most likely from an object, based upon the linear aspect of the bruising.
And when you say the linear aspect of the bruising, does that mean it's in a straight line?
Correct.
Now, once you had the results of this testing, was there, did you make a decision on what to do next?
Yeah, the main thing was to help us figure out, did the patient need to go to the operating room for some sort of other procedure to help with this, or was this something that could be dealt with medically? And so once we had the results of the head CT and then the neck CT as well, it was felt that the next appropriate step in his medical care would be to be transitioned to the intensive care unit for them to take over care.
Why was it that surgery was not an option to help Callan in this situation?
Yeah, the neurosurgery doctors were there to sort of help us make that decision. There was no significant bleeding, for example, that would need to be evacuated. There was nothing that they felt from a surgical point of view would help alleviate the problems that we saw in the CT.
Okay. And so was his care transferred to the ICU?
That is correct.
And once Callan was transferred to the intensive care unit, did your care for him end at that point?
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reddington?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Please step down. Thank you.
Commonwealth calls Dr. David Casavant.
I wonder what's next after these three. Must be starting with Lindsay's doctors, maybe.
Good morning. You solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you should report the adjourned and then not find in the Commonwealth and the defendant's file shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may have a seat, sir.
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Good morning. Morning, Honor.
Attorney Sprague.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Surely. My first name is David. My last name is Casavant. It's spelled Casavant.
And your date of birth, sir?
5263.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an ICU physician at Boston Children's Hospital.
Can you briefly describe for us your educational and training background?
Sure. I went to college out at Holy Cross in Worcester and then to medical school at Boston University. I did my initial pediatric residency at at Mass General Hospital, and then went back and did a fellowship in ICU medicine at that hospital as well.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at Boston Children's Hospital in the medical surgical ICU.
And how long have you worked at Boston Children's Hospital?
18 years.
And have you always worked in the ICU there?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to January 26, 2023. At that point in time, did you take over the care of a patient named Callan Clancy?
I did.
And prior to taking over the care of Callan Clancy, did you do anything to familiarize yourself with his treatment and care?
Yes, I did. One of my colleagues had taken care of him the day before in the ICU, and I spoke with her, and so I was familiar with his case.
Okay. And did you also review reports and testing that had been performed while he was at the hospital?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And after reviewing the reports and the test results and speaking to your colleague, can you tell us what you learned from all of that?
It seemed that Callan had a severe neurologic injury based on both testing and the examination that I did at the time.
And when you say a neurologic injury, is that a brain injury?
It's a brain injury. Yes, it is. Yeah.
And did you review specifically a head CT scan of Callan?
Yes, I did.
And what did the head CT scan show you or tell you about his condition?
The head CT is a picture of the brain, which was done in the emergency room when he was admitted to Boston Children's Hospital, and the CT scan showed an enormous amount of swelling of the brain itself.
And that the swelling of the brain, is that medically significant?
Very much so. When you have an injury to the brain that is caused by anoxia, which means a lack of oxygen, I describe this with families that the injury is very much like being out in the sun. You don't notice it at the time, but swelling occurs over the course of time. And one of the things with a lack of oxygen to the brain is the injury occurs and then swelling starts to happen over the course of time, typically peaking at 48 to 72 hours. When you see swelling that happens that early in a case, as in Callan's, it means that there's been a very significant lack of oxygen and therefore injury to the brain itself.
So, for example, some types of injuries that would withhold oxygen from the brain would be more mild and the swelling would occur over time. Is that correct?
That's exactly correct, yes.
So if a severe injury happens that withholds oxygen from the brain, that's when you see that immediate swelling like Callan had?
Very much so. Sort of the comparison of a sunburn to a burn that you might get from a stove. This was a stove. It's very, very profound.
Did you perform a physical examination of Callan?
I did.
And what did you observe?
Well, one of the first things that I noticed as I approached him was that he had a breathing tube in place, and I knew from my colleague that he was not on any sedation, which is very difficult to tolerate, having a breathing tube through the vocal cords if you're not sedated, and he was not sedated at the time. The next thing is that when I approach a patient in their bed in the ICU, we always start with a quick introduction that we're going to be coming near them in case they're asleep. And I usually start with something along the lines of, I'm Dr. Dave, I'm just going to listen to your heart. And I'd usually address them by name and to see if they start to respond. And then I'll go ahead with the rest of the exam, but that's just to sort of warn them that someone might be touching them. And then they'll listen to heart, lungs, and then to move forward to see if how responsive they are. So if you get no response at all from the initial, just using your voice, the next thing is and then from the exam, if they don't move around, then you start to sort of think, well, let's see how responsive they are. And so the next thing is sort of a gentle touch off into the bottom of the foot to see you stroke the bottom of the foot and you see if they pull away. And then you can if you get no response from that, we'll do something that's a little bit more noxious or painful, where you can sort of pinch a little bit of skin to see if they start to react, or pushing on the fingernail and the nail bed pressure, which is actually very noxious. And if you can see two types or several types of response, either no response, or you can see a very specific response where they pull away from that area, and that's a specific, or you can see generalized response, which are all sort of graded, graded along those that are as we're sort of getting a sense for what their level of consciousness was.
So if I could go over a few of those things that you just mentioned. You said that that the first thing that you noticed that was significant was that Callan had the breathing tube in place through the vocal cords without any sedation. So without sedation, would having a breathing tube in that place cause pain?
Yes. No one would be able to tolerate it.
And so Callan was able to tolerate it without any sedation.
Yes.
Would that indicate he wasn't feeling that pain at that time?
Yes, exactly.
And you mentioned that you would address the patient by name and talk to them. Was there any reaction from Callan when you did that?
No, there was not.
And then you mentioned you would rub maybe something along the foot. Was there any reaction?
No, there was not.
And did you do what you described in pinching the fingernail or pinching somewhere on Callan to see if he responded?
Yes.
And did he respond?
No, he did not.
And what did these interactions and tests on Callan tell you about his condition?
This told me that he was unresponsive. He was unresponsive to both things that would cause discomfort and things that would cause pain.
Did you also do anything in terms of looking at his pupils and any tests on his eyes?
Yes. So after all the other things, that we look at the pupils, and so one of the things is we have it's a reflex response. If a light is shown in an eye, the pupil constricts. And what I noted about Callan was that his pupils stayed widely open and did not constrict.
And when someone's pupils stay open and wide when you shine a light in them, what does that indicate medically?
Well, the eyes are a direct extension of the brain, so that's why we focus a lot on them as an area of investigation. And the lack of a response to light indicates that there's some abnormality to that, and in this case, it was a brain injury. There's medications that can keep your eyes open if you've ever had an eye exam, but that was not the case with Callan.
And just to be clear, when you're talking about brain injury, we're not talking about some type of trauma that was inflicted on the brain. You're talking about the lack of oxygen and blood flow causing an injury to the brain, correct?
That's exactly correct, yes.
At that point in time, did you work with another doctor to do more in-depth testing regarding his neurological status?
Yes. So at Children's, we have multiple teams that come together for a patient, for many patients. But for Callan, the neurology team was there from the beginning. And when in a case like this, when we see no response in an unresponsive patient, we start to get our neurology team. And one of the things we start to do is brain death testing to see if they could be what we call brain dead, meaning that the brain itself is not functioning, and that even though their heart is still beating.
How is it that someone's heart can be beating if their brain is dead?
It's a really good question. So there's actually two parts to the nervous system. The one is the part that we see the most in people when they react, and they react to us and they speak and they do things. The other one is the autonomic or automatic system. And the automatic system is largely in charge of the things like the heart, if the heart has not been injured. And so it was sort of continuing on.
And does that give you any indication, the fact that the heart was still continuing on, about where the injuries were in the brain?
Yes, it does actually. Yeah,
Where would that be?
Yeah, so the large part of the brain that we sort of think of as when we see the pictures of the brain, that's the cerebellum, and that's the biggest thing in humans that is most developed, and that's in charge of our consciousness, our reaction to things, whereas the brain stem, which is another part, and that's really part of the autonomic system, and that's the same in almost all vertebrates and mammals, and it's much more automatic, and so it tells me that it seemed the cerebellum, which is that part that makes us sort of the human side of what we do, that's much more sensitive to a lack of oxygen, to an anoxic injury. And it told me that was really where that injury was in that part of the brain, much less so in the brain stem itself.
So would it be fair to say that the brain stem itself that controls those automatic responses was still functioning somewhat, but the part of the brain that made Callan was not functioning?
That's exactly correct, yeah.
And can you describe for us the brain death testing?
Sure. So the brain death testing at Boston Children's it's a very strict testing that includes some of the things that I just mentioned, but we work with our there's a checklist that we work on with our neurologic colleagues, and we sort of go through each of what we would expect for responses from someone, and we actually then work through different of the nerve sets that we would expect them to respond to. We have it set up so that there's an ICU physician is there, and then a neurologist is there, and the neurologist and the neurology team, they're the ones who perform the brain death testing. And then the test is then repeated again 24 hours later, just to make sure that there's no piece of that is different or incongruous with a diagnosis of brain death.
And while the neurologist is doing this testing, are you there present, watching the testing and seeing the results as it happens?
Absolutely, yeah. So we're sort of committed to being there for the whole time. And the brain death testing itself goes through some really basic things. Again, as I described earlier, the things that would be painful and do they pull away or not. The eyes, the looking at the reflexes of the eyes. There's also other reflexes too. Things like if you stroke the cornea, which is the front of the eye, people blink. And that's so the blink reflex, cough, gag. There's also a reflex where they actually put cold water into an ear, and that gives people a disequilibrium. And so those are all the things that we think about. And then also there's some breathing components to that as well.
Is one of those breathing components an apnea test?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And what is an apnea test?
So apnea is a word that just describes describes a lack of breathing.
And how do you test that?
So in a patient such as Callan, what we do, and in any patient when we're doing brain death testing, we actually disconnect them from the ventilator. And the reason that we do that is we want to see if that autonomic system in the brain will start to react as the carbon dioxide starts to increase. So our body makes carbon dioxide all the time, and the way we get rid of it is by exhaling. And where we breathe in fresh oxygen, and then we breathe out CO2. And what we do is we disconnect from the ventilator to see if, knowing that their carbon dioxide will start to rise, and the normal response for that autonomic part of the brain would be to sort of increase breathing. That's why we breathe when we sleep. Because as we go to sleep, the conscious part of our brain stops, but the autonomic part kicks in, and then we breathe right through our sleep because that carbon dioxide rises.
So in a patient who has brain death, would it be accurate to state that as the carbon dioxide level increases, the automatic response would be to take a breath to get more oxygen, but a patient who's brain dead won't do that?
That's correct.
And did you do all of these tests, or did the neurologist do all these tests on Callan while you observed?
Yes, they did, yeah.
And did he have any response to any of the physical tests where you were looking for a reflex or a reaction?
No, he did not. No response to any.
And what was his reaction or results on the apnea test?
So the apnea test, again, we do all the brain testing one day, and then we wait at least 24 hours for the second one. The first, and what we expect with the carbon dioxide is that it will increase. We have it written in our, so it's all in writing for our protocol, that it will increase by 20 or get to a level of 60. A normal CO2 would be around 40. And the first time we did that on the first day, it actually went to 59.7, not 60. And again, it was in our protocol as it has to get to 60 or increase by 20. And I actually talked to my colleagues, including neurology. I said, I know this is very close. It's 59.7, but it's not 60. I repeated that piece of the test later on that day to make sure that it was valid. And as I say, I checked with everyone to make sure that I was doing the right thing. They all agreed that we should just, and the second time it went to 87. So that was, everything else was the same. And we made sure that there's things that we look at too to make sure that there's not on any medications, that there's no changes in his temperature, there's no abnormalities of the salts in the blood, what we call the electrolytes. So all those conditions were the exact same. And I repeated that later on in the day, and it did come back positive.
Why is it so important that you meet that specific criteria? Why is 0.3 of a point so important?
Well, I wanted to make sure that there was no question about the data that we were gathering at the time.
And you said that this testing is again repeated 24 hours later, correct?
Yes, it is.
Why is that?
Well, that's just to make sure that if there were any lingering effects of medications, if there was anything that else might have changed in the patient's level of alertness or level of response, to make sure that it still meets all those requirements 24 hours later.
And is it because you want to be sure that there's brain death before you remove life support?
Yes, and again, it's too important. It's too important a discussion and a gathering of data to not be very exact about it.
And so when you did observe the testing and the following day on Callan, were the results the same in terms of no reaction and the carbon dioxide increasing?
Yes, they were.
And at that point in time, did he meet brain death criteria?
He did. He met. So we had determined that it was that he had met death by neurologic criteria.
And at that point in time, was a decision made to stop life support?
Yes, it was.
And that's done in consultation with the family, his father, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. And was life support ended for Callan Clancy on January 27th, 2023?
It was, and one of the things is there's when you determine that someone has met criteria for neurologic brain death, that although we know that their brain is not functioning at that point, there's often a period of time where we don't have to remove, his heart is still beating, so we don't have to remove the endotracheal tube at that time. And we often will give families, once it's been confirmed that the brain is no longer functioning, we often give families a period of time to able to process it and a window of time. Sometimes there's relatives who will need to travel and things like that. And so we'll often then choose a time later on to accommodate the rest of life, knowing that they're stable at the time to when we would actually remove the tube, and that would be the declaration of death.
And was that done in this case? Family was given an opportunity to see him, and then life support was ended, and then his heart stopped.
Yes, that's exactly.
He was declared deceased.
Yes.
Thank you.
Attorney Reddington? Thank you, sir. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so much.
Your Honor, at this time, the Commonwealth would move to admit the Boston Children's Hospital records for Callan Clancy into evidence. There's 2 volumes.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I have no objection because we both have the records. We both want them in evidence, so I have no objection to any of the records that they have. We signed releases for them. For like Beth Israel, Brigham and Women's, South Shore, they all can go in.
That's a yes.
It may be admitted.
We still have to hear Dawson.
Is it 137?
Yeah, I went to A and B. Yeah.
137 A and B.
All right, thank you.
Come this way, buddy.
Commonwealth would call Kelly McDonough as witness.
I'm sorry if you.
Real quick, the reason that Reddington did that, again, is to drive home the concept with the jury that the defense is not fighting any of this. This is all a known element of the case. This is all something that they would have been willing to stipulate to. So when he stood up and said that we have no objection whatsoever to all the records coming in with respect to all the children, he's just trying to drive that point home to the jury. We're not fighting this. We're not fighting this. Again, the defense offered to stipulate to the homicides completely so that this didn't take place. I see a lot of comments in the chat. Why is the prosecution doing this? Well, they're doing it because they have to prove the elements. They decided that they didn't want to stipulate. They felt to do that, the way that the defense was suggesting, would be to gloss over the horror of the situation. Now, I talk about it all the time. We've seen the cumulative nature of the evidence. They're just banging the jury over the head with it. They're banging us over the head with it. We all know. We've heard it. We understand. We get it. And they keep doing it anyway. And people are asking, why are they doing that? Well, they're trying to wring the pathos out of the jury, the emotion. It's to incite the jury to feel anger and hatred towards Lindsay. That's the purpose of it. I mean, make no bones about it. When the death and the cause of death of the children is not in dispute, there can only be one reason that the government wants to put the evidence on, when they had the opportunity not to put it on in order not to torture the jurors. I mean, this is, while, that last doctor was fascinating, incredibly well-spoken and very knowledgeable, having to listen to it is incredibly difficult, and it's been days of this. But, all right, so that's what's going on. And like Allison said, it's going to continue.
You say the name again?
Kelly McDonough.
Okay, sure.
Morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give you shall get to the court and the jury will have no agreement between all and the impartial and the truth of what's the Thank you. You may have a seat.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
May I inquire? Thank you.
Yes, please.
Good morning. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Kelly McDonough,
Can you spell your last name for the record?
McDonough.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm an emergency medicine physician.
And how long have you been a physician?
11 years.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
I went to medical school at the University of New England in Maine. I did my residency at Kent Hospital in Rhode Island. I subsequently worked at Kearney Hospital in Dorchester, and I've been at South Shore Hospital since 2021.
And in what, are you primarily in the emergency department at South Shore Hospital?
Correct.
Have you been in any other department at South Shore Hospital?
No.
Are you licensed to practice in Massachusetts?
Yes,
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Were you working in the emergency department that evening?
I was.
At some point, were you advised that a patient was being brought into your emergency department?
I was.
And were you aware of that patient being Lindsay Clancy with a date of birth of 8/11/90?
Yes.
And what kind of information were you given upon learning that the patient was coming here? What were you expecting to receive?
I was expecting a trauma 1 response, a patient who had fallen out of a window from a height, and didn't know much more than that.
Okay, and so when you say trauma 1, what does that mean for you?
So we had 2 designations for trauma responses, a trauma 1 and a trauma 2, and there's certain criteria for each. And there's a long list of criteria that are determined by the resource nurse who receives the EMS call.
Okay, and so when we say 1 and 2, which is more serious than the other?
Trauma 1.
Okay. And so what do you do to prepare when a patient is coming in and you know coming in that it's likely a trauma 1 situation?
So we gather in the trauma room and make sure that we have all available staff needed to take care of the patient.
And what kind of staff are with you in the room, in the trauma room?
So for a trauma 1 response, it would be the emergency medicine physician, it would be anesthesia, the trauma surgeons, sometimes neurosurgery will be there.
And fair to say you also have a whole host of other staff, including nurses, emergency room techs, all of those people are also available to assist and if you need it.
Correct.
Now, when this individual came in, when Lindsay Clancy came into the emergency department, were you aware from EMS that she had already come in with some sort of neurological deficits?
I think that from my best recollection, we knew that she was unresponsive, found down outside of her home.
Were you advised that it appeared she might have a spinal injury?
Yes.
And that she was not she may have been moving her arms and her head, but not her legs?
Correct.
Now, when the team was assessing her in the emergency department, what types of steps do you take to perform that assessment of the patient?
So there's a series of steps that we go through to assess a trauma patient that are followed every single time. ABCs, airway, breathing, circulation, and then we do a secondary survey.
Okay. And in this circumstance, was the patient breathing?
Yes.
And when she came into the emergency department, was she breathing on her own or intubated?
She's breathing on her own.
At some point, did the ER staff have to intubate her?
Yes.
And why was that?
For airway protection, there was a concern that maybe she would have a head injury and she would decompensate later. And so to protect her airway, she was intubated.
Now, is that a standard protocol when there's concern for head injury?
Yes.
Did you see any obvious signs of a head injury when she arrived into the emergency department?
No.
What kinds of things would you see if somebody had an obvious head injury?
You might see bleeding or lacerations or abrasions.
Now, did you observe any other obvious injuries to this patient?
I did. She had some superficial lacerations of her neck and wrists bilaterally.
Do you recall if she came in on a backboard with a C-collar?
She did.
And do you remove the C-collar at some point to assess the patient for injuries?
We didn't completely remove it temporarily to visualize and feel her neck and then put it right back on.
Okay, and you said you did observe some injuries to her neck, correct?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you some photos that have been already marked, if that's okay, on the screen next to you. This has been marked as exhibit number 111. Is that an accurate representation of the neck injuries you observed?
Yes.
You also indicated that she had some other injuries to her wrists.
Yes.
And I'm just going to show you 112. Is that accurate as to the injuries to the wrist you observed?
Yes.
Now, you described the injuries as superficial. The injury that's kind of in the middle of the photograph there, can you describe what part of the body that injury is?
You're describing the one that's sort of open?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's the anterior aspect of her wrist.
And were you able to examine that injury?
Not in detail.
Okay. Was it something in your emergency, your assessment of the trauma 1 situation, was that something acute that you had to address?
No.
And is it fair to say that that injury goes through kind of the subcutaneous tissue of the skin.
Yes,
Did you observe any injuries to an artery or a vein or anything in that area?
I did not.
And then just showing you Exhibit 113, which is the other wrist. Same thing. Did you observe anything in your assessment, your trauma 1 assessments, to say whether these were acute at the time?
I assume that they're acute.
Okay, but as far as treatment of them, did they require you to immediately address it
No.
to manage blood flow?
Mm-mm. No.
What was the more serious, or what was the focus of your assessment of her in the emergency department?
I think the main concern was for a head injury and or a spinal cord injury.
And you said that as part of the assessment team, you had a neurosurgeon available as well as a trauma surgeon, correct?
There was no neurosurgeon there that day.
Okay. Was there a trauma surgeon?
There was.
Who was that?
Dr. Christina Carpio.
Did you order any series of tests in order to help you assess the nature of whether there was any head injury or what the extent of the spinal injury could have been?
Yes.
What kinds of tests did you order?
CAT scans.
As part of the emergency room protocol, do you also draw blood for patients that come in?
Yes.
And how is that usually done?
It's usually done on arrival by the nursing staff.
And do they draw blood according to a physician's orders, or do they draw blood for various purposes? Explain to us how that works.
Mm-hmm. So it's usually like what we call a rainbow. So they just draw all the tubes of blood as soon as the patient arrives in anticipation for orders.
Okay. And so what happens to the blood after somebody in the emergency department takes it from the patient? Where does it go?
It gets tubed to the lab.
And fair to say that at Sejal Shah Hospital, they have a pneumatic tube system, correct?
Correct.
And that it goes to a separate laboratory.
Correct.
And once a physician then assesses a patient and determines what kinds of testing needs to be done on those samples, how do you communicate that to the laboratory?
So orders are put into a computer and they go through the computer to the lab.
And as you're treating a patient, is it oftentimes necessary to change the orders or order additional tests?
Yes.
And so in this particular case, blood and urine was collected from Lindsay Clancy upon her arrival, correct?
Correct.
And then sent to the lab?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going back to the imaging tests, you said that there were some CT scans that were ordered?
Correct.
What areas of the body were the CT scans for?
It was her entire body, her head, her neck, her chest, her abdomen, and her pelvis.
Now, as far as the CTs for her head, were there more than one CT test for the head?
I don't remember. I'd have to look at my record.
Well, what are the normal, or what are the options for CT head scans?
It's usually just a CT head plane, but you could also do a CT angiogram, depending on your concern for injury.
And do you recall which one you ordered here?
For a trauma one, it would be a plain CT head.
And why do you order that particular test?
Well, we're trying to assess for skull fractures, intracranial bleeding, things like that.
And when you say a plain CT, what's the exact order that's put in for that type of a CT?
CT head.
Okay, and are there CT heads with contrast?
There are.
And are there CT head scans without contrast?
Yes.
And approach the witness. Just gonna show you some documents, if that's okay.
Sure.
I apologize, there's a little series of pagination, so I'm just gonna draw your attention to this page that's black, if you could just take a look at it.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I'm just gonna flip to the next page as well. The next page is blank, but is this the extent of what you would have received as far as information regarding a head CT that was done without contrast?
Yes.
And I'm going to just draw your attention again to another flagged page here towards the end. It's actually 2 pages from the end of the document, if you could take a look at that. And does that reflect the report you would have received for the head CT ordered with contrast?
Yes.
And in addition to getting a report from imaging, you also receive some actual images, correct?
Yes.
And do you review those?
Yes.
In this particular circumstance, when it came to the patient of Lindsay Clancy, was there anything remarkable in either of those head CTs?
Not that I recall.
And in fact, the head CT with contrast indicated the impression was unremarkable. CTAF had no evidence intracranial aneurysm, arteriovenous malformation, or abrupt occlusion, correct?
Correct.
What does that mean?
It essentially means it's a normal study.
Now, as far as the other CT scans that were conducted, there were findings, remarkable findings on some of the others, correct?
Correct.
And what did they reflect in your experience as far as her injury goes?
From what I can recall, I know she had a thoracic spine injury.
And how about the CT that was done of the chest area?
I don't recall.
If I may approach. Thank you. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
And what was the extent of the result from the chest CT?
So it talks about her thoracic spine injuries.
Okay. Now, after reviewing all of the images, all of the CT scans that were done here, the cervical spine, the head CTs, the thoracic spine, what was the plan for this particular patient? Was she able to be treated further at Sejal Shah Hospital?
The decision was made by the team that her injuries were too severe to stay at Sejal Shah Hospital, and the decision was made to transfer her to a tertiary care center.
Were you able to stabilize her before transporting?
Yes.
Is that something that's important to make sure a patient is stable before sending them off in the ambulance or a helicopter?
Yes.
And so as far as this particular patient goes, are you aware of whether any surgical intervention had to be done before she was stabilized and transported?
I was not aware of any intervention being done.
And again, you had Dr. Carpio, who was also there to assess that.
Correct. We work as a team.
Kind of going back to those injuries on her neck and her wrist very briefly.
Too severe,
Can you
but
explain to
superficial.
us the difference between bleeding in maybe an artery or a vein and how that might present itself in an emergency situation?
Venous bleed would be a little bit slower, darker blood, and arterial bleed would be pulsatile and bright red.
And is it fair to say that when you strike either an artery or a vein that they're of different pressure systems, and so the manner in which the blood comes out is different?
Yes.
In either circumstance where an artery or a vein is struck or nicked or cut, would that be something that you'd have to stabilize for a patient in order to make sure that they don't bleed out?
Yes.
Was that done here?
It wasn't necessary.
Now, this particular patient at some point was noted to be, I think it was referred to as hypothermic.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall at what point in your treatment of her was that noted? Was it as she was coming into the emergency department, or did that develop while she was in the emergency department?
I don't recall.
What was the course of treatment for a low body temperature?
We placed something called a bear hugger on them, which is a warming blanket.
And can you explain to us what could cause a person's body temperature to drop to I think it was 82.1.
There are many reasons, but it could be a metabolic disarray or exposure.
In this circumstance, did you know what the source of the drop in the body temperature was for Ms. Clancy?
No.
And do you recall how long she was in the emergency department before she was transported approximately to the Brigham?
I think it was about 4 hours.
At this time, Your Honor, I would move to enter into evidence a copy of the South Shore Hospital medical records for Lindsay Clancy from January 24th, 23 as the next exhibit.
Is that by agreement? All right, that may be admitted. Or they may be admitted.
And I would also move to enter as the next exhibit a certified copy of imaging records from the South Shore Hospital for Lindsay Clancy from January 24th, 2023.
All right, it may be admitted.
So finally, Dr. McDonough, did this defendant receive surgery at South Shore Hospital?
Not that I'm aware.
Did you observe any cuts, abrasions, or blood on the area of her head?
No.
And based on your review of those findings on the CT scans, was there any noted injury from the head CTs that you could tell?
No.
And were you able, after using that bear hugger device, able to get her her core body temperature back up to normal?
I don't recall.
Did you ever observe those wounds that you observed on her neck or her wrists ever start bleeding actively again?
No.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Reddington.
Morning.
Morning.
So would you agree with me that when Lindsay was brought into the South Shore Hospital that she was unconscious?
I recall her eyes being open, but she was nonverbal.
Okay. So as an experienced emergency room doctor, can you tell me when someone's unconscious, what is that? What are the symptomology of it? What does that mean?
Usually means they're completely unresponsive with eyes closed.
Okay. Was she responsive?
Not verbally.
Was she responsive at all?
She was responsive to pain.
So that means that you would do something to cause pain, perhaps the bottom of the foot or whatever it is, to see if they have a reaction?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that when people even have very, very serious brain injuries, that they can respond to pain stimuli?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. So her eyes were open. Were her pupils equal and reactive to light?
I don't recall.
You don't recall. What does it mean with PERL, pupils equal reactive to light? What does that mean?
Exactly what you just said. It means her pupils are equal and reactive to light.
And as a doctor, what does that tell you?
Why is she being like
there's
that?
no significant neurologic injury.
And in this case, you don't recall if her pupils were equal or reactive to light?
I don't.
Okay. And that's when you take the little flashlight sometimes and you put it over the eye and see if there's constriction of the pupil.
Correct.
Did you do additional evaluations of her to see what her neurological function was?
She was pretty quickly intubated from what I recall. So after that, it would be difficult to assess her neurologically.
Sure. Was she on any pain medication, if you remember?
I don't remember.
You recall, did she have difficulty being intubated? I mean, would you agree with me that if you're not under some type of medication or sedation or unconscious, it hurts to be intubated, doesn't it?
We wouldn't intubate somebody without first giving them some induction medicines.
Okay. So what would the induction medicines be?
They're not universal.
Well, what
would depend on the
What are the
case.
induction medicines that you used on Lindsay Clancy?
I don't know. I'd have to refer to my record. And also, I wasn't the one who did the intubation.
So she was intubated, had the tube coming out of her mouth. She's laying on the table, and you are continuing an assessment. You were the lead doctor in the emergency room for Lindsay Clancy, right?
I wouldn't say I was the lead. I think the trauma surgeon and I worked together.
Right. Her temperature, her core body temperature was 82 degrees. Is that right?
If that's what the record states, then yes.
I'm sorry?
If that's what her medical record states, then
Well,
yes.
as you sit here, you don't know what her core body temperature was?
I saw her 3 years ago. I see about 200 patients a
I'm
month.
sure you're very busy, but this is a murder trial, doctor. Did you review your records and your notes?
I'm happy to look at my record if you bring it
Did
here.
you review
Thank
your
you.
records and notes before you came in here today to testify on this case?
Sir, I did, but I don't have a photographic memory.
Did she regain consciousness at all while she was in your emergency room?
No.
Can you tell me what CSF is?
Cerebrospinal fluid?
Yeah. Is that what that is?
But it could
CSF?
be. I'm not sure in what context you're referring to it.
Well, how about if there's a massive leakage of CSF from her nose? What does that tell you as a doctor?
It could mean that there's a skull fracture.
Did you notice any clear fluid coming from her nose?
I did not.
Is that something you would look for?
Yes.
How quickly do you get the results of the x-rays when you're in the emergency room?
Well, these were CT scans, but fairly quickly in a trauma.
I'm sorry, CT scans, x-rays. So you had CT scans that were able to show you the damage to her neck and upper chest. Is that right?
Yes.
And what did those CT scans show you?
Well, what I remember is a thoracic spine injury.
And when you say a thoracic spine injury, would you agree that top part of your neck, your throat area would be cervical, right?
Correct.
And that's when the numbers go C1, 2, or whatever they are. That would be the actual vertebrae in the cervical area of the upper body, correct?
Yes, the cervical spine.
Okay. And then below the cervical spine would be the thoracic spine. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the thoracic spine would be, and sometimes they're delineated as T1, T2, meaning thoracic 1, thoracic 2, all the way down to what, 5 or 6?
12.
I'm sorry?
12.
12. So when you looked at, and the lower portion would be the lumbar. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, when you looked at the CAT scans, did you determine the extent of the injury to the spinal cord?
I could determine the extent of the injury to the bony thoracic spine.
Okay, what was that?
I don't recall exactly the level. I would have to look at the report.
What does that mean? The level of the T?
Correct.
Was her cervical spine injured?
I don't recall. I'd have to look at the report.
Were you aware that her thyroid was crushed?
I don't recall.
Do you know that her cervical spine vertebrae was fractured, destroyed?
I don't recall.
Doesn't that control a person's breathing? Does that have anything to do with breathing?
It can.
What do you remember about looking at the damage to the spinal cord depicted on the CAT scan?
What sticks out most in my mind is her thoracic injury.
Okay, and what was the thoracic injury?
I don't recall the exact level.
What does it mean by effect level?
The exact level.
I'm sorry. Were you aware that there was a complete transection of the spinal cord on T5 and T6?
I'm sure I was aware at the time, yes.
Okay. And just, can you tell me what does it mean when it says a complete transection of the spinal cord at a particular, apparently that would be at thoracic 5 and thoracic 6, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean with a complete transection?
It means the bones are no longer one on top of the other. They're moved apart.
Were you aware that there was a significant edema noted in her chest?
If that's what the report says.
Okay, and what is edema?
Swelling.
And does it also refer to fluid?
It can.
Did it refer to fluid in this case?
I'm not sure. I would have to read the report.
So in addition to the edema that was noted, was there edema noted around C7, T1, T2, T3 to T4?
Again, I would have to have the report in front of me.
Real quick, she's acting as if she's an expert, not a treater. It's weird. It's really, really weird.
Yeah,
I
and
don't-
obviously the
doing it.
chat's reacting to that as well. I don't know. It was like at first, like as soon as she started testifying for the defense, I was like, is something what like and I was gonna give her like the benefit of the doubt for a second. I'm like, maybe I'm just like being overreactive to whatever she's got going on, but that face is a
It's
perfect
worse
cause.
than ego. It's like she's taking a position. She's a treating physician. She's not an expert for the state. Her demeanor is completely unnecessary, and I don't understand it.
Me neither.
Honestly, and she doesn't know shit. She apparently could answer all the Commonwealth's questions, but can't answer anything that the defense is asking.
And before
When
we
you
go
noted-
back, wait, sorry. Harder truth glass, sorry, I'm killing this, but whatever, says, is she permitted to be this way? LOL. I'm new to this. I mean, there's nothing that prevents her obviously from being this way, but as you're hearing all of us and seeing the chat respond, it's not a good look. Like you shouldn't be that way. But yeah, I mean, there's nothing that prevents witnesses from being any certain way. If it gets to the point where she's literally refusing to answer, which we haven't seen here, there is a method to treat her as a hostile witness, but that would only be if she was your own witness, because that
She's
allows
just combative unnecessarily. You know, I mean, it is what it is. She's acting as if she's an expert as opposed to a treating physician fact witness, and I don't get it.
who should be totally
Her
unbiased, right?
base temperature as being 82 degrees, what does that tell you as a doctor?
It means that her body temperature is lower than normal,
And what is normal?
98.6.
And if a person goes from 98.6 to 82 degrees before you place her in the bear hugger, what does that tell you? Does that affect the body at all?
Yes, the body works ideally at 98.6. So anything outside of that range, not ideal.
To what effect as a doctor? What effect, if any, on the body if a person has an 82 degrees base temperature?
The list of things that could go awry is quite long.
Can you give me an idea, maybe the top three?
She could have a metabolic derangement,
What's a metabolic derangement?
meaning her body wouldn't be processing things the way that it was before. Her cells are not working the way that they should because it's too cold.
Would you agree with me that when you were looking at the injuries to the wrist and to the both wrists, actually, you noted lacerations in the volar aspect of the wrist?
Yes,
What is a volar? What does that mean?
it's the anterior aspect of it.
Interior? Okay, thank you. Would you agree that
Make the
on
blood
both
flow
wrists
slower?
there was deep laceration?
I wouldn't characterize them as deep.
You would not?
Yeah, but you characterize them
And
as
when you made
superficial.
reference to her being transferred to a tertiary care center. What does that mean?
It means that it's a hospital that has more services and specialized care than we do at our hospital.
Now, when she was at the South Shore Hospital, counsel asked you about whether or not you noted any injuries to her head. You did not notice any bleeding or scrapes or bruises of that nature, right?
Not that I recall.
Did you notice any injuries to her lower body, her legs, her feet, let's say her feet or her buttocks?
I don't recall.
I mean, what did she do before she came to
At any
court?
time while she was at South Shore Hospital, did she have a cardiac arrest?
Not that I recall.
Do you know she had a cardiac arrest when brought to the Boston Hospital?
Did not know that.
How about blood? Was there any blood transfusion at South Shore Hospital Medical Center?
I don't recall.
Are you aware that she had a massive transfusion of blood once she hit Brigham and Women's?
No,
What does that tell you? Massive transfusion of blood. What does that mean?
Yeah, what does it?
I couldn't comment on why they gave it to her.
What? You don't know why someone needs that, medically speaking?
Were the police in the hospital when she was there with you?
I don't recall.
Was she chained to the bed by handcuffs?
I don't recall.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
You redirect?
Very briefly,
Wow.
Dr. McDonough, I'm just going to give you your notes, if that's okay.
Sure, thank you.
Oh, now she gets her notes.
You want to just take a look at it and then take your time and just look up when you're done.
You're not even telling her what she. I don't like that I understand that he doesn't want to object a lot, but this is ridiculous. She just handed her notes and said, look at them, look up when you're done, but didn't say what she's refreshing her recollection about, which is typically for those of you out there who are new to this. And so I appreciate that the comment that I read earlier, because it lets us remember that there are.
Wait a second. Don't pull that down. So, Mass Dad, I agree. I don't think any witness wants to be here in this trial. I think the takeaway is that there was a demeanor change between her testifying on direct and when she was being cross-examined, which to me is inexplicable. Meaning that I don't understand it because she's a fact witness. She was a treating physician. That was it. When you get an expert on there for either side, that's the kind of demeanor you'll see typically.
A lot of times, even though it's not right.
It's combative. It's combative a lot of times, even though as Ali says, it's not right, but you see it a lot because they're saying the opposite of what either side wants them to be saying. So naturally, that's where cross-examination. So while I agree that I'm sure she does not want to be there, I'm sure she'd rather be at work or at home, whatever, than sitting in this courtroom giving testimony. I think that the switch in her demeanor is unsettling.
Yes, and I want to comment on.
Okay.
No, sorry. I thought you were about to hit play.
Dude. All right. Go ahead.
No, finish.
I'm done.
Okay. So I just want to comment on two things. One, okay. I remember now. As Bob was just saying, like when she started testifying for the prosecution, and I was like keeping my comment in my head because I thought maybe I was being just like judgy and, like maybe I was like, wow, this woman's like really putting on like a very like pleasant. I almost felt like I know I'm on television. I'm going to be like very, I don't know, Swedish kind of thing. Like I was like, what is this the way she always talks? So to me, you're right. Like that shift is just inexplicable. It's insane. And then just to follow up on what I was saying when we first broke, for those of you who might be newer to trial watching, is that typically under the rules of court and the rules of evidence, not even typically, just you are not supposed to just start handing a witness documents. Now, if, for example, when this witness could not answer the questions that Reddington posed to her, he wanted to refresh her recollection with her records, he would have said, would it refresh your recollection to review your records? She would have said yes. He'd hand her the records. He'd say, look these over. When you're done, let me know, and then I'm going to take them from you. So it's bizarre that the prosecution just opens up their redirect with, I'm going to hand you these papers, look it over, and look up when you're done, without even telling her why she's looking at it, and there not being an evidentiary reason for this based on her questioning. So, and I'm also just noting that there's been several times where there's been like leading and things like that, where Reddington doesn't object, and there's a strategic reason for that. You just like, we've got nothing to say about any of this. But this kind of thing where she's just handing her a paper, sometimes I kind of wish he'd be like, what's happening right here? But he's not afraid of any of this. So
yeah, and I think that the reason that he didn't want to refresh her recollection is I wanted, like in my estimation, he wanted the jury to recognize that conveniently she was very up to date in terms of what the Commonwealth needed her to testify to in terms of reviewing things coming into trial. But when it came to anything that wasn't convenient for the Commonwealth's narrative of this case, she had no clue. And he wasn't going to give her the opportunity to be able to cure that herself, which is why when this gal stands up, it's the first thing that she does. I don't know that it's going to cure it. I mean, the jury saw what they saw. They saw her demeanor switch. She has no reason to be biased at all. She's a fact witness. She's a treating witness. That's it.
Right.
Period. End of conversation. She came off the way she came off. And you know, I mean, when you're talking about some pretty horrific injuries, it's pretty convenient that she wasn't knowledgeable as to any of them. The worst injuries that were sustained by Lindsay, this woman had no idea what they were and the severity of them. All right, let's keep rolling. Yeah.
No, I was just going to say a really good comment that I put up there was Nina Hart's. As a trauma nurse, I'm screaming at this testimony. This crushes the narrative that she didn't actually try to injure herself to me, meaning to Nina. Temp 82, severed spinal cord, Jesus. And then I'm just wondering, maybe as a trauma nurse, you know, would the cold, the drop in body temperature slow the blood flow to make less blood flowing from those injuries? I don't know the answer.
Let us know in chat.
Yeah.
So I just flip.
Okay. You need this
I
one.
just flip through the rest of them to see if that makes sense of the note that you had in the records.
I'm going to address this one time and one time when my wife, who I love more than anybody on the planet, interrupts me in the middle of a sentence. It irritates me. Period. End of conversation. It's not long lasting.
No.
It's not long lasting. So I don't think I was a knob, but you know, wait your turn. That's all. I love her.
I know.
Just wait your turn.
I got it. I'm working on it, babe.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, counsel asked you on cross-examination about pupils, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything notable, according to your now review of the notes, about Lindsay Clancy's pupils?
No.
So what did that tell you about her a possible head injury?
God, look
It
at her
just indicates
face.
that there's no obvious head injury or brain herniation.
Now, you indicated that she was somewhat unresponsive, but her eyes were open. She was nonverbal, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe her to be moving her arms around at various points?
She did move her arms on exam in response to painful stimuli.
And as far as the intubation goes, you're aware that she was in fact sedated in order to maintain intubation.
Again, I'm not certain of that because I was not the one who performed the intubation.
Okay. And you were asked about CSF. Having now kind of looked through your notes with your interaction with this patient, was there any note of cerebral spinal fluid, in either your assessment of them or your review of any of the CT results?
I didn't see any mention of that in my physical exam.
Now, as an emergency department physician, you're not treating all of these spinal injuries, correct?
Correct.
Your focus is to assess, stabilize, and get them where they need to go, right?
Correct.
And so that's what you did with Ms. Clancy.
Correct.
When the injuries that were described as a volar aspect, counsel mentioned that terminology to you, right?
Yes.
You've now in direct examination identified those injuries as superficial. What characteristics make you say superficial?
Because I wasn't able to visualize any active bleeding or muscle tissue or injury to tendons.
And is it fair to say that oftentimes patients that come into the emergency department might be, if they have some sort of injury to their spine, you don't want them to move, right?
Correct.
So they might be at some point kind of either put in soft restraints or restricted on the bed.
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Is there anything further? All right, thank you, Doc.
Thank you.
Good riddance.
The Commonwealth would call Rose Stoffers as a sex witness.
haven't read Patrick's complaint. Is there a count in that complaint wherein they're indicating that her treatment, her emergency care treatment made of exacerbated the injuries?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give and truth in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch yourself, please.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Hi, Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Rose Stoffers,
Could you spell your last name for the record?
Stoffers.
And how, what do you do for work?
I'm a sergeant on the state police in the crime scene services section.
And how long have you worked for the state police?
Since January of 2019.
Can you tell us a little bit about what the crime scene services section is of the Massachusetts State Police?
Sure. So we get called to all different kinds of crime scenes. Our main job is to document the scenes with photos and videos. We can also process evidence on scene, or we collect evidence and bring it back to our lab and we process it there. We're processing for fingerprints, and then we do fingerprint analysis, try to identify any fingerprints we find on the evidence.
And fair to say the state police crime scene services have labs across the state, right?
Correct.
And what office do you work at?
Right now I work out of the Boston office.
Going back to 2023, were you working out of the Lakeville office?
Yes.
And so fair to say the troopers that are out of that Lakeville office do respond to a lot of scenes here in Plymouth County?
Correct.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th, 2023. Do you recall being called out to the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth on that night?
Yes.
And do you recall approximately what time you arrived there?
I arrived at about 8:35 p.m.
Were you by yourself or were you with anyone else from the unit?
I was by myself. I met then Trooper Lawler there. He's from the Plymouth Detective Unit. And I also met the forensic scientist there.
And can you explain to the jurors a little bit about that relationship that you as a trooper have with forensic scientists that work for the lab?
The forensic scientists are civilians who work for the lab, but they will come out to scenes as well. They do mostly testing of like biological evidence that we don't do. So we work closely with them both at scenes, and they share our office in Lakeville.
And fair to say that they're actually part of a different unit with the State Police Crime Lab called the Crime Scene Response Unit.
Correct.
But oftentimes is it the case that when you're responding to serious crime scenes like this one, that you're working in tandem with a forensic scientist from that unit?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so in this circumstance, you indicated that Maureen Hartnett also was at the South Shore Hospital with you?
Yes.
When you got to the South Shore Hospital, what was the purpose for you being called out there? What were you asked to do?
So my instructions were to document the defendant, any injuries that she had. Forensic scientist Hartnett was going to be taking swabs, and anytime they take swabs, we have to document the areas in which they swab.
So when you got to the South Shore Hospital, do you remember where you went in the hospital?
Yeah, I went to one of the trauma rooms in the emergency department.
Okay. And so were you able to make observations of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And do you see Lindsay Clancy in the courtroom?
Yes.
All right. Record may reflect the identification.
Thank you. What were your observations of her when you saw her?
She was covered in like blankets and like heating devices, and she had a neck collar on. So when I first walked in the room, I couldn't see anything on her body because she was under the blanket other than like the neck brace and her face.
May I approach?
You may.
Show you a photograph. Is that a fair and accurate representation of how you observed Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
So this is the next exhibit, please.
Any objection?
I have no objection to any of the photographs.
Yes.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 140. Sergeants, first I'm just showing you now what's been marked as exhibit 140. Can you see that from where you're sitting?
Yes.
And so this blanket, that's how you observed her in the trauma room?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you and other medical staff remove the blanket to document injuries?
We didn't remove the blanket, but we did remove her arms out from underneath the blanket.
Okay. And so were you able to do that on your own, or did you need assistance?
I needed assistance.
And why did you need assistance?
When I first attempted to pull out her right arm, she was uncooperative and pulling it back and fighting against us a little.
So did you enlist the help of the nurses to help you to remove her arm from the blanket?
Yes.
Were you able to make any observations of kind of the temperature in the room at the time that you got in there?
Yes, it was very hot in the room.
Okay. And that blanket that you observed, were you aware that blanket was to kind of bring her body temperature up?
Yes.
When you were able to view her arms, when you first saw them, did they have anything on them?
There was a red-brown stain on her hands, and there was gauze on like her wrist area.
Did you enlist the help of the medical staff to remove the gauze?
Yes.
And why was that?
To document any injuries that might have been underneath.
And were you able to observe injuries?
Yes.
In addition to, strike that. The injuries that you observed or the areas of the body that you documented, what were they?
I documented, I took that first overall photo of her. I took a close-up of her face and the neck area that I could see. I documented both her hands, both sides of them, her wrist area underneath where the gauze was, and then the nurses assisted in opening up the neck brace, and I took photos of her neck as well.
Okay. And in addition to documenting the defendant herself, did you document any other items that were at the Sejal Shah Hospital that evening?
Yes, I documented any personal belongings that were brought in with her.
And so you're aware that they removed clothing from her?
Yes.
And so you documented the clothing?
Correct.
And that she had 2 rings?
Yes.
And that you photographed those rings?
Yes.
And you're aware Trooper Lawler had retained those items?
I'm not sure who retained them from there.
Okay. But your role was just to document them?
Correct. I didn't take anything.
Okay. In regards to this particular case, well, go back for 1 second. In the crime lab, how does your unit or how do you identify particular cases that you work on?
As in like being called out to something?
Well, is there a way that you, once you get called out to a case and do work on a case, is there a way to track what you did with each case by some sort of case number or lab number?
Yes, we have a case number associated with it.
And as far as lab numbers go, you're aware that the crime lab follows pieces of evidence using the same lab number?
Yes, that's correct.
And does that track items that go through your system?
Yes, so our lab number goes into a computer system and it tracks everything. It keeps every report written on that case. It tracks the custody logs. It tracks every piece of evidence that's been involved in the case.
If it helps you, there's no issue as to chain of custody or foundation or anything like that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Other than going out to the Sejal Shah Hospital on January 24th, do you recall being called out to another location later in relation to the same lab number?
Yes.
And that would have been on January 6th, 2023?
February 6th.
Or, excuse me, February 6th, thank you. So where did you go?
I was called to the Plymouth Detective Unit's office in Brockton.
And did you meet or speak with one of the troopers from that office?
Yes, I did. Trooper Rabbit.
Trooper Rabbit. And what did he ask you to do on that day?
He asked me to photograph a bag of medication and some documents that were inside that bag that had been brought to their office.
Okay. And did you do anything else with the items that Trooper Rabbit had in his possession on February 6th?
No, I just photographed them and left them with them.
Okay. And again, is that something that your unit sometimes is called out to do?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further.
Attorney Reddington?
So, is it trooper? Are you a chemist or?
Sergeant.
Sergeant, sorry. Sergeant, you had a search warrant apparently when you went into the house, I guess, with Trooper Rabbit?
I didn't go into the house.
Oh, so he just gave you the bag. In other words, you didn't go in the house and take pictures of any of the rooms or anything like that?
No, the bag was at their office when I went to their office.
Oh, okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything further, Attorney Buckingham?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Can we approach?
Yeah, please.
All right. So I had marked this comment here. I'm not going to speak for anybody else, but in terms of the way that I kind of look at it with respect to, damn it, I lost the comment. I think it was Lisa.
So I'm going to ask you to go back. We'll get you back in here in a short while. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise. Sir, please close the notebooks. This among your bed.
All right, so they're taking a short break. We have a bit of blooping time, which is one of the advantages to us pausing occasionally. So people are like, why are you pausing? If you don't like pausing and commentary, go watch on Law and Crime or Court TV. This is a commentary channel. So I haven't seen anybody complaining, but there inevitably is going to be somebody complaining, saying, start the trial. If you want no pause game, no commentary, we're not the spot for you. I mean, we keep it to a minimum because we want to keep the flow of the testimony going, but we also want to give you our thoughts as well. So we do have blooping time, which is the advantage, meaning I can fast forward past the break. But I saw this comment from Lisa about the bows. And again, I'm not speaking on behalf of anyone else other than myself. Everything that a lawyer does, a trial lawyer does in that courtroom is strategic in terms of how they dress, their demeanor, how they're acting. Are they going at a witness hard? Are they going with kid gloves? All those things are premeditated and thought about. In my view, and I don't care if it's a trend on TikTok or not, because I don't give a fuck about trends. They're stupid. I have so many, like my kid, I'm hearing about trends. I digress. I think I'm not going to get on that tangent. To me, I think that most of us as adults, when we think about bows, we think about bows in children's hair, little girls' hair. So I think that it's a move, a specific move by both of these prosecutors, who I think they've both worn bows. I don't know if it's just one of them that's wearing a bow. Either way, it's a constant reminder of the kids, that whether it's even subconsciously. I'm just telling you, if somebody can find a picture of this prosecutor from any other time, when she's out in the world and she's wearing a big old bow, I'll eat my words. If not, that's why I think she's wearing the bow. Looks like we're going to get some argument here.
Jurors, is actually the call on this court's in session. Please be seated.
All right, so we'll be in recess on this matter at this time. Thank you.
Guess not.
Court, all rise.
I don't understand this. Go back and look at day one. It's not strategic and it's a little rude. What, the bow? It is strategic. I disagree with you, Jay, man. It just doesn't have to be every day. Every day is over the top. We'll have to agree to disagree. All right, let's see how much blooping we have. I've got enough to use a slider, so that's a fair amount. Lengthy break.
Yeah, let's go to some comments.
All right, fire them up.
So there was one more before well, we also have Lizzie, your DI, and Lisa, who are new members. So what do they get?
Oh, family hug. That's what they get.
Yeah.
Are any of the kids up?
Cam has tried. The dog went in there. I started to close the door.
No.
And
it's time for one of our children to bring their dog for a walk. That will make him happy. He won't bark anymore. I promise.
All right. So Red Kelly said group hug from Australia. Thank you. Everybody needed that, I'm sure. Julie Jensen says, good morning, Bob and chat. That's when just you were here. Family hugs. Take breaks if you need them during this heartbreaking trial. Yes.
Indeed.
And then Psychosaurus Rex, or no, Akiki said, Psychosaurus Rex, my main emotion is annoyance and confusion that people think if you correct inaccurate information, you are defending or excusing murder. And
are you talking about on Twitter? Yeah.
Well, whatever. So my point is I highlighted this because I just want to circle back that Bob and I are going to do on the next trial off day, this mental health awareness day. And that will be a safe space where no one's going to be misconstruing anyone's emotion or statements or anything for defending or excusing murder. So keep an eye out for that, Akiki.
Yeah, let me and look, I deal with that all the time. I mean, obviously, we're defense attorneys. I actually firmly believe that there's wrongful convictions in this world that happen. I believe that defendants occasionally don't get fair trials, and which means that they get another trial. I also believe that there's people that have been convicted that are factually innocent. So you can have factually innocent, they deserve a fair trial, and they deserve a new trial, or you can just have people that may be guilty, but they didn't get a fair trial who still deserve a fair trial. And, if the victims in those cases are children, then I'm supporting a child murder, which is absurd and ridiculous. I usually don't give that the oxygen that people are trying to get from me to give them in order to get into the argument. If people don't care about due process in this country and fair trials, I can't help them because they're not going to come over here and watch and learn. They're going to be who they're going to be. They're going to be government simps that don't care about the Constitution, that don't care about our rights. So, you got to have, we have thick skin as defense attorneys. We took so much shit that you just develop it. We have very, very thick skin. It's like, it takes a lot. It takes a lot to get to me. Like if you fuck with my wife or my kids, then you're going to have a problem.
It's kind of easy, actually.
It's not going to be in words. I'm going to find you and we're going to have a conversation in person. That's what it'll be. Just mind your business when it comes.
That's easy. So if you want to get to them, you know what to do because that don't take much. So Amy asked, can Lindsay sit out of these parts and would it be a bad idea? So typically if a defendant is asking to sit out, you're going to have the prosecution arguing that they shouldn't be allowed to. Obviously, they have a right to be present throughout the whole trial, but a judge can excuse them. In this situation, considering that Lindsay sat through what I still assume, because I did not watch, because I did not think it was important. I know, Bob, you were watching, and I watched parts of it, but it was just too much. Was the day of all the first responders and, talking about all of that. She sat through that. She should sit through this, and I think you risk them being like, I don't know, it could go either way. You could have some jurors being like, you should have to, whether you were legally responsible or not, this was what you did. And, now you're going to have to sit through the pain of hearing about it. So, that's.
Nosy Rosie says, Bob, it doesn't take much to get to you. LOL. We mess with you. Yeah, but that's not getting to me. Like if I'm responding, if you're giving me shit and I'm giving you shit back, it's not getting to me. Like I'm talking about where
you've been got. Okay.
What gets to me, and I want to explain the interrupting thing. I
was going to say cutting him off. That'll get him.
And it doesn't get to me. People cannot hear two people on YouTube speaking at the same time. It's a fact. So like it's just like it's one of, and I always want to hear my wife. My wife is absolutely brilliant, but it's a dance, much like on a podcast. If two people are talking at the same time, you can't hear either of those people. So when Allie and I started doing podcasts together, if you go back and listen to Valo, I'd be in the middle of the sentence and she just fire in with some brilliant thing she's saying. And I'm like, they can't.
Then
It's
we'd
like
have to
court
pause.
reporter in a court of law will tell you only one can speak at a time because I can't hear both of you when you speak at the same time. So it's just a timing thing. And Allie, I'm very good at not interrupting her.
I'm not
She's
so
not
good.
so great. She's not so great.
Not
But
so
it's
great.
not that I don't want to hear her. I always want to hear her. Everything that comes out of her mouth is worth listening to. So, but it's like, and people are like, why are you being mean? I'm like, I'm not being mean. I'm getting frustrated because it's a conversation we have off pod. I'm like, can you just wait your turn? I'm always going to leave a gap. But she gets excited. She's excitable.
I'm excitable.
She-
at Nurse Mandy says, Doctor, okay, I get it now. I was like, IDGAF. I
don't give a fuck.
Got it.
Yeah.
Is infuriating. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I think we went over. So Nina had answered my question. Absolutely would slow the bleeding when I asked about the body temperature reducing. Vessels constrict to the periphery and shut blood to your core in hypothermic state. So thanks for getting back to me. Nina was our emergency or trauma nurse. So thanks for that.
All right,
Meghan
wait,
also-
hold on, babe. Let me real quick. I want to show people. All right, so Allie has been talking about this live that we're going to be doing hopefully this week. Our mental health awareness live that we're going to be doing. It's going to blow your minds. The amount of emails, and I have gotten everybody's email, I promise. And I've read all of them. Your stories blow my mind, and the power in terms of these stories being told, in terms of real people with real stories about their battles personally or with loved ones with mental health and mental illness are unbelievable. It's going to blow your mind. I have very, 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 very strong words about hysterical. I think it's completely a misogynistic word that, without question, I rarely use it, only if I'm. All right, so I'm bringing this up because it's in relation, and I'm going to go right back to the trial. We're not going to miss a thing. So, if you're not familiar with the community page, so this is our channel, right? Okay, and in this community page, I post things, and the reason I'm showing you this, so you click on that. All right, now I'm going to go to my posts. Okay. All right, and this is the post, and I'm surprised that it's only got 164.
You can't blow it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna open it up. I should be able to. Oh, got to click the right part. All right, so that yeah, I should be able to blow it up here. Okay, so 164 likes on this is insane. We have 70,000 subs. I realize that probably a portion of them are inactive. So, but the reason this is where I'm talking about the live. This is where I'm talking about you're going to have the opportunity to come on the live if you want. If you want to have no video going and you just want your voice, absolutely perfect. If you want to have your voice and your video, absolutely perfect. If you want to write an email and have Allie or I read it, wonderful. I personally feel that your stories told in your voice is more powerful. Even though I'm a pretty good narrator, and so is my wife, there's nothing more powerful than hearing it from the person themselves. But notwithstanding that
link, right?
So exactly, which is the point of me bringing it up. If you come to our community page, that link right there, that SpeakPipe is awesome. It's a website. I'm going to click on it real quick. It's that simple.
Didn't open for us, babe.
I'm
sorry.
All right. So I clicked on it and it went right to this. Okay. All you have to do is have a device, whether it's a computer, whether it's your phone. You click on that start recording. That's it. And it'll come via email to us. If you want it to be anonymous, you have it be anonymous. If you want to state your name, you state your name. There is no limit on how long you go. I put zero limit on it, so it's not like you have to rush through your story. If it takes you 10 minutes, 15 minutes to tell your story, have at it. We're here for all of it. I have said it. This live is so important to me in terms of the importance of mental health awareness, because that's why this case matters so much. That's why this case is so important. Allie and I talk about mental health and the criminal justice system and the interplay of those two things all the time, and have been since we started this channel.
And
so it's very, very
lawyers too.
Yeah.
And I just want to say the other thing about that, sorry, babe.
No,
you were going to
I'm
say,
good.
okay, is that the defense attorney, Reddington, he had initially in pre-trial proceedings asked the court if he could call some of the people as lay witnesses to tell their stories that they have been sending him their emails about experiencing these side effects from these medications and what the side effects were. And the judge was like, no, we're not going to do that. So it also has the secondary effect of, the community support is really what it's all about, but also bringing that piece to the trial that the defense wasn't able to bring.
Yeah, for sure.
So, and then while we're still on break, babe, if hopefully we have time, can you pull up the, I'll grab it because see if I can grab it. I'm going to try to pull up the.
I've got it. I've already got it. Keep an eye on the trial though, because it's like it's on Adobe, so I've got to shrink it down.
Well, just read the part. All I want you to do is read the very limited part that deals with the ability to conform your conduct. I think it's in like a secondary part of it, or not in the very beginning. And then I'm going to go to so while he's looking for that, Rosemary Scapiccio, and if you're familiar with following any Massachusetts cases or trial watching, she is a renowned, badass Massachusetts criminal defense attorney who could not take this case on, but did get involved to write Lindsay Clancy's civil complaint against all of her doctors for negligence in treating her and with all the prescriptions that they gave her. So I'm going to read to you what she said and how it fits into this definition of the criminal responsibility statute. Now, what did I do with this? What did I do with the... Oh, got it. Okay.
So weird that it disappears. It's like on the second screen when I have it up over there. I don't get it. It's a mystery. All right. Okay. All right. You ready for me to pull? I'm going to pull it up.
All right. I'm not watching the trial, but I will.
It's going to be quick anyway.
Yeah.
All right. So this is the jury instruction, pattern jury instruction for lack of criminal responsibility, which is the heart of this trial. All right. And if you haven't, I know other lawyers and law tubers have done it, but we did it first. Like 15 to it's like people, you know what? Like we deserve having 5,000 people in chat. And I'm done being shy about saying it. I know what we're putting out there, and what we put out there is pretty good. It's pretty informative. So at any rate.
All right, wait. So it's to establish. So there's the first part is to establish that. Nope, stay right where you were.
Well, here, why don't we start right there? The Commonwealth may be to. Why don't we start there? You want me to skip that they can meet
I
their
just
burden
wanted
in
to
two
go
ways?
on the thing that I'm talking about. All right. So
okay.
First they have to establish there's a mental disease or defect, and then they have to prove whether the defendant was criminally responsible. So one way is to establish that the defendant had the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of the criminality of their conduct. That's not as much of an issue in this case. Now scroll down, babe. So that's that they knew the difference between right or wrong. But this is really where this case lies. And it's this aspect of it, because a lot of states don't have this. Most of us, like Illinois, for example, we only have whether you knew the difference between right or wrong. If you knew the difference between right or wrong, then that's it. You're sane, you're legally criminally responsible. But that Massachusetts and some other states have this second prong to establish the defendant had the substantial capacity to conform their conduct to the law's requirements. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any mental disease or defect that may have existed at the time of the alleged offense did not deprive the defendant of their ability to behave as the law requires. That is, to obey the law. So now take that down and share back the courtroom, and I'm going to pull this up just so you're kind of watching that. Yeah. And then, so in that regard, this is what was alleged in I don't see the trial down there.
I've got it, babe. Don't worry.
Okay.
Read what you're going to read.
Oh, I do see it. Okay. Sorry, babe. Sorry.
That's okay, hon.
All right. So, and this deals with specifically getting to January 24th. So it talks about how she woke up. She had these suicidal thoughts that when when Patrick left, she started hearing the voices. She started hearing the voices earlier on. You should harm the children. But as soon as Patrick left, and these are the important allegations right here, to pick up the food, there was a loud, demanding, repetitious voice. This is your last chance. Kill the children so you can kill yourself. This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself. Lindsay felt a force come over her. Lindsay experienced command auditory hallucinations. A demanding, powerful male voice explicitly ordered her. She felt an overwhelming, irresistible compulsion to comply, entering a dissociative, quote, dreamlike state where her physical actions felt utterly disconnected from her conscious volition. She perceived her body was just acting, and she was merely watching herself do it. She reported she had, quote, no choice but to follow these compelling directives. Lindsay described, I lost control.
They're back. Sorry to interrupt.
Real quick. My body started acting without any control on my part. I was just following commands. All action. This voice demanded action. So that's it. You can put it back up. And so remember, in this case, this is not about, did she know the difference between right or wrong? It was, did she have the ability to conform her behavior? Was she compelled to act? Could she control herself from doing it?
Right. And we do not have that as an available option in the state of Illinois if you were to bring a lack of criminal responsibility defense. It used to be that way, but it's not anymore. Like that's kind of an old timey type of ability to be able to come with, I couldn't comport my behavior to the requirements of the law because of a mental defect or disease. And like, I wanted to throw this out in chat because I don't know if I had the thought or if I read it somewhere. What if Lindsay thought that was God speaking to her? Because of the loud male commanding voice, not to insinuate that the God's a man.
Because if Bob and I were deciding that there was a God and that what God was, it would most assuredly be a female.
100%.
I mean, who brings life?
But it's a thought. It's a thought.
And we've had this discussion, Bob and I, in an actual case
right.
where legal insanity was an issue. It was a case I was handling on appeal, but because Illinois, it has to be the difference between right and wrong. The question began, is it wrong if God tells you to do it? Does a person think it's wrong, even if they know that under the law of the people or earth, whatever you want to say, it's illegal? Can it be wrong if God's telling you to do it?
Right, because I don't subscribe to the concept that it was a demon, because only because of the concept that I don't know that you would listen to a demon.
No,
but with the mental disease or defect, I like that. That's what we're all going to be learning when the experts come on in terms of psychosis and how it operates.
Right. And Bob's not suggesting it could have possibly been God. Bob's just suggesting, what if?
I'm talking about in her mind.
Right. Thought it was.
What? Did you feel like you needed to?
Well, when Rexy says probably a demon, not God, I think Rexy's being literal, that if the voice was an external being, it would have been a demon and not God. Which
I'm talking about
demons.
her mental illness. So I didn't think it needed to be spelled out. So whatever was going on in her mind wasn't really happening.
Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bloop.
Yeah.
Until the jury comes in, and then we got a witness on the stand.
I mean, all right. She's eating up our blooping.
There you go.
Eating it right up.
Jurors.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you. Commonwealth, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, Commonwealth would call Rachelle Amede.
It changes the analysis for just the reason I just said. When you're talking about legally knowing the difference, insanity and knowing the difference between right and wrong, if you think God is directing you to do something, can you also think it is then wrong? That's
and it's a matter of
theological. That's right.
It's a matter of compliance.
That's true as well. Yeah. Sort of a theological / legal mind.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Inquire?
Yes, counsel, please.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good
Morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Rachelle Amede.
Do you mind spelling your first name for the record?
Rachelle. Last name is Amede.
Thank you. And how are you employed? What do you do for work?
I'm a nurse at Brigham and Women's Hospital, the trauma surgical ICU.
How long have you been a nurse?
Almost 27 years.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in nursing from Salem State University.
And how long have you worked at Brigham and Women's?
20 years this week.
And which unit did you say you worked in?
The trauma surgical ICU.
How long have you worked in that unit at Brigham?
8 years.
Going back to January of 2023, were you working in that same unit?
Yes.
And what was the shift that you normally worked?
I work the night shift, which is 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
And what was your schedule like for any given week? Did you work back-to-back shifts or?
I can sometimes work back-to-back shifts.
Okay, but you always worked the night shift?
The night shift.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient that you had some interaction with in January of 2023, and that was Lindsay Clancy. Do you recall treating her?
Yes.
And was she in that trauma surgical intensive care unit?
Yes.
Do you remember the first time you interacted with her?
Yes, I got her.
And would that have been on the first night she was there on January 24th?
Yes.
How did she come to your unit? at the Brigham?
She came from the emergency room, went to MRI, then came to the ICU to me.
And were you aware that she had been seen at a local hospital?
Yes.
In Weymouth, the South Shore Hospital?
South Shore.
While you were treating her on that first night, were you the main nurse assigned to her care?
Yes.
And what were your responsibilities as the nurse assigned to her care on that first night?
First night, she was intubated, came to me intubated. We had to maintain her blood pressure at a certain number, just care, regular nursing care.
Okay, and were you aware that she was on what's called a 1-to-1?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means patient usually can't be left alone, and also depending, you always have to have somebody outside the room to monitor the patient.
And is that because that patient has been identified as a potential suicide risk?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on that, the 24th into the early morning hours of the 25th, was there a particular event that you were witness to for this particular patient?
She coded.
What does that mean?
Means her blood pressure dropped for her. It meant her blood pressure dropped and it wasn't sustainable with life.
So what did you do when her blood pressure fell and she coded?
We started CPR, we did compressions.
And this event occurred approximately at 3:30 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
Was she eventually stabilized after that code?
She was.
And did they do something as far as intervention to try to maintain her blood pressure?
We increased her pressors. We added 2 more pressors. She was already on 2. They placed chest tubes in, started what we call a massive blood transfusion protocol.
And did this all occur in the trauma surgical intensive care unit, or did she have to be taken to a different unit?
No, it all occurred in her room.
And other than medical staff that was treating her that particular night, did you observe anybody else present?
She had 2 police officers outside the room.
Okay, and so did they remain outside the room for the duration?
Always outside the room, yes.
As far as your interaction with the patient on that particular night shift, was she responsive at all during the time that you saw her?
No.
And with intubation, you mentioned she was intubated. Is a patient often sedated in order to maintain intubation?
Yes.
Why is that?
Helps them not fight the vent, breathe better, and make sure that they're comfortable.
And what does sedation do to an individual?
You're calmer, you're sleeping.
Makes them more relaxed?
Relaxed, yeah.
Other than that night, that first night, the 24th into the 25th, did you have the occasion to treat this patient at other points within that week?
Yes, I have.
And I'm going to draw your attention to January 26th of 2023. Do you recall interacting with her on that day?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that on the 26th, she was still intubated?
She was.
And under sedation?
Yes.
Well, during this time period on the 26th, was she arousable, meaning could you initiate some communication with her?
Some, yes.
And were you able to kind of give her commands in order to care for her that she was able to follow?
Yes.
And when I say able to follow, obviously...
Simple, commands.
What kinds of
can you
commands?
squeeze my hand? Can you wiggle your toes? Just basic neuro check to just make sure she's alert and she's able to follow, understand what you're saying to her.
And for this particular patient, you're aware that she presented with a spinal injury, correct?
Correct.
And so movement of the lower extremities was not something that she did?
Correct.
But did you observe her to move her head around and move her arms around?
Yes.
Now, you also had the occasion to treat her in the overnight shift of January 28th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And during that time, she was also still intubated?
I believe so. I'm not sure. I've had her both intubated and
okay. while she was still intubated, did you have a system that you could use to communicate with her?
Yes, board. We have a whiteboard or clipboard that sometimes patients can write on.
Did you observe her to utilize that whiteboard to write on it?
Yes.
And at this point, when she's writing on the board, her eyes are open and she's responsive.
Yes.
And she's able to tell you how she's feeling, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say she used that whiteboard to tell you she was confused and that she couldn't feel her lower extremities.
Yes.
And do you recall her complaining of having pain?
I don't recall.
During this time period on the 28th, do you recall whether the patient was placed into
I
restraints?
was literally
Yes.
thinking the same
And why
thing.
was that?
Hey, it's Ariel.
We restrain all patients that are intubated for safety,
And why?
so they don't pull out the tube or pull out any lines that they have.
Okay, and so as they're not at that level of sedation anymore where they're just completely asleep, there is danger that they could move and cause damage to
Medical equipment out of the way.
Okay. And so in this case, as far as the restraints go, fair to say that they were soft restraints.
Soft, yeah.
And what does that look like for a patient?
Meaning?
Well, like how do you, what is a soft
restraint? It's like, maybe I would say a cushion restraint.
Sorry, I don't know what happened.
And then it's tied to the sides of the bed.
It's me, obviously.
So it's all the way around your wrist.
Okay. At some point by the end of that shift, you recall that she was extubated.
Yes.
Can you tell us what extubation is?
That means you remove the tube. You usually stop all sedation.
And were you able to make observations of the patient once she was extubated?
Yes.
Did her presentation change at all from your previous interactions with her?
No.
Did you have the occasion to treat her again on January 30th?
Yes.
And again, at that point, she has already been extubated. And are you able to then make an assessment of her without the tube in about her orientation and her alertness?
Yes.
Is that something that you kind of do each and every shift?
Every shift, yeah.
Was she still on sedation medication at that time?
No.
And what was your observations of the patient's demeanor now that she's extubated?
She's flat, no emotion either way.
And is that fairly consistent with what your observations were of her during the course of your time treating her?
Yes.
How about being alert and oriented? Did you observe her to be alert and oriented?
She was.
And did you observe her to identify sleep as an ongoing issue?
Yes.
And so as part of the plan for treating her, did you address the sleep?
Yes.
And how did you guys address sleep?
The plan was to start the first sleeping medication for her. I don't remember exactly which one, and then wait a couple hours, see if it worked, and if not, try another medication.
Okay, and this actually occurred over the course of a few days.
A few days, yeah.
During the time when you observed her to be flat, as far as her affect goes, did you also observe her to be cooperative?
Yes.
Meaning she followed your directions?
Yes.
Did you treat her, or were you the overnight nurse for her on February 2nd? Do you recall?
Yes.
On this particular night, February 2nd, do you remember her making a particular request of you or ask you for something specific?
I think that was the night she wanted to reach out to her lawyer.
And did you note that in your nursing notes?
Yes.
And why did you note that particular request?
Objection.
Can I see counsel?
Yeah, I mean, what's the relevance of why she noted it? I mean, I'd be surprised if they let her, I mean, unless she's going to say it's very unusual that a patient ask for a lawyer, but still that's more prejudicial than probative. It's very unusual. I mean, how many people are in there after having just,
I'm
unalived?
curious. Yeah, I'm curious if there's going to be testimony put on by the state. I'm assuming no. If Lindsay was telling any of the medical providers that she wanted to die.
Counsel, go ahead.
Thank you. So on this particular night, the 2nd, she made a request of you for her lawyer,
Letting it
correct?
in.
Yes.
Was that something she had asked you before?
No.
And so did you think it was something worth noting?
Yes.
Why would you note something like that?
Because that was the first time she referred to anything going on with the case. So
Okay, and so you had the occasion after she was extubated to have some casual conversation with her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this was not a conversation you'd had before?
No.
We'll pause it real
What did you
quick.
do when she made that request? What was your response?
So it sounds like the reason the judge allowed it in is because they're saying this is the first thing she ever said, meaning she didn't ask how the children were. She didn't say anything about the kids. That the very first thing she said was asked for a lawyer. At least that's what I'm getting. Implication. We'll see if either side follows up on it.
I sent what we call a consult to the social worker in order to coordinate reaching out to her lawyer.
Okay. In any of the shifts that you had been caring for this particular patient, did you see anyone besides medical staff and the law enforcement that were outside of the room come in and speak with her?
No.
Were you aware that she was not to have visitors?
Yes. I was told the first night.
And is that something that you've seen before in your work as a nurse when there are police on site?
Yes.
Were you present at one point when some troopers came in to take photographs of her?
Yes.
And were you in the room when they took the photographs?
Yes.
Do you recall assisting them in viewing the injuries to her wrists and her neck?
I don't know if I don't remember assisting.
Yeah, sounds like the
You were
cop
present.
I was
did it.
present, like in the room with her.
And
Wait, so NMB, this is her sister-in-law? Wow. I didn't see that. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm sure. It's no easy task being a witness in a trial, especially a trial like this.
Yeah.
fair to say your contact ended with this patient on February 3rd when she was transferred off of the trauma surgical ICU unit?
Yes.
So, one moment.
Sure.
Now, you were not the only nurse to treat her on the night shift, correct?
Correct.
So on days that you didn't work, another nurse treated her.
Exactly.
And were you familiar with the nurse who was generally assigned to treat her during the day?
Yes.
And who was that?
Meghan Collins.
Meghan Collins. And is it fair to say that with the law enforcement presence and this patient's particular situation, the amount of medical staff that were treating her on a regular basis was fairly limited?
Correct.
Meaning it was the same
Yes.
people all the time?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Attorney Reddington.
Morning.
Sorry, Shauna. Hope you're doing all right.
First of all, you have the certified.
Oh,
copies
my
of the
God,
records
yeah.
of Brigham and Women's Hospital. I'd like to have these.
All right. Commonwealth, any objection?
I hope it's positive that you're here, that you're winning.
Hey, bring it
Have those on
bring
a
it
disc.
back
I was
one
going to put the
second.
disc in instead of all the.
10
Can't
seconds.
really hear him anyway.
Thank you.
All right. Attorney Reddington.
Morning.
Morning.
So first of all, you have the certified copies of the records from Brigham and Women's Hospital. I'd like to have these.
All right. Commonwealth, any objection?
I actually have those on a disc. I was going to put the disc in instead of all the paper.
Why don't we put both in?
Sure.
We could do A and B.
Sounds like the Commonwealth forgot to put them in now.
Thank you. Now let's talk about a lawyer first, since that was the last that they asked you about. And correct me if I'm wrong on any of these dates or facts. She was admitted on the 24th of January. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you have a memory as to approximately what time was it in the evening?
Well, she got to the ICU, it was around 3.
Okay.
Was she
You're
cuffed
very
at some point?
soft-spoken.
Sorry.
If you can just keep your voice up so all the jurors can hear you.
She got to the ICU around 3 a.m.
Thank you. And she came by med flight?
She came to me from MRI.
And MRI obviously would be when you're taking the pictures.
Picture, yeah.
And that would be on the 24th of January in the early morning hours, correct?
I think it went into the 25th.
Into the 25th?
I think so.
It was an accident.
Counsel asked you about the whiteboard that she would write on. And I think it was, again, if I'm wrong, correct me, was it January 28th that she used for the first time the whiteboard to communicate?
Yes.
And the whiteboard basically is just a whiteboard, and, and you write on it.
Erasable.
And she was not able to speak because she was intubated, right?
Yes.
And she was in the restraints that you've described as well, right?
Right.
Moving forward, January 28, 29, 30, into February 1st, February 2nd. It was on February 2nd that counsel asked you about her asking to reach out to her lawyer, correct?
Yes.
And do you know who her lawyer was at that time?
No.
Had you seen him before?
No.
Did you know, is his name Attorney Gelb?
No.
Make any reference to you?
No.
Do you know that whether or not she had conversation with Attorney Gelb regarding her status as being under arrest by the numerous police that were guarding the room?
I don't.
Do you know whether or not she was ever able to talk to Attorney Gelb, or did you refer her to the social worker people?
I put in a consult for the social worker.
Okay, thank you. When she was admitted on the 24th, would you agree that she was in the state of cardiac arrest shortly thereafter?
Shortly after arriving to me.
So I'm looking at the medical records that have been introduced for the jurors, and I'm referencing on page 18, if I may. Now, this is one page of 400 pages of medical records.
Can you see that?
But
All right, here we go.
looking at this, does it indicate it's an SICU course?
Surgical ICU.
I'm sorry?
Surgical ICU.
Okay. And that makes reference to the fact that shortly after arriving in the ICU, the patient had a cardiac arrest. Is that fair?
Yes,
Were you there then?
I was.
And when it says the etiology of the arrest, she got 2 rounds of CPR before obtaining ROSC. Can you tell me, please, what is CPR? 2 rounds, and what is ROSC?
Meaning we did chest compression. She was already intubated, so she was getting oxygen.
Okay. And then bilateral chest tubes were placed in her body?
Yes.
Does that mean from both sides?
Both sides.
Okay. And that punctures through the chest into what, the lungs?
The lungs.
Okay, the lungs. And when they placed the chest tubes, at this point, shortly after admission, there was 100 to 300 cc's of blood from each chest tube? What does that mean?
That's the output they got once they put the chest
Sorry,
tube.
again, just can you keep your voice?
That's the output they got once they put the chest tube in?
Okay. So when they put the chest tube in, it drained 100 to 300 cc's of blood. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then after that, again, shortly after admission to the hospital, coming from South Shore Hospital, she then got a massive transfusion protocol, which you told us about, right?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
Means she gets, we have a protocol that with blood, depending, blood products.
Okay.
She
No
gets
change in
infused
demeanor with
rapidly.
this witness.
And was there a notice shortly after arrival to the ICU, she was being turned and had 30 cc's of clear fluid that came out of her nose? Is that right?
Yes.
And what is that? Was there a suspicion that that was what's called CSF?
Yes.
And what is CSF?
It's spinal fluid.
Okay. Going to the next page, which would be 19, does it indicate, again, on there, if I can just bring this up a little bit better. So she now has noted acute blood loss, anemia, right? What does that mean?
She has a low blood count.
And do you know what happened to the blood, or any idea?
I do not.
So she had very low, lost a lot of blood, right?
Yes.
And she had anemia. That would be what, low blood or something?
Yes.
And she required multiple transfusions immediately following her arrest, right?
Yes.
And when it says arrest, does that mean arrest by the police, or does that mean the cardiac? I want to make sure that's clear. It's cardiac arrest, nothing to do with the police, okay? And she had required multiple transfusions. And you were there for that, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware of the extent of after you had the after you had the MRIs and the CAT scans, were you aware as the lead nurse or treating nurse as to what the extent of her injuries were?
At that point, I don't believe so.
At some point, did you become aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, so, and again, I've got the records, you don't, so let me do it this way, just to make it easy. Do you remember that she had a burst fracture of C1?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Means a cerebral fracture.
That'll be up here? So this is the cervical spine up here?
Mm-hmm.
And then T5 and T6, there was a transection. What does that mean?
Thoracic.
Okay, so
On the
that'd be
spine.
about down here. And when it says transection, what does that mean?
It's severed.
And then T1, 2, 3, 4 also were injured as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is neurogenic shock? What does that mean? If you know.
Neurogenic shock.
Sorry, yeah, neurogenic shock. It just makes reference on.
These are not my notes, so I can't really.
That's fine. I understand. And this would be on page 65. Do you recall reviewing the documentation as to what's captioned present illness in the records? Did you know that she was presenting as a transfer from South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
Did you know that under present illness and the history would be that she's a 32-year-old female with history significant for postpartum depression? Did you know that?
Yes.
And did you know that after the fall with the C1 burst fracture and the complex transection of T5 and T6, she also had rib fracture, correct?
Yes.
On page 66, that would make reference to the time frame going into the 25th, on the 25th, that she was reacting to painful stimuli, right?
Yes.
And that basically means that she's not conscious, if you will, but she's able to react to.
If you cause pain.
Yeah. Okay. There's a notation of a contusion, laceration, and crushing of the thyroid with thyroidal edema. What does that mean?
She has swelling, I'm assuming, around her thyroid.
Okay. And that is.
Again, this is not my scope of practice. So.
Okay. On page 70, the same evening, making reference to the fact that in addition to the injuries to the spine, that she also had the rib fractures and was currently in shock. Do you remember that she was in shock? Yes, no?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree, or do you recall that there's a notation that this patient is critically ill, and noting that she has postpartum psychosis on page 72?
Objection.
I see counsel.
So, sidebar. Shauna, please don't apologize. You're fighting the big C. You don't have to apologize for anything. All we want you to do is take care of yourself and win the fight. Don't worry about anything else. And family hug. We love you. Fight. Beat it. We're not going anywhere. Thanks for popping in. We love you. I have a little blooping. Okay. All right.
Treating a patient, one of the things you try to do is to know what their total body and emotional condition is, what they've been dealing with, and what injuries they have, right?
We get a rundown or history of the patient.
Sure. And as it goes into the end of January, and she had been communicating on the whiteboard, you were aware at that point why she was in the hospital, right?
Yes.
You knew where she came from, South Shore Hospital, right?
Yes.
And you knew that there had been discussion about postpartum psychosis. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall that, and this would be on, may I approach you under the witness?
You may.
Thank you.
You can maybe, if you could show counsel. Wait.
I want the date and the time. Okay. And the lawyer, legal team. So I'm just showing you one page from the medical record. Can you tell me in terms of what date is this page from?
125.
January 25.
If I'd ask you if you keep your voice, at least speak in the.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
January 25th,
Okay. Does it say what time?
9 a.m., 9:03 a.m.
All right. Can I see that for a second? Thank you. And looking at that, do you recall on that date, you had been working with her the night before, correct?
Correct.
Where it indicates that the patient is under arrest, right?
Yes.
And there are police officers at her bedside. Right?
Outside the room.
Well, it says at her bedside on the record, doesn't it?
In the record, but I'm saying
And the night before,
they were outside her room.
outside the room. You were not there during the day, apparently, right?
Correct.
Okay. And there's a difference from you guys as far as your medical records. If the police officer is at the bedside.
Have you guys been hearing those little noises? Those kind of like high pitched things? I didn't know if it was just me. I was curious. Are you guys hearing those? I might try to switch over to Law and Crime to see if that's still happening over there. Because for me, they're kind of annoying.
As opposed to sitting in a chair. Okay. And there's a difference from you guys as far as your medical records. If the police officer is at the bedside as opposed to sitting in a chair in the hallway outside the room. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So indicating police officer at her bedside, we will involve the social work and legal teams, right?
Yes.
Okay.
There it is. It's like tinnitus, or what is that shit called? The ring in your ears. All right. So I'll keep this running, but I'm gonna check law and crime.
Again, on page 72, there's a reference to CSF leak, and that's significant. It says significant amount of fluid coming from her nose. Do you have any memory of observing that in your treatment?
I did.
Okay. And then, of course, there was the code event that you've already described for us. There's the 100 to 300 cc's of blood coming from the tubes, and then it makes reference to, on page 74, to massive transfusion protocol. Is that like a medical term, or is that somebody describing it, or?
It's a medical, it's a protocol that we have at the hospital.
Okay. And on page 75, did you make reference to, or did you observe the injuries, for example, to her wrist?
I observed.
Yes. And would you agree with me, page 75 of the medical record, indicating if it says RUE, what does RUE mean? Do you know?
Oh, right upper extremity.
Right upper extremity. 3.5 centimeter deep laceration. Volar aspect of wrist. Can you tell me what is the volar aspect of the wrist?
Brian, can
I
you
just
check?
don't know.
I'm not sure what that's
that's all right.
referring to.
Brian, check Boston 25, because I can't hear the volume without switching over to it. And
Okay, so
do you hear that high pitched? It's like a
Yes.
real high pitched, like whir. It's like super annoying.
yeah, people are noticing it too. But while we have it paused, I just want to note this is the never ending Commonwealth trying to bullshit people. You know, they keep calling it superficial. There's a note right in the records, deep laceration. Sure, maybe some were superficial. I mean, I think it's clear that she was trying to slice her neck, slice her wrists. That doesn't work. She jumps out a window, but they're calling it superficial over and over and over again. Then they put on a witness to have that witness specifically say she saw no spinal fluid draining from the nose. Do they not know their records, or they just don't care? Like, what is going on, and why is it? I mean, I hope, like, that should hurt their case. It should, because you don't bullshit the fucking jury. You put on your case. You put on the truth. You don't pick people to say things that the next person's going to say the exact opposite of. Just deal with the facts as you have it, and don't play, not only hide the ball, but manipulate it, conceal it, stick a fucking mask on it. Because that's been going on. I know it was something that Cameron saw when she was covering it. I remember specifically when I hopped on with you, you guys having the discussion about you asking Cameron, would this as a juror, you like lose trust in the Commonwealth? Yes. And we all should. So
Alley rant. I love an alley rant. Babe, I mean,
Yes.
I wish that wasn't the case in almost every trial.
I know.
I mean, but,
And do we want to, while we have it paused, try the local news? Because Missy
I
Cohen.
can't. Yeah, let me try. I'm going to try Boston 25. I'm going to try to rewind it back to where.
So wait, oops, I hit the wrong one. I was trying to get to what? Candy. So Candy makes the same point that Bob was just making. Don't they all do that? The prosecutor, they did that to my son. Yes. And that's why Bob was like, okay. Allie, why are you saying something that we don't see happen every day? It still drives me insane every day. And Tracy says, try East Idaho.
All right, let me try Boston 25
While
first.
you're doing that, I'll pull some questions. We'll thank some jewels.
I'm going to
Finger hearts, because everybody needs, some support. We've got William Swift saying, Bob, love the hat. Can you take it off and put one on with a big B? Thank you for your understanding.
Negative.
About the Boston White Sox.
We're playing tonight. We're playing tonight. All right, let's check this out.
A deep laceration?
I don't hear it.
I can't say because I didn't measure. This is somebody else's note, so.
Well, when you looked at her, did you observe with your own eyes and your own experience that she had a deep laceration on the...
She had a laceration, yes.
You can't say it's deep or not?
I can't say. I didn't.
You want to say it was superficial?
I can't say that either.
So when you looked at the laceration on her wrist, you can't tell us if you would agree that it was a deep laceration.
I really didn't get to assess it at the time when she arrived. So.
LUE, underneath that, left upper extremity apparently, right?
Yes.
2 centimeter deep laceration, again, on the volar aspect of the wrist. You did see laceration on the left wrist?
Yeah, she had dressings.
Okay.
I mean, I'm no expert here, but I don't think medical professionals describe.
And when she was admitted, she had the core temperature of 82 degrees. Is that correct?
If that's what's noted.
All right. Do you remember, did they use a bear claw or something like that? What is it they call it? They put
a bear hugger?
Bear hugger. They put a bear hugger blanket on them. And when I say them, I mean people that have a low
temperature to warm them up.
It hopefully raises the temp, right?
Yeah.
And then if it has warm intravenous IVF, that would be putting warm saline in the body?
Yes, through an IV.
All right, all with an effort to try to get the temperature up, right?
Yeah.
And her core temperature was 82 degrees even after she was at the South Shore Hospital and underneath the bear thing and all that, and still?
If that's what's noted. Yeah. Again, that's not my note.
That's pretty low, isn't it?
It is.
And you made reference to pressors. I'm sorry, can you tell me?
Pressors, blood pressure medication to bring up the blood pressure.
Okay. On January 26th, she was still intubated. Is that right?
Yes.
And she was under sedation, right?
Yes.
And then you referenced January 28th, overnight shift. She was still intubated, right?
Yes.
And January 28th is when she first started utilizing the whiteboard. Is that correct?
Yes.
But she was intubated, yes?
Yes.
She was restrained to the bed,
yes?
And had the tube was still in her mouth, and she was writing on a whiteboard on the 28th of January, correct?
She was able to, yes.
January 30th, she was extubated, as the district attorney asked you, right?
Thank you, Skin Row.
So at that point, was she able to talk,
Talk.
Okay. And then on February 2nd is when she used she asked about wanting to reach out to her attorney. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you had no knowledge as to her mother and father getting an attorney for her while she was in custody with the police all around her?
No.
Okay. And you tried to help her out as best you could?
Yeah,
right?
to coordinate. It's harder at night to, so I wanted to pass it on.
And finally, she was not able to have visitors per order of the police. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
Commonwealth, redirect.
Oh, she's going to get up and try to change all this around. What are you going to do? It says psychosis. It says deep.
The first time that Ms. Clancy, the defendant, the patient, used a whiteboard with you was on January 28th, correct?
Yes.
You're not aware of if she used that tool with other nurses on other shifts, were you?
No.
And the first time that she mentioned a lawyer on the February 2nd, that's the first time she mentioned a lawyer to you, correct?
Correct.
you were asked about the trauma in the chest tube and that she lost 100 to 300 cc's of blood.
Yes.
The transfusion came after that, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say the course of her treatment coming to Brigham was that she first came in through the emergency department, correct?
Yes.
Then she was sent for an MRI.
Bleeding.
Yes.
And then she came to the trauma surgery, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that she had other imaging like CT scans, correct?
Yes.
And that especially when it came to the head CTs, she didn't have any intracranial injuries or anything that required that you be focused on her head injury, correct?
Correct.
So it was more a cardiac issue and keeping her stable and internal bleeding in the chest area.
Yes.
As far as what you're aware of from other treating physicians, you're aware Dr. Anderson was one of the trauma surgeons that was treating the patient?
Yes.
And he was making assessments and giving orders to you and other nurses, fair to
Yes.
say? And are you aware that he identified in the history that this patient actually had a history of postpartum mood symptoms, not psychosis?
I would have to look at the note.
It says psychosis
Those aren't
in the
notes that
record.
you would have
Or-
written.
No,
And you weren't taking a full history of the patient?
not
in
at
your
the time. No.
Were you aware that she then subsequently was fully evaluated by the psychiatric team?
I knew she saw psych. Yes.
And were you aware that they ultimately identified that there's an inherent uncertainty in her diagnosis?
I do not remember.
As far as the lacerations went, in your treatment of her, again, you treated her overnight shifts for various days, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever have a situation where you had to change her bandages because they were seeping?
No.
And are you aware that
Except for the first night, but we didn't get to that because she coded.
because she coded?
Yeah.
And then you're aware that the next day after, another individual, a physician's assistant, actually came in and treated those lacerations.
Sutured, yeah.
And as far as Dr. Anderson goes, were you aware that on January 25th, he noted that the lacerations to her neck and wrists were very superficial and didn't require treatment at that time?
I was not aware. Don't remember that note.
Would you, if I showed you the record that's in his note, would you
Yeah.
agree that that's an assessment that he made?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't instruct you to do anything further with those injuries?
Yes, right.
Thank you.
Very briefly. Sure. District Attorney asked you about the evaluation by the as she put it, psychiatric teams with a determination that there was inherent uncertainty according to the psychiatric teams. Do you know when the psychiatric teams were evaluating her?
I don't know. It was during the day. I don't know what day, but.
But in any event, I did show you on the thing over there, where the reference was made to postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, correct?
Yes.
And that's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Anything further?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me sit down. Thank you. All right, Como.
The Commonwealth would call Meghan Collins.
Please.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
Ask you to speak into that microphone, keep your voice up.
Okay.
All right. Tree Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Can you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Meghan Collins.
Would you mind spelling your first name for the record?
Meghan.
And-
Collins, Collins.
Thank you. And what do you do for work?
I'm an ICU nurse.
And how long have you been a nurse?
11 years.
And did you go to school for that?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
Sacred Heart.
What hospital do you currently work at?
Brigham and Women's.
And how long have you worked there?
8 years.
In January of 2023, what unit were you working on at the Brigham?
The trauma surgical ICU.
Did you work a particular shift?
I did.
And what shift was that?
7A to 7P.
So 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And you just have to answer out loud. Sorry.
Okay. Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient that was treated there beginning on January 24th, Lindsay Clancy. Are you familiar with that patient?
Yes.
Were you a nurse that was treating her during that day shift while she was in the ICU?
I was.
Are you aware that she arrived at that Brigham Hospital on January 24th of 2023?
When she was admitted to our ICU, it was overnight.
So as far as the hospital, do you know when she arrived at the hospital?
I believe the evening prior.
And you, a patient who comes to your hospital doesn't automatically come to the ICU, correct?
That's correct.
Where did they go first, usually?
The emergency room.
And you're aware this particular patient actually went through a local hospital before being transferred to the emergency department at Brigham and then to the ICU, correct?
Correct.
And so when you interacted with her, she had already been at the ICU unit for that night shift. Is that fair to say?
Correct. Interacted. She was intubated when she arrived.
And were you with her the entire day of the 25th from that 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. shift?
Yes.
And was she on what's called the 1-to-1 during that day?
Yes.
And what does that mean for you as the nurse if she's on the 1-to-1?
She was 1-to-1 nursing per our ratios because of how critically ill she was.
And so you were there pretty much the entire time?
Correct.
Were there any other people there other than the medical staff and yourself treating her? Were there any other people there?
There were officers, police officers.
And they were outside the room?
Correct.
Had you taken over care of this patient from another nurse on the night shift?
Yes.
And who was that?
Rachelle.
And you are familiar with Rachelle? You've worked with her before?
Yes, I have.
And were you advised that over the course of the night shift that this patient had coded?
I was.
And when you came on shift in the morning, because of what had happened overnight, were you aware that she was sent for additional CT scans?
We went for CT imaging in the morning when I got there because she was not stable overnight.
Okay. And you said she was intubated, correct?
Correct.
How about, was she responsive during that first day that you encountered her?
The first shift that I had her, we were focused on her injuries and keeping her sedated. So the interactions, responses were minimal, but that was intentional as she was, again, like I said, so critically ill.
And so you also said that she was sedated for the majority of that day, correct?
Yes.
And is that something that often happens when a person is intubated, that they're sedated?
It is.
What happens if an individual isn't under sedation and they're intubated?
It is patient dependent, but majority of patients are not able to tolerate the breathing tube and it's uncomfortable. So we give them medications to keep them as comfortable in tolerating the breathing tube as possible.
Now you mentioned treating injuries and keeping the patient stable as your primary goal, correct? Were you able to make note of some physical injuries that the patient had?
Yes.
And were there some obvious injuries that you could observe?
Yes.
To her neck and wrist area?
Correct.
May I approach the witness? Just going to show you 2 photographs, okay? Does that look familiar to you?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know
Yes.
that to be the patient, Lindsay Clancy?
I do.
And fair to say she has a breathing tube.
She does.
And then the second one, again, just the other side of her neck. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
Are these fair and accurate representations of the neck injury that you observed for this particular patient?
To the best of my memory, yes.
All right, they may be admitted.
I'm going to show you on the screen what's been marked as Exhibit 142 and 143. And you said that's to the best of your memory what the injuries on her neck look like, correct?
That's correct.
And during your treatment of her, did those injuries require constant attention?
They required dressing changes. It did not require constant attention. She had multiple injuries.
So fair to say she had more significant spinal injuries and other issues that you were working to stabilize her on, correct?
Correct.
Now, you treated her on the 25th, right? And did you treat her on the 26th? To your best of your memory?
Bob's technical difficulties.
Collins.
Thank you. And what do you do for work?
Oh,
Are you aware that she...
Yeah. Hold on. I'm switching over to.
I wasn't hearing the beep.
I am hearing it and it's driving me nuts. The problem is that the only channel that has closed captioning is Court TV.
And they're all using Court TV's feed. You understand that, right?
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
full
like,
feed,
are
full
you
camera.
surprised? Yeah, boomer for sure. It's whenever I do a 2 or 3 finger swipe on the Mac, it pulls me out of the whole thing. All right, so I'm going to switch to East Idaho. I thought somebody said that we're not hearing it, but they don't have captioning either, which sucks because I know
That's
we have
the question we need to ask people. Was the buzzing annoying them so much that they would forego the captions? Because I was
let
getting, it
us
was
know.
sort of fading in the back. So let's keep an eye on the chat while he's.
And for
got
me,
this-
it might be louder than it
we have
is
on the
because, like, typically,
headphones, right.
yeah. Well, I don't have the headphones on, but I'm streaming it from my screen, so it might be louder for me.
arrived at
Wait a
the
second.
Brigham Hospital on January 24th.
What?
Just pause it because
Of
some people are
2023.
saying that they're not hearing it. They don't want to. They might not want to trade. I'd rather have the captioning. Some people are hearing impaired. I think we got to have I'm going. That's my vote. Captioning. Period.
All right. So can you guys power through with Court TV? Because
Yeah, a lot of people aren't hearing it.
Okay. All right.
Some people do hear it, but I do think that we need to leave the.
I think the captioning is critical.
Yep. So let's do it.
For hearing impaired and for those that just like to have captions on like we do.
Yeah.
So, all right. Okay. I'm going to switch over here.
So while he's switching it over, I started the captions when our kids were babies because I was like, oh, this is going to like subliminally teach them how to learn. But I think your ears are less like on because your mind, you're also reading. So it's become like we need the captions now because for years we've been watching TV with the captions on.
I know. All right. So I can't remember exactly where I was. Plus,
I
Court
think I
TV.
do.
Okay, let me know if I'm in the right spot and if you can hear it. Just the volume in general.
Marked as Exhibit 142
I don't
and
remember that.
143. And you said that's to the best of your memory what the injuries on her neck look like,
Yeah, we
correct?
saw this.
That's correct.
We did.
And during your treatment of her, did those injuries require constant attention?
This is
They
about right.
required dressing changes. It did not require constant attention. She had multiple injuries.
So fair to say she had more significant spinal injuries and other issues that you were working to stabilize her on, correct?
Correct.
Now,
I have a feeling this witness is more defense friendly.
you treated her on the 25th, right? And did you treat her on the 26th? To your best of your memory?
I would have to go back and look.
I don't have a problem if she leads her with records if she has them.
As far as January 26th on that 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. shift, do you recall making notes that the patient required additional sedation due to the tube intolerance?
Yes.
Okay. And that she was started on low dose of propofol?
That is correct.
And that in the afternoon that she had chest tubes and you kind of checked those chest tubes to, it says, interval CXR looked okay with chest tubes to water seal.
Yes, that's correct.
And so she had previously been given chest tubes and your role was just to kind of make sure that everything was fine.
They placed bilateral chest tubes, and monitoring those is a part of my responsibilities in the ICU, and we were concerned for her respiratory status. So that is why I made a note of it.
Okay.
Use the words so critically ill at some point.
And as far as the injuries that were a part of your assessment of her, fair to say on January 29th, you also were treating her that day from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and you made a note where you identified injuries, right?
Correct.
And those injuries would have been things that were reported to you based on a doctor's review of labs and images and that kind of thing, correct?
Yes.
You don't make your own assessment about thoracic injuries or cervical injuries.
I do not diagnose.
Also on the 29th or the 28th into the 29th, that is at that point when the patient was extubated, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall making observations of the patient when after she was extubated?
She was not extubated on my shift. I was there the following day.
Okay. Did you note how her demeanor, her presentation the next day?
I did.
And fair to say you noted increased confusion, agitation, and picking at lines and drains, correct?
That's correct.
And fair to say the patient had to be restrained because of the activity.
That is correct.
Oh, so loud now.
Is that something that you often see when patients come out of intubation, that when they're extubated, that they exhibit signs of confusion or delirium?
Yes, it's called ICU delirium.
Somebody in the chat mentioned
over
that
the course
earlier.
of the next few days in your interactions with her, did you see that delirium decline or decrease?
Yes, it was a multimodal approach to manage the delirium, agitation, and it did get better and it did improve.
And fair to say during the time that you were treating this particular patient, there was also sleep issues that were part of the treatment plan.
That is correct.
And on January 29th and January 30th of 2023, were you present when the psych consult team came in to speak with the defendant?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What was the purpose of you being present?
Yeah, I saw that.
Purpose
we see you,
is
prosecutor.
We had consulted the psychiatry team to evaluate and determine capacity, and my role is the as the ICU nurse is advocacy on behalf of the patient and to alert the providers if there's any changes in the mental status.
Now, when they came in and you said advocate for their position, you're aware that the patient was looking to change her healthcare proxy, correct?
The patient was changing her healthcare proxy. That is correct.
And that there has to be an evaluation to determine whether she's of a particular mental status and medically able to make that decision on her own. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall who was present other than yourself and the psych doctors, the doctors from the psychiatric unit?
There was the social worker, myself, and her lawyer was present.
Had you been present when a lawyer or somebody else was with her prior to this consult?
No.
And fair to say, you were made aware very early on that there was a particular group of people that would be having access to this individual, correct?
Can you clarify?
Well, is it fair to say that the treatment team was kept small on purpose? Meaning the same people were coming in and being the nurse, day and night staff. There was limited access. Is that fair to say?
It was kept to a smaller team, but that was also protection of privacy for the patient.
And during the course of time when she's on the ICU, which is between the 24th to February 3rd, there's always law enforcement posted outside the room, correct?
Yes, and it was because she was...
Well, I'm just asking you if there were law enforcement.
Oh, you want to cut her off?
There was.
Okay. Do you recall having to check with the nursing director and the legal team at the hospital to make sure that it was permissible to allow anyone in besides medical staff?
Yes, that's standard protocol.
Okay. And when she was transferred off of the your unit on February 3rd, did you have any further contact with her?
I did not.
Maybe they're done.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right. Attorney Reddington.
Afternoon, I think. Yeah. How many years you been a nurse?
11.
And you obviously take that position as very serious, and your concern is to protect your patient. Is that right?
That is.
You made reference to the fact that she was changing her her documents as far as healthcare proxy.
Yes.
Did you know anything? Did you know who she was changing it from? Her husband to her mother and father, or did you know anything about the specifics?
She was changing it from Patrick to her parents.
Thank you. And finally, what is a DNR?
There you go.
DNR means do not resuscitate.
Do you know what her DNR was?
Her code status was full at the time that I took care of her.
Do you recall that she had indicated repeatedly that she wanted a DNR, that she did not want to be resuscitated if emergency arose?
I was not privy to that knowledge.
Okay, but that's noted in the medical record. It would be noted in the records, right?
It would be, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So they didn't think that she could make her own medical decisions? I might have gotten this witness to say a couple more times how, because she said she was so critically ill. Like, we did this because she was so critically ill. But I think Reddington did a great job. But I'm surprised that if they're not accepting her own request, aren't they acknowledging that she's not mentally fit to make that decision?
I would think so. I think that's the way you can disregard it.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye out for any professionals in the chat here, but that's interesting to me.
It's very interesting and relevant.
And
swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now before in the Commonwealth will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Have a seat.
All right, good afternoon, doctor.
Hi.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, all right?
Thanks, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. My first name is Sejal, Sejal. Last name is Shah, Shah.
What's your date of birth?
5/8/81.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And can you briefly describe your education and training background that qualifies you to be a psychiatrist?
Yeah, absolutely. So I did my undergraduate in Philadelphia at the University of Pennsylvania, followed by medical school at Jefferson Medical College, also in Philadelphia. I moved up to Boston to do my residency in psychiatry at Brigham and Women's Hospital and Beth Israel Deaconess, followed by a fellowship in consultation liaison psychiatry at Brigham and Women's Hospital, and then stayed on as a faculty member.
So these are the people that treated
where do you
her
work
before or
currently?
after,
I work at Brigham and Women's Hospital.
And what is your role there?
I'm Associate Chief of the Division of Psychiatry and Medicine, leading the consultation liaison psychiatry service at Brigham.
And what is the consultation and liaison service?
Yeah, so consultation liaison psychiatry is a subspecialty of psychiatry that works at the interface of psychiatry and medicine. So we work both in the inpatient and outpatient settings. In this particular instance, we get called by other healthcare providers that may need help with their patients or have a question related in the psychiatric realm. And so I would see a patient that's admitted to the hospital and help provide recommendations to the physicians and the rest of the care team that's caring for that patient.
So basically, say at the Brigham, if a patient's being treated there and a medical doctor is treating them and thinks that they need a consultation with a psychiatrist, your department would be called.
That's correct.
Okay. And how long have you been with the Brigham?
19 years.
Now, I want to direct your attention to January of 2023. Did you interact with a patient named Lindsay Clancy?
I did.
And was that on January 29th, 2023?
Yes, that was the first of a handful
medication.
of times that I saw her.
And why did you meet with Lindsay Clancy on January 29th, 2023?
Yeah, so my team was seeing Ms. Clancy for a number of reasons, including for psychiatric safety risk assessment. She had come in reporting a suicide attempt, which is a common reason why my team would be called, is to continue to ensure that patients are safe when they're in the hospital. So we make recommendations about kind of safety status, what can we do to help keep a patient safe, but then we also make recommendations related to medications. So that's why my team was following her. So that was one of the reasons why I saw her on the 29th, is to continue that assessment. I was also called to ask I was asked a new question that day, a consult question on whether she was able to make the decision to change her healthcare proxy from her, at the time, husband to her parents.
And when you consult to help determine whether someone's capable of making a decision like that, changing their healthcare proxy, are you evaluating their medical decision-making capacity?
That's correct.
Okay. How do you go about doing that?
So there's generally 4 parts to medical decision-making capacity. The first is whether somebody's able to voice a choice and whether that choice is consistent over time. The second is whether they understand the situation under which they're making that choice. The third part is appreciation of the risks and benefits. And the fourth part is kind of being able to reason or rationalize that information to be able to come to a choice and how they came to that choice.
Now, if you're doing this evaluation to determine someone's capacity to make decisions, would a traumatic brain injury factor into that evaluation?
It could.
When you evaluated Lindsay Clancy, was she able to voice a choice to you about who she wanted to be her healthcare proxy?
Yes.
And is she speaking to you or writing this down?
She's speaking.
So she's already been extubated at that point?
That's correct.
And she's speaking to you, and were you aware that Patrick Clancy was her healthcare proxy?
I was told that by her primary medical team.
Okay. And when you talked to Ms. Clancy, did she tell you who she wanted to take over that role?
She did.
And who was that?
Both her parents.
And you talked about that needing to be a consistent choice. How did you ensure that was a consistent choice with her?
Yeah, so we waited to make the change from Patrick Clancy to her parents until the next day for a variety of reasons. We wanted to ensure that that choice was consistent over time, and especially because the day that I saw her, she had just gone through some pretty major medical events, including she had a major spine surgery, a decompression and a fusion. She had gone through some oxygen desaturations overnight, so was not breathing as well. Her heart rate was up, all of which then led to her being what we call delirious. She was confused overnight to the point where she asked her nurse, "Am I delirious?" And she was also experiencing some visual hallucinations. So that was one of the reasons why I was called in, to make sure that she was able to make that decision to change her healthcare proxy. And then in addition, the team had also voiced, concerns that she had come in after a reported suicide attempt. And so making sure that she was able to make that decision of sound mind. And so we actually waited until the next day when she could be reassessed. At that point, her delirium had cleared, and she was continuing to make that consistent choice to change her healthcare proxy to her parents.
And in fact, you noted in the medical records that the hallucinations were part of an issue with oxygen.
It could be. That could be one of the reasons. Delirium is usually due to a variety of different medical reasons, and oxygen desaturation could be one of them. She had also just recently had anesthesia related to a surgery that she had on her spine, so that could be another reason. And then her heart rate was also actually quite elevated, so that could be another reason.
Is it common for patients who are just coming off of anesthesia from surgery, who have an issue with oxygen and other medical issues that you described, to have visual hallucinations?
They can. It's not that everybody does, but they can. And delirium can be quite common after surgery, and particularly anesthesia.
And those hallucinations that she was having, those were resolved by the next day. They were over by the next day, correct?
That's correct.
And her choice to change her healthcare proxy to her parents was consistent the following day, correct?
That's right.
You also talked about the patient has to understand the risks and benefits of the decision, correct?
That's correct.
How do you make sure the patient understands that?
Yeah, so one of the things we do is really ask patients to take us through their thought process of why they're making that decision and what led to them making that decision at that moment in time. So we're able to kind of see their thought process and ensure that they're understanding, what it means to remove one person and add another.
And what was Ms. Clancy's thought process in explaining that to you?
Yeah, she was saying that.
Babe, did you want me to pause it?
Oh, no, I was just saying Carly was asking for your Zelle. But I'm gonna get the, you know what, I might as well maybe take it over while we're paused. So say something about where we're at thus far. Because you're about to leave, right?
Yeah, for the doctor.
Yeah.
What do you mean where we're at?
I don't know. Just say something while I'm doing the switch over.
Oh, okay. Are you gonna stay on Core TV?
I am, yeah, so that everyone can see the.
Okay, let me see. Yeah, I mean, we're getting to it. We're starting to get into what matters in this case, and that's not to say that the death of the children doesn't matter. I'm talking about legally, what's at issue in this case, whether or not there's a lack of criminal responsibility. So as soon as we start switching into the psychiatrist, psychologist, and we start getting into the mental health aspects, we're getting knee deep into it. So I anticipate we're going to start getting into some pretty heavy duty cross examinations here.
And there was a little sidebar here, so let me make sure. Oh,
I think we're before the sidebar.
Yes, I know. Yeah, because it's about to get pretty interesting.
Okay. All right. Let me see.
I'm trying to get right to where we were.
Yeah, on the captions, it's a moment in time, so we're able to kind of see their thought process, I'm guessing, she says. That's what's on the captions, at least.
Here, play it so I can get exactly where we're at.
Okay.
Her parents are quite supportive to her, and that she was thinking that she would have to change her healthcare proxy from her husband to somebody else. And we didn't necessarily go into the reasons as to, why she would have to change it, but she explained that she was very close with her parents. They would see each other frequently, given that they lived in close geographic proximity, and that she felt that they were very supportive to her and would have her best interests in mind should we need to invoke the healthcare proxy, or that if she couldn't make her own medical decisions.
So was there a concern on her part that her husband wouldn't have her best interests at mind at that point in time?
Sustained.
You also talked about the patient. You have to make sure the patient's thinking about the information rationally. How do you go about doing that?
Yeah, so one of the things we do is really ensure that the patient understands the situation and all of the kind of parts around it. So this comes into play much more when it's about a specific medical intervention, like an invasive medical procedure, or something like an amputation or a surgery. With a healthcare proxy, one of the things you want to make sure is that the person that they want to change their healthcare proxy to or appoint as their healthcare proxy makes sense in the context of their life. And Ms. Clancy was able to talk about how her parents were quite involved in her life. And so that's one of the things that we would assess.
Okay. And then the last thing was making sure the patient understands the risk if the change doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
Did you go over that with Ms. Clancy, and how did you do that?
Yeah,
I got it right
I did
here,
go over
babe.
that with her. We talked a little bit about how.
Oops.
Okay.
All right. Perfect.
I'm stopping.
Got it right at the same spot. Hold on. Now, let me know if you guys think maybe I made it a little too big. Hold on.
What, the captions?
Yeah, I'm just gonna make them a tiny bit.
Those are
smaller.
huge.
Yeah. But I thought maybe a little bit bigger. So if anyone needs me to change it, that's 150. Bob had it at 100. So if we need it higher to go back down, just let me know. All right. Anything you want to say before I start it back up?
No, I'll be right back. I got to take Scout for her sports physical because school's getting ready to start.
All right. Don't forget to ask what the whole reason you're there. Love you.
It's always in healthcare, we always talk about how it's great to have a healthcare proxy just in case you become unable to make medical decisions, and who would you want that to be?
And during this conversation with the defendant going over all these points, did you ever have difficulty understanding her?
I did not.
Did she ever appear to have difficulty understanding you?
So the first day when I saw her on January 29th, she described herself as feeling confused, and I definitely witnessed that as well. We went through a bedside cognitive evaluation, and she definitely made some mistakes on some of the cognitive evaluation. Therefore, I did diagnose her at that time with delirium.
And then she was re-evaluated the following day, and there were no issues with her understanding, and the delirium was gone, correct?
That's correct.
And were you aware during this evaluation that Ms. Clancy did not have a brain injury?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Were you aware that Ms. Clancy did not have a brain injury at that time?
One of the things that we look at is any kind of relevant medical information that might be available to us. And I noticed that her Glasgow coma scale, when she was transferred to Brigham and Women's Hospital, was a 10, which would indicate that she could potentially have had a moderate brain injury. But I don't recall thinking about whether, specifically whether she had a brain injury.
Were you aware that a CAT scan was done, page 110 of the records, and on the CAT scan, the impression was no acute intracranial findings, so no brain injury.
So you can,
CAT scan, correct?
I did review the head imaging that was available at the time. You can have a normal CAT scan and still have a brain injury.
Thank you, doctor.
Were you aware that she had multiple CAT scans that showed no bleeding in the brain, no skull fractures, no injuries, just visible injuries whatsoever?
I'm sorry, but can you repeat the question?
Were you aware that she had multiple CAT scans at South Shore Hospital and at Brigham and Women's that showed no skull fractures, no intracranial bleeding, no hemorrhaging, No visible damage whatsoever.
Yes.
And were you aware that she was evaluated at South Shore Hospital and at the Brigham, and she had no external injuries on her head either?
Yes.
Now, she was allowed to change her healthcare proxy to her parents, correct?
That's correct.
So if someone was had an injury, a brain injury, to the point where they didn't know what was going on, or they were having trouble processing or thinking, they wouldn't be allowed to change their healthcare proxy, correct?
It depends to what extent. Most patients that have either a head injury or severe mental illness, let's say, just anything going on with the brain, retain the ability to make most medical decisions. And we think about changing healthcare proxies as a pretty low risk decision. As I mentioned before, something like an amputation or a major surgery, invasive procedure is something that we would hold somebody to a higher bar. But a healthcare proxy is a pretty low risk, especially if it makes sense in terms of who they want to change it to.
And when was her Glasgow?
So just to see, and I know you guys are all pretty smart, but I'm just going to point this out anyway, because what the state just tried to do there was like the reverse of what we were saying before. We were like, well, they didn't even let her change her healthcare proxy right away. Like they wanted to make sure before she did. And then this doctor, because the state was trying to imply, well, she was fine. She was fine. You guys let her, eventually you let her change her healthcare proxy. And the psychiatrist is like, well, that's like very low on the totem pole of decisions and, you know, where they need to be mentally in order to make their own decisions. It's not like she was saying, I want no healthcare proxy. I want to decide for myself. They weren't about to let her do that, clearly, or she would have just done that. So the doctor took the time to say, well, wait a minute, this is very low on the scale of things that we allow them to do, because the state was trying to imply she was fine. You let her change her proxy. So, all right, let's keep going.
Glasgow score a 10?
I believe it was who they want to change it to.
And when was her Glasgow score a 10?
I believe it was as she was being transferred from the outside hospital to Brigham and Women's.
And you're seeing her several days later, correct?
Correct.
And so when she was transferred from the outside hospital to Brigham, she was unconscious, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, so now she's conscious, correct?
That's correct.
And when she was transferred from the outside hospital to Brigham, she wasn't communicating or speaking or opening her eyes on her own, correct?
That's what the report said. I was not there at that time, but the notes that I read, that's correct.
So when you're speaking to her a couple days later, she's opening her eyes, she's communicating, she's responsive, she's interacting, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that her Glasgow score would be higher than the 10 when you were speaking to her, correct?
Yes.
Now, you did a mental status examination of
Agreed.
her while you were doing this evaluation about her decision-making capacity, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say under mood, you listed okay?
Yes.
That you listed her thought process as organized, goal-directed. Is that correct?
Yes.
You asked her if she was having hallucinations or delusions, and she, other than those initial ones the first day, she denied those?
During my evaluation, yes.
And she also denied suicidal intent and homicidal intent, correct?
Yes.
And you listed her insight and judgment as fair, correct?
Yes.
Her behavior was calm and cooperative?
Yes.
And you didn't see anything about her behavior that would indicate to you that she was responding to some type of voices or hallucination that you couldn't see?
At that moment, no. But as I mentioned, I did speak with the nurse beforehand, and Ms. Clancy was able to report to me that she reported visual hallucinations overnight.
Overnight after surgery?
That's right.
Okay. And then never again?
Not during my evaluation.
Okay. And did you speak to Ms. Clancy again on February 19th, 2023?
Yes.
And was the purpose for that to prepare her for a transition from Brigham and Women's to Spalding Rehabilitation?
That was one of the reasons.
Okay. And what were the other reasons?
So it was an ongoing safety evaluation, ongoing evaluation of psychiatric safety risk, as well as medication evaluation to determine if her medications were at the right level, the right dosage, and that she was on the right medications. And then just ongoing evaluation in terms of kind of her mental status.
And during that meeting, she denied suicidal intent, correct?
That's correct.
She denied homicidal intent, correct? She denied having auditory or visual hallucinations, correct?
Yes.
She reported her mood as okay, is that correct?
Yes.
And she told you she was looking forward to moving to Spalding, correct?
Yes.
She also denied any confusion or disorientation, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, you described her mood as okay on that day?
Yes.
And you described her as future-oriented on that day?
Yes.
And then you spoke to her again on February 21st, 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
And on that day, is this the same purpose that you just described, getting her ready, assessing her mental status and getting her ready to transfer to Spalding?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time, you wrote that the patient reported feeling down about her current situation, her paralysis, and the events leading up to her hospitalization. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you also noted that she said her thoughts about what she had done were not constant throughout the day, correct?
Correct.
So she wasn't thinking about killing her children throughout the day, every day, correct?
Correct.
And she said she had no suicidal intent, no homicidal intent, correct?
Correct.
No auditory or visual hallucinations, correct?
Correct.
You also write no PI. What does PI stand for?
Paranoid ideation.
And there was none of that either.
Correct.
You also made a note, notes low mood today in the context of her physical and legal situation, but does not currently meet criteria for major depressive episode. Is that correct?
Yes.
So her focus seemed to be on her physical and legal situation, but being hopeful about moving on to Spalding.
Okay. Could I see counsel?
All right, so I'm going to bring that back because he like questioned her on this situation. Let's just hear exactly what.
But being hopeful about moving on to Spalding. Legal, correct?
Yes.
So her focus seemed to be on her physical and legal situation, but being hopeful about moving on to Spalding.
Okay.
So he was objecting about her
Could I see
saying
counsel?
on her legal situation. And that's what prompted the sidebar. We've got bloop bloop time and we are back.
And so her focus at that time appeared to be her physical situation, her legal situation, and looking forward to going to Spalding rehab.
Oh, they
Yes.
fixed it. Okay.
And then your last visit with her was February 22nd, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And again, she indicated she was hopeful about treatment at Spalding.
Yes.
She was future oriented.
Yes.
And she denied suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation.
Yes.
She denied audio hallucination, visual hallucination, and anything else of that nature.
Yes.
Thank you.
Atty. Reddington.
Afternoon. So, Doctor, from your testimony, and correct me if I'm wrong, was she, to your opinion, in your experience, an honest patient telling you what her symptoms were, if any?
Objection.
That's an evaluation in the psychiatric.
Allow that question.
Thank you,
Yes.
Your Honor.
In other words, she didn't go off and try to exaggerate to you and say, I'm seeing visions and I'm hearing voices and I'm suicidally ideated and I'm homicidally ideated. She didn't say any of those things to you, did she?
No.
She actually denied them, right?
Correct.
So this is not, in your opinion, someone who was trying to exaggerate her conditions for some legal reason, correct?
No.
And you obviously were in close contact with her for about a month, right?
That's right.
Just a couple of questions. Counsel asked you whether or not, and I think it may have been in the beginning in January, that you had difficulty understanding her. Obviously, after removing the tubes and everything else, you're able to talk with her, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that one of the concerns, if you will, was postpartum issues. You knew that, right?
Yes.
And in your experience as a psychiatrist, You're familiar with the concept of postpartum psychosis, correct?
Yes.
And you know that people can communicate and plan and act on plans, even if they're in the middle of a psychosis, right?
Yes.
You don't have to be drooling and stumbling and unable to walk and talk to be in a psychosis, do you?
No.
So in other words, a person can be in a psychosis and can communicate to friends, family, people, talk, correct? So you didn't, as counsel asked, you didn't have any difficulty understanding her. She wasn't slurring her words or anything like that when she was able to talk.
Right.
Okay. One of the things that when she was admitted, and then without going through, I'm not going to go through all the stuff we've already talked about.
The first opportunity Reddington had, everything we've all been talking about since this started, that it drives, all of us, a lot of you guys in the chat have been saying the same thing, me and Bob, like, no, you're not walking around drooling. You're not out of your mind. People can be in psychosis and still have other parts where they're acting normally. First opportunity he got, he raises that because he knows it's an important fact. And he knows that people, the general public, and probably some of the jurors misunderstood that. So that was great that he was able to get that with this witness. You get a feel for your witnesses. Obviously, he could tell that first doctor, the one who got all snippy on cross, he obviously felt that. He's in the room. He treated her correspondingly. He came at her a little bit when he needed to. With these last two witnesses, and even the second doctor, who was very professional the entire time, but we all got the sense that these last two doctors were more compassionate to what was going on with Lindsay, and were putting up a little bit of a fight against the state's portrayal of Lindsay's condition. And that's what's happening here. So he knows he's got a witness who's going to be more neutral, who's going to be more honest, and he is converting her right now into a defense expert. And that is the best thing a defense attorney can do. When that window opens up, it's like, and you take advantage of it. And that's what Reddington is doing right now. Masterclass in cross-examination of an expert. We saw the Reed defense team get the same opportunity and use it to the nth degree in the Reed case. So, but sometimes you get, regular everyday fact witnesses, the first doctor, who are going to push back. And then you use that to show their bias, to show, wait a minute, why am I getting a different person right now? And he was able to demonstrate that. So this is going very well.
Condition and everything else. Without going through, I'm not going to go through all the stuff we've already talked about with the medical condition and everything else. You indicated that she was very, very ill, correct?
Correct.
Did she appear to be cooperative to you when you would interact with her?
Yes.
As a doctor, as a psychiatrist, you're familiar with bipolar, the concept of a bipolar diagnosis, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell me what bipolar means?
Yeah, so bipolar disorder is a mood disorder, categorized as a mood disorder, where patients have distinct depressive episodes, as well as, depending on the type of bipolar disorder, either hypomanic episodes or manic episodes, to the point where they don't sleep for days, they still have lots of energy, there's this decreased need for sleep, there can be irritability, there can be impulsiveness, racing thoughts. A lot of patients describe that they're out of control of their behavior. And then severe episodes can also include psychosis.
There you go.
And in reference to bipolar, as you were referring to, when somebody is hypomanic, what does hypomanic mean?
Yeah, it's a lesser degree of mania. So when patients are hypomanic, they don't always experience things like psychosis, but they might experience some of the other symptoms that I described, including racing thoughts, kind of moving too quickly, talking too quickly, being irritable.
And as it relates to the hypomania, would that include things such as somebody who is getting up early in the morning and exercising, or cleaning out their house, or selling their property out of a garage and having difficulty sleeping, and they're awake all night?
Yes.
as a psychiatrist, one of the things you were concerned about when you were first started to deal with her, as well as when you were releasing her, if you will, is the medication that she had on board, so to speak, when she came into the hospital, right?
Yes.
Do you remember, and I know it's difficult to recall offhand, but do you recall the medications that she was actually under from purposes of taking her blood when it was tested?
When she first came to the hospital?
Yeah, if you know.
I believe her medication list for, previous to the incident, she was on amitriptyline, diazepam. I believe she was also on prescribed lorazepam, and there may have been one other.
Okay. So looking at that, if I tell you that there was a toxicology report done on her as of January 24th by way of taking her blood. You're familiar with that, right? When they analyze for toxicology. And toxicology obviously would tell us what the medications, if any, what type of drugs she had on board, booze, cocaine, anything, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that the toxicology report, as well as the report from the Department of State Police, as well as the NMS laboratory, which would be in Pennsylvania. So that's an international or a national respected laboratory, isn't it? The NMS lab, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay. But you know that they did take her blood, they did test her blood, and it was at the state police laboratory as well as any other labs that tested it, right?
Yes, I believe I found that out later. I did not know that the first time I saw her because those labs take a little bit of time to come back.
And you treated her for about a month, so you were pretty
That's
close
right.
to her and got to know her quite well?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that one of the things that her blood reflected or that she was on was trazodone?
Yes.
And can you tell me what trazodone is?
Yeah, trazodone is an antidepressant medication. It's more often utilized as a sleep aid because of one of the side effects is sedation. And so patients that are often having difficulty sleeping are placed on trazodone.
And is trazodone, does that share some of the qualities of what are referred to as SSRIs?
I'm just going to pause real quick to say on the lunch break, we're going to go back over all the medication she was taking in her medical history, because I know we talked about that before the trial started. We have some new people here, and this will be a little primer for that. So, but we're going to get to it. Don't worry. I'm going to bloop back and hear the question again.
Share some of the qualities of what are referred to as SSRIs, or SSRI, even though it's not an SSRI. It shares similar qualities.
Yes.
Can you tell me what SSRI means?
Yeah, so that's a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, and it's a class of medications that are antidepressants.
And the SSRIs, that would also include Zoloft, for example?
Correct.
Would also include Prozac, for example?
Yes.
Are you as a psychiatrist aware that Zoloft and or SSRI Prozac should not be prescribed to a patient who has bipolar?
Yeah, it can be prescribed. Oftentimes it's prescribed together with another medication that can be protective because patients with bipolar disorder may be experiencing depression. And so they may be prescribed an antidepressant, but along with another medication that what we call protective.
And in reference to the SSRIs, the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, what does that mean? Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, what does that mean?
Yeah, so oftentimes in depression, patients are kind of lacking serotonin in the spaces in their brain that helps.
Can I interrupt you? What is serotonin?
Yeah, serotonin is a neurotransmitter. So it's a hormone in the brain that works on the brain. It works in other areas in the body as well, but for these purposes, it works in the brain at nerve endings throughout the body. And that neurotransmitter helps with things like mood regulation. For patients with depression, they're often lacking kind of that ability to have enough serotonin in those spaces. And so a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor prevents serotonin being kind of sucked back into the cell. So it allows for serotonin to be more available.
And what is an SSA? What does that mean? Antagonist, selective serotonin antagonist.
So those are medications that kind of do the opposite.
Okay. And you knew as a psychiatrist, at least looking at her history, you knew that she had been seeing psychiatrists immediately prior to her suicide attempt, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that she had been prescribed a number of drugs by these various psychiatrists, correct?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, was she prescribed diazepam?
Yes.
Valium? Was she prescribed buspirone, otherwise known as Vanspar?
Yes.
About Wellbutrin?
Yes.
And what is Wellbutrin? Is that an antidepressant?
It is an antidepressant.
Hydroxyzine. What is hydroxyzine?
It can be used for a number of reasons, but for psychiatric purposes, it's often used as an anti-anxiety medication.
And Klonopin.
Yes.
Is hydroxyzine, is that a, strike that. Klonopin, that's a benzodiazepam, right?
That's correct.
And then lamotrigine.
Yep, lamotrigine.
Lamotrigine, sorry.
Yes.
What type of medication is that? Is that a mood stabilizer?
It is, yeah. It's also an anti-seizure medication, but in the psychiatric realm, it's used as a mood stabilizer.
And then we talked about Prozac, that's an SSRI, correct?
Correct.
And what's Remeron?
Also an antidepressant.
So in addition to all of the drugs that I had mentioned, she was also prescribed Remeron, correct?
Correct.
She was also prescribed Seroquel or quetiapine.
Yeah, quetiapine, yes.
Quetiapine, okay. And what is Seroquel?
So Seroquel is an antipsychotic medication.
And she was prescribed, as we already talked, trazodone. Was she also prescribed amitriptyline?
Yes.
What is amitriptyline?
Amitriptyline is one of the older antidepressants. It's a tricyclic antidepressant that can often be used to help with sleep, but also mood.
And Ambien, correct?
Correct.
And Zolpidem.
Yep, Zolpidem is the generic name of Ambien.
Oh, okay. Some of these drugs, they also have what's called a suicide warning or a black box warning. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what that means?
Yeah. So in studies that have been done, some of them show that especially after starting an antidepressant, it can increase someone's risk of suicidality. Many of those studies showed that it was mostly in adolescents and young adults, but it can happen in adults as well.
And Celexa was also a drug. Is that an SSRI too?
It is.
And all of these drugs that we just went through were all prescribed from end of September till January.
Yes, September 2022.
4-month period.
Yes.
It's an awful lot of drugs to be prescribed in 4 months, isn't it?
Sustained.
I don't know why.
Thank you.
It seemed like she should be allowed to say that.
Commonwealth redirect?
Yes. Doctor, all those drugs that defense counsel just listed, you're aware she wasn't on all of those drugs at the same time, correct?
Correct.
And did you know that many of those drugs she took a very small amount of? Some she didn't take any pills at all?
I was not aware of that.
And that's
For
not
Biswas,
true.
which is one of the ones he mentioned. Were you aware the first prescription she only took 2 pills?
Okay, so this is where, and like Cameron's not here, but I wanted to ask her because she was obviously paying way more attention during this time. This is what the Commonwealth tried to do when they directed Patrick. They're like, did you know there was only this many pills missing from that and this many pills missing from that? But then the defense got up and Patrick explained those were bottles that like the prescription went bad or expired. And then she had another one. She was still taking all the medication that she was supposed to take as prescribed. So I can't even tell anymore when she says words if I'm supposed to believe them. Did she only take 2 of them, or is that one of her bullshit lines because of one pill, one bottle, she found only 2 missing? So, it's like, it's crazy. It's crazy. All right. I blooped it back 10 seconds.
For Biswas, which is one of the ones he mentioned. Were you aware the first prescription she only took 2 pills out of that bottle?
I was not aware.
Were you aware the second prescription a month or so later for Biswas, she took 0 pills out of that bottle?
I was not aware.
So where are you getting this information about what she was on and when?
Yeah, so one of the things that we do is try to collect as much information as we can during our assessments. And so we look through the record in terms of what was prescribed. We also talk with other providers as to what they prescribe. But in the context of the assessments that we were doing, it did not require us to determine, what exactly she had been on before, because we were using a different set of medications to treat something, different symptoms that she was experiencing.
So you really have no idea what she was taking or when? You just know what was prescribed?
I know what was prescribed, and then we were also getting reports of what was being taken, what wasn't being taken. But
From the defendant?
Correct.
Okay, so she's reporting to you that she took those medications, but you'd be surprised to know that at least one of them, 0 pills were taken.
I don't think I'm surprised. No.
Okay. And you talked about prescription and what she was taking. Were you aware that in the time frame just prior to her being admitted to the hospital, she was only prescribed trazodone, Valium, and amitriptyline, just 3 medications?
Yes, I was aware.
And you were asked about mania and exercising and cleaning out your garage and selling your belongings could be signs of mania, correct?
Correct.
But there are people who just exercise every day and they're not manic, correct?
Correct.
And there are people who have a messy garage and have accumulated a lot of junk and decide to clean out the garage that aren't manic, correct?
Correct.
Wait a
And
minute.
in fact, if someone is manic and attempts to...
That's the same garage that the prosecution relied on early on to try and say she was so controlling because it's like, what? And we're
do one of those tasks like cleaning out a garage, it's usually in a disorganized way and oftentimes they don't finish the task, correct?
Sometimes.
So if someone approaches a task like cleaning out the garage by organizing with another party, organizing the belongings, separating them in.
Okay, so I'm just going to say this, then I'm going to rewind it. This prosecutor, she has no ability to see, to read the writing in the room. She thinks this witness is going to agree with what she's about to suggest, despite how she's been answering all these questions. So I'm just going to take it back. All right, here we go.
Correct. And in fact, if someone is manic and attempts to do one of those tasks like cleaning out a garage,
Q1,
it's usually in a
right here.
disorganized way and oftentimes they don't finish the task, correct?
Sometimes.
So if someone approaches a task like cleaning out the garage by organizing with another party, organizing the belongings, separating them into keep, sell, throw out, that's pretty organized behavior, correct?
Correct.
And if someone sells belongings that they no longer need, that's not necessarily a sign of mania, correct?
Correct.
That's more if they're selling their stove and then they have nothing to cook with, correct?
Correct.
So if they're selling junk in their garage that they no longer need, that's not necessarily manic, correct?
Not necessarily.
Thank you.
She worded it away
So
where
if the person, as counsel said, they're exercising every day and they have a messy garage, that obviously would not be indicative of hypomania.
Probably
not. A normal person could have, as counsel said it. How about a person that at the same time can't sleep because the insomnia is so bad they go 48 hours without sleep? Is that something to be considered in the whole evaluation?
Yes.
How about the fact of a person saying that my brain is broken and that they can't concentrate, they can't think? Is that something that the person you would consider in conjunction with the messy garage and the exercise?
Yes.
Thoughts of hurting themselves, suicidal ideation, that's something that's important to evaluate?
Yes.
Homicidal ideation, telling your husband that you're having thoughts about hurting your children, that's something you consider, isn't it?
Yes.
In reference to counsel's comment about just 3 medications that she was on prior to trying to commit suicide, you're not aware of the doctors telling her to discontinue this medication, start a new medication, go on to a different medication, depending on the doctor. You're not aware of that, right?
No.
And finally, if you know, did she sign a DNR, do not resuscitate?
She asked to the day after the first evaluation that I did of her, which was the capacity assessment to change her healthcare proxy. But in the context of her reporting a serious suicide attempt, we did not change her code status. We continued to chat with her about that. And she ultimately came to the conclusion that it made sense to make sure that her mental health was stable before she considered her code status.
Okay, but her initial reaction or her conversations with you all was that she wanted to have a do not resuscitate status.
Correct.
Thank you.
Commonwealth?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point. So I'm going to ask you to go back to your room and then we'll come back here approximately 2 o'clock. Okay?
Approximately 2 o'clock.
All right.
Counsel, anything we need to address before the break?
No, yeah.
No.
All right, so we'll be in recess till about 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to go over your questions, and then I'm going to go over all her medical history. So let's see kind of where we were. I really appreciate how StreamYard has changed it so that we can see. Thanks for all of the jewels that we've been getting. I don't think we said welcome to Scorpio Moon, new member. Welcome, family hug. But I'm going to get to your questions here. We also have Quirk and Court, new member. Welcome, welcome. WNY Water Fowl Hunting gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And then I think I highlighted this, but I'm not sure. So thank you, Michelle, for Bob's Plymouth Fund. Lisa, welcome, new member. Sarah, almost also donating to Bob's fund. All right, so let me get to your more recent questions. Let's see. Okay, so I think I put this up, but I didn't speak about it. So Lieutenant Detective Tully, who's been a member for 11 months, says Shantex made me have a psychotic break. And just a reminder, when we are the next trial day off, we're doing the mental health awareness day, and we're gonna, talk about all of this stuff. We have experts lined up. Bob just put in the chat, and I highlighted it, someone who's going to be joining us. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh. Welcome back to Court TV Live. Let's get.
All right. So, she is coming to the show. So I don't know who Bob meant. So yes, True Crime Gal, she is coming to the show, but I didn't see who True Crime Gal asked about. So I'm sorry. And then E-Chase said she'd like to meet up when Bob goes in for the defense case. And I saw Bob also put a note in there that he is going to do a meetup. Bob loves to do meetups. So you guys can meet each other. He can meet you. You can meet him. Also, I saw a lot of you guys asking about people in the, reporters in court for reactions from the courtroom. I put Tracy on it. She grabbed me Sue. We'll go over that in a minute as well. All here with your lunch. So we had 2 requests about what was going on in the room. So one thing, and Spitfire pointed out, I know a lot of you also mentioned it, that this, and I call her an expert, although she's technically an expert. She is testifying as a treater with expertise, but not a hired gun expert. But she explained that if you're going to use, I guess it's an SSRI, you need to have this counter piece, this anti-something, which I think is the mood stabilizer, which is important to know. We also have Darcy, welcome, new member, welcome. And a good thing like that Lady Laura pointed out, a professional will never say, this is why. Instead, they'll say, one of the many reasons. And the Commonwealth is making it sound like there's only one reason, and that's why Lindsay is guilty. Shaking my head. Yes. Yep. Thanks for all the jewels and the mystery gifts. So as Optopoppet pointed out, come on, state, medical reporting isn't inferential. You can't infer facts into the report because you wish they were there, and if it's not in the report, it didn't happen legally. A lot of you were pointing out, as Cody did, I like this witness. She seems nervous but honest. I think that was the second nurse, the trauma nurse. It could have been, I think it was the trauma nurse based on the timing of it. And we had a family member, the trauma nurse, that was in chat as well. But she did great. Calabrone dogs, welcome, family hug. Ashen says she went through too many different attempts to be fake. Yeah, and then she jumped. I mean, it's kind of crazy. And then can't be honest with you, as a lot of you were pointing out in the chat, says Lindsay had the same body temperature as John O'Keefe. And for anyone who's not a typical trial watcher, that's the Karen Reed trial. Officer John O'Keefe was found dead outside. And they try to say John was outside for 6 hours. I mean, that is, you were all making that point. You were all making that point. Bethany said, this lawyer gives me Spencer Tracy vibes. And I think that's everything. I think I got to all your questions. Let me just make sure. Okay, so here was something that Kate asked, and I hope I'm saying that right. Would it be the moral wrongfulness versus intellectually knowing it was a crime, or however it's stated in Massachusetts? See, that is the issue, and it's actually the issue in like a lot of states when they use the ability to discern the difference between right and wrong. Now, let me just pull up Massachusetts, because it's kind of different in that criminal. Oops. Because I was looking at how that was worded, and let's see. All right. Oh, that's not. I need lack of criminal responsibility. Hold on. See, that's the jury instruction, but I wanted to read the actual statute. And let me go back. Let's see. This is an article. All right, I'm just going to pull up the same legal. I mean the jury instruction that we've been reading. Let me see if I got it up here. Here we go. Make it bigger. Where am I? Okay. So remember, it's the Commonwealth has the burden. Okay. So they have to prove, in the way it's worded here. So the Commonwealth may meet its burden of proving the defendant was criminally responsible for their conduct one of two ways. So the first is to prove they didn't suffer from a mental disease. That's not happening. And then we have the second way is for the Commonwealth to prove. The second way for the Commonwealth to prove a defendant was criminally responsible for their conduct is for the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that, even if they suffered from a mental disease or defect at the time, the defendant nonetheless retained the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of their conduct. Now, that's why I was trying to look for the statute directly, because usually what it would say is like, you're insane if you don't appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of their conduct, which would make you think that it could go either way. So, I mean, I've looked into this in the law. I can't speak to it perfectly right now, but it's definitely like a thing here, because can you understand that something is illegal? Because it says criminality, not illegal. So maybe there's room there, and wrongfulness, the whole if God tells you to do something that you know is illegal in the book of humans, can you appreciate that it is still wrong or criminal if God is telling you to do it? And that's sort of like where the question lies. Now, obviously, we're not talking about God really telling you to do something, but we're talking about someone who really believes that God is telling them to do something. So it's a hard question to answer. I would say, without reading the actual statute, it's, the use of criminality instead of illegality. There might be a strong argument here. It's not the situation we have here in this case, at least as far as we know, but Bob's right, maybe something changes, but I don't think it is based on the complaint. And again, this is the part that's in play here as far as we understand it. Oh, wait. So here it does say, all right, wait, to establish the defendant's substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness. So it says that the defendant knew or understood in some way that their conduct was either illegal or wrong. So I would say, based on that, and that's what I was getting at before with the use of the word or, that if they can establish that they knew it was illegal, but didn't think it was wrong, despite it being illegal, I would say technically under that definition of the law, you would lose. So let's go to establish the defendant. For example, let's say that you are, you're suffering under a hallucination that someone is like appears as a well, I don't want to use that example because it brings up a whole bunch of stuff, but that you think that there's like a rabid werewolf, okay? That your spouse is a rabid werewolf. So it is not illegal to kill a werewolf. It is illegal to kill a human. So now you're playing with what would be all right as far as the law is concerned. Okay. To establish the defendant had the substantial capacity to conform their conduct to the law's requirements, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any mental disease or defect that may have existed at the time of the offense did not deprive the defendant of their ability to behave as the law requires. That is, to obey it. And, so I mean, that is where this case lives and dies. I know I read it before, and to summarize it, it says, to summarize, if the Commonwealth proved beyond a reasonable doubt that defendant did not have a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged events, which is not in play here, then they satisfied their burden of proving the defendant was criminally responsible. Alternatively, if the Commonwealth proved beyond a reasonable doubt that even if the defendant did suffer from a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged offense, the defense nonetheless retained the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of their conduct. And, so here's the and, to conform their conduct to the requirements of law, the Commonwealth has satisfied the burden. So if they can't prove that she could conform, she had the ability to control her behavior and to conform and to not be compelled to act, that's the only way that they have satisfied their burden. And again, remember the defense has no burden. I'm going to next revisit this. Sorry, guys. Oh, wait, you can't see it anyway, so I'm not driving you guys crazy. But let me just go back and see if there's any new questions based on that or anything that we've said so far. So Miss Jägermeister donated for Bob to get to Plymouth. Thank you. Luciana DeLima, new member. Welcome. Jules for air travel. Thank you. Luciana also helping Bob. Don't worry, that's perfect. Any money and any just thumbs up and kind words and sharing, it's all appreciated. It's all appreciated. CU Buff's mom says Reddington is the best attorney Lindsay could have here in Plymouth County. This prosecutor is ignorant. She ignores the answers, especially when they don't appear to go her way, and leaves out key details. And I saw somebody mention, and hey, I just want to reiterate here, we love to hear the other side. If somebody feels that the prosecution is making a good argument, making a good point, doing something good, I want to hear it. We'd like to hear what other people have to say. So, no reason to jump on anyone. Not that I'm saying that you guys are, but I want people to feel like they could say if they think that the prosecutor made a good point, or if they think a witness made a good point, or if they feel that there's, not support for Lindsay Clancy to satisfy that full test. Everyone has to have room, especially given this case, to express their opinions. But I wanted to point out, someone in the chat said, and I think it was in response to like me saying how well Reddington was doing what he was doing, that all attorneys do that, like try to use the state's expert as their expert, or try to do whatever, but not every attorney does it as well, and that's really the point here. And thanks for more jewels. Thanks, all of you. All right. So I think what I'm going to do here is go right to the part of this. So again, this is the complaint that's filed in Norfolk by Lindsay against all of her treating physicians and the hospitals. Again, this was drafted by attorney Scapiccio, who is a criminal defense attorney and an amazing criminal defense attorney who also obviously does civil law as well. But the point is, when she's drafting this, you can guarantee a criminal attorney would never draft something like this that's putting the narrative of the defendant forward, not in consultation with her defense team, her and everything. So you can expect that this is when we get to the facts, which we popped over and read earlier in the live, because I wanted people to know this is not about whether she knew the difference between right or wrong. It's whether she was compelled to act, whether she can conform her conduct. The second part of that to that test. And I'm not going to go through all of this again because we went through it on our primer. So if you guys didn't see it, go ahead and watch it. It's on the YouTubes. But just to start out with how they started out with it, Lindsay Clancy did everything a mother in her situation could do. She recognized something was wrong with her. She sought medical treatment. She went to emergency rooms. She called crisis hotlines. She admitted herself to a hospital. She took the medication prescribed to her. She communicated her worsening symptoms to her providers. She told them the medications were making her worse. Her husband advocated for her. Her family drove from out of state to help care for her children, and still the medical system failed her. So I'm just going to skip right to like the medications and the history of the medications. We've got jurisdiction and venue. All right. So also important is that during Lindsay's first pregnancy with Cora, she experienced anxiety due to an abnormal ultrasound finding that later resolved. She experienced some anxiety during postpartum period, but returned to part-time work and breastfed for 1 year without incident. And then with her second child during the postpartum period with Dawson, Lindsay was initially elevated with increased energy. Patrick described that, quote, she had manic behavior for multiple days. And in October of 2020, she had an episode of decluttering to, quote, simplify her life, obsessively cleaning and discarding items. She said she felt amazingly on top of things. Her thoughts raced and she constantly felt pressure to be active. So that's what you were hearing about this whole decluttering event, that the state in their I don't know if it was in their opening or when they did it, but they were trying to make it sound like they're trying to paint Lindsay as this controlling person, and controlling the kids and controlling every aspect of everybody's life. And that's how they sort of painted this decluttering of the garage. But they're also, as we just saw, using it to show her thoughts were organized. But that's, and we'll hear from the defense expert, and many of you have talked about it in the chat, that's not how it works. Okay. So after a second pregnancy, anxiety emerged at approximately 2 months postpartum. Although Lindsay was offered Zoloft by a psychiatrist, he declined due to concerns about breastfeeding. Her symptoms resolved through exercise, healthy diet, meditation, meditation, and several other things. So okay, so these postpartum episodes, including the hypomanic symptoms following Dawson's birth, were critical indicators that should have alerted competent psychiatric providers to the risk of bipolar disorder and the potential for more severe postpartum psychiatric complications following subsequent pregnancies. So, Callan was born May 26, 2022. She had elevated symptoms, significant activation in hypomanic behavior 1 week after delivery. They talk about her wanting to get back to her beach body. So now at 12 weeks, her mood switched suddenly to anxiety and depression. She wasn't sleeping. She was having debilitating anxiety and insomnia, exhaustion. Her parents came out to help. So she took the initiative to seek care. So that's September 12th that she starts with Dr. Tufts. They had her scale at 23, and she was prescribed Zoloft, despite Lindsay's hesitation about medication due to breastfeeding concerns. She waited 2 weeks before taking it, but ultimately began taking the Zoloft mid-October because she knew she needed help, and that's 2022. And then they increased the Zoloft from 25 milligrams to 50, and Lindsay started experiencing severe side effects. She didn't sleep for 48 hours. She had racing thoughts, worsening anxiety, and felt awful. So this was a dramatic departure from her previous sleep patterns, was an obvious warning signs of medication-induced activation consistent with bipolar. And that's part of the key here. You had those early indicators that they talked about from the first two pregnancies, but then this here with the Zoloft should have been that indicator. So, she reported the symptoms, and they simply discontinued the Zoloft and prescribed Ativan and Benadryl for sleep. Ativan and Benadryl. Her insomnia persisted. Her condition continued to deteriorate. So she goes to the hospital, the emergency room, reporting the insomnia, anxiety, palpitations, and they prescribed trazodone for sleep, which also wasn't effective. And then Patrick's mother, who's a nurse, sent her to the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. And that's also in November of 22. And she reported there very frustrated and scared, experiencing extreme insomnia, only 3 hours of sleep, racing thoughts. They prescribed Prozac, now November 21st. After 4 days on Prozac, she reported the medication intensified her insomnia. And they immediately informed her providers, and the Prozac was discontinued. And that was the second antidepressant that caused these activation and worsening of the insomnia. Again, a flag for the bipolar. So then in November of 25th of 22, Nurse Paul prescribed 3 different medications: Ambien, Remeron, and Klonopin. And then after taking the Remeron, Lindsay experienced dissociation, perceiving the world around her as unreal, distorted, and she was unable to determine the difference between what was real or not. She was forgetful, all those things. She reported these to her providers November 28th. So you're talking like 2 days later. Sorry. I think we're here. Yep, November 28th. And that she was still having, sleeping issues and feeling disoriented and forgetful. I'm not watching the chat because I'm reading this. So, I mean, Tracy or Bob or anyone, if there's something I need to pop over for, let me know. And then don't forget, after this, we're going to get to what they've been saying in the courtroom. I actually meant to do that first and then forgot. So November 29th, she starts treating with this nurse Jhilam. And Nurse Jhilam correctly considered bipolar presentation and prescribed Seroquel, an antipsychotic and a mood stabilizer. Now, this is what a lot of you in the chat have been talking about, the horrible side effects from that. After starting the Seroquel, she got dramatically worse. She was having auditory hallucinations. She communicated that, described her emotional state as emotionless. So, on December 2nd, 22, so we were what? November 29th, December 22nd, she reported that she had lost weight. She had no appetite. She was having panic attacks. She was so frightened by the hallucinations that she called the suicide hotline. So on December 5th, she met virtually with a crisis support clinician. Told that she couldn't get inpatient because she didn't have a plan. I'm trying just to stick with the medication here. So on December 6th, Patrick, attended the appointment with the nurse Jhilam, saying that how much worse she was, asked if they could get off the medication. And then the nurse increased the Seroquel dose to 400 milligrams a day. She continued to increase it. On December 13th, Lindsay remained deeply depressed. They called the nurse saying how horrible she was, all the thoughts she was having, that she couldn't get out of bed, that she was hearing, she was having hallucinations, loud and continuing throughout the day. And this is when Lindsay told her husband, Patrick, I have thoughts of harming the kids. And she also told her mother. And I can't remember if I said this on a live already, but Bob and I were talking, I think either on the plane or while we were gone or on the drive home, about how, she has had to have been having, Lindsay had to have been having these thoughts, okay, of, about harming the kids long before, I'm going to say long before, but a period of time before she told her husband and her mother. It's like, that's something that you're like, I'm going to push that away. What the hell is that? I'm going to push that away. What is happening? And then when it only becomes like a really serious problem, you're like, holy shit, this is real. I can't make these stop. I'm going to tell someone. And I forget why it had come up. And then later I was reading the comments from when, because Bob and I still read all your comments on the lives when Cameron was doing it. And someone put a comment in that said, Cameron, you're right about how hard it must have been for her to admit that to her husband and her mother. So, I'm just pointing out how brilliant my 20-year-old is. Thinks the same as many of us full-grown adults have, thought out. She's just so smart. It's amazing. But anyway, so she's telling her husband and her mother, and I can only assume, like I just went through that little, exercise, that's not the very first time she had a thought. There's no chance in hell. So now we're still in December, and they talk about, that she went and got more help, but I'm sticking with the medications here. Okay. Explaining how she was feeling, how horrible she was feeling with the medication. And they had her score, her postnatal depression score was 23, indicating severe depression. Her generalized anxiety score is 7. Disorder 7. Oh no, that's like the category, was a 21, higher than the threshold for the most severe category. So they rejected the bipolar. They didn't diagnose her correctly, but let's see what they did with the medication. The doctors noted that Lindsay's record, she started on Seroquel and concern for bipolar. So then Dr. Diaz accepted Lindsay and Patrick's belief that her symptoms were due to over medication and recommended weaning the Seroquel, and that her symptoms were more pharmacologically induced than pure depressive, and that they recommended to arrange for other treatment, but they discharged her. And then after that, let's see, when was she prescribed the next medication? So following that Seroquel reduction, which again was what I think December 20th. Okay. So the suicidal ideation returned, and December 29th, she told her husband, I can't tough it up. I need to go back to the hospital, to the mental hospital, or the emergency room. And then she admitted herself. She talked about her symptoms. There wasn't really much of a crew there. And she didn't see a doctor, and they released her after 3 days. And they advised to stop the Seroquel and the benzodiazepines and prescribed trazodone for sleep. So still, as of January 3rd, she's still taking Seroquel and benzodiazepines, and they're saying now they're prescribing the trazodone. Lindsay asked if she could go home. They let her go home because she was improved not taking the Seroquel. So the doctor authored and signed a physician discharge summary approving her release, documenting her as limited. Sorry, I'm trying to stay just on the medications here because there's so much stuff going on. But after discharge, they called Lindsay and spoke to her for 10 minutes, offering the names of antidepressant, and they suggested amitriptyline, another antidepressant that had already caused Lindsay issues. So she started trying just to do the best she can. And then she returned to treatment with Dr. Tufts on January 6th. Okay, so she's just being told, get off of the Seroquel, get on the trazodone. And her situation's deteriorating, and her hallucinations were back. So they switched her to Valium for a benzodiazepine taper. So, and they said at some point they'll add an antidepressant. Then on the 16th, because she was still hallucinating, she couldn't do anything. She was hearing voices. You should harm yourself. You should harm the children. All right. And she felt like a zombie. They prescribed the amitriptyline at 10 milligrams a day. January 23rd, she reported that she was feeling more anxious, racing hearts, that type of thing. And then they prescribed her, increased the amitriptyline to 20 milligrams. And that night she did not sleep. Okay, I'm going to put up this graphic that Bob sent me after we go over it. And I think that's it. I think that's all the medication. So let me put up what Bob just sent here. Let's see. I'm going to open it up as a PDF. All right. Maybe I'll just open it. Maybe I'm having some. Sorry, guys. Try to open it like this. If it'll let me. Sometimes it doesn't let me share this way. So let's see. See if I can make it work. Of course. Here we go. No, yeah. Okay. Now let me see how it looks to you guys. Or make it a little bit bigger. Oh, who made this? Shouldn't I credit somebody? Lindsay Clancy timeline. See if Bob tells me who did this so I can, credit them. Who do I credit for this? All right, so this basically follows what we just went over in a much easier way. I'm waiting for Bob to tell me who to credit for this. So that's based on filings, lawsuit, and public reporting. So here's what I'm going to say. We're going to go over this, but what the dates I just read to you, we know those for sure are what the defense is saying she actually took and when she took them. So if there's any discrepancy, that's where we fall back to. So you've got Zoloft, which is an SSRI antidepressant. And that was the first that follows what we just read, that this is the first psychiatric medication prescribed for anxiety symptoms developed before returning to work. And then SSRI, the selective serotonin retake. I can't even speak, so I'm just going to keep with the letters. And then you had in October, Ativan, which is a benzodiazepine, which are addictive. And that was added after the Zoloft was discontinued. We saw that. Then we saw in November, I thought there was something else. Let me just double check. Hold on. Where am I? Oh, right here. All right. Yep. Zoloft. She began it in mid-October. Then they increased it to the 25. And then, yes, they discontinued in October, just as this says, they discontinued the Zoloft and prescribed Ativan and Benadryl. Now, for those of you who don't know, Benadryl as a sleeping aid, people do it, but it is very, very dangerous, and it can cause its own a litany of side effects. So I don't know how long she continued to take it or not, but and then she tried the trazodone, which is an antidepressant, so an SARI. So that's a serotonin antagonist. So I don't know if that's the two things that they were saying need to be together, an SSRI and an SARI. This is why we're going to have experts with us or professionals when we're really getting into all of this, which was tried for sleep and then discontinued. Then they went to the Prozac, which is another SSRI. They did that for several weeks. And then in November, the Ambien, which is a non-benzo sedative hypnotic, a Z drug. And that it was started to address the insomnia. So then she went on all three of these things at the same time. That's what we're seeing here. We just read that too, November 25th. These three she was taking at the same time. Remeron, which is an NASSA antidepressant. So a androgenic and specific serotonergic antidepressant. It's a little bit different. So you've got these two. And then you've also have Klonopin, which is a benzo. So it's the same, added during the same medication change, right? And benzos are anti-anxiety medications that act on the GABA. But those are addictive, right? So then in late November, the Seroquel. Let me just double check it. Wait. So we have November 29th. That is right, late November. She prescribed the Seroquel. Then December 22nd, request medication reset, according to the lawsuit. That's what we were just reading. Here. Okay. And then in January, she got the Valium, which is a benzo, and the amitriptyline, which is a tricyclic. Ah, boy, a TCA, which, wait, how do I get back onto this? Why can't my mouse? Oh, here we are. Antidepressant. And that she was later prescribed before the January 24th, 2023 tragedy. Also prescribed during this period. And then I didn't see this Lamictal. Let me just check Lamictal, and they don't have there was also the Seroquel was upped to so in December of 2022. So let me just look at the chart here. Can I move this over? Hold on. Okay. What did I just say? Also December. Okay, so yeah, there's still December 6th. They started increasing the Seroquel. So and went up to 400 milligrams a day. Let me see about this. I don't see this other medication, at least not in this complaint. It says, public reports indicate it was among the psychiatric medications prescribed during her treatment, though its exact place in the timeline has not been consistently reported. And it's not in the complaint. So the civil complaint that was filed on her behalf. So let's see this. She's got some important to know here. Let me see if Bob gave me someone to Christy from TO. Maybe that's her screen name. Christy from TO, I think, made this. Okay. So important to know the precise sequence, overlap, and reasons for each medication change is a central issue. Yes. The defense argues frequent medication changes and treatment contributed, to severe psychiatric deterioration. Prosecutors dispute that explanation and contend the killings were intentional. The issues are still being litigated. And she also tells people, call or text 988 in the US if you're in crisis. But yeah, this is, it's a lot. And I don't know where the state gets off making it seem like in this short period of time, but she only took one of this and one of that. No, you're like painting a very different picture than what is, really going on. Where did I have the complaint? Just wanted to see. Yeah. And there's overlap here. If she's still increasing the Seroquel in in December. And then they were recommended weaning her off of it. So they started weaning her off of it at that other appointment. So, I mean, there's a lot. So it was the Seroquel reduction recommendation. And then by December 29th, she's like, oh no, this is not good. I need to go back, And then it wasn't until January 3rd that the doctors advised Lindsay to stop the Seroquel and the benzodiazepines and prescribed the trazodone. So, I mean, there's a lot going on at the same time, and this does a good job of fleshing that all out. But it wasn't until, according to the complaint, later in January that was actually it was actually stopped. January 3rd, stop the Seroquel and the benzos. So let me see what you guys are saying here. Oh, wait, did they come back? What's happening here? Oh, no, this is them playing. This is, okay. Court TV just playing what's going on. Well, it is 2 o'clock. Let me just make sure. Is it 2 o'clock? We had finished with the psychiatrist, right? Before we got off. Wait, is it back on? Let me see what's happening. Oh, yeah, it came back. Or is this them just talking about it? All right. Let me see what you guys are saying. Okay, the hospital psych finished. Okay, that's what I thought. I'm like getting myself confused. Okay, so I wanted to look and see what people in the courtroom were saying. Let's see what we got. We got from Sue O'Connell had said, day 5 of testimony. Oh, I'm just a commentator. I'll share what the camera and the press pool may miss. All right, so I've got to go to it, I guess. This is what maybe Tracy was letting me know. Like, check her out. If anyone else, wait, let me see what you guys have been putting in comments because I don't want to miss everything. All right, good. I didn't miss anything. We got an Uncle Alert. Thank you for your generosity on the jewels. Not so Zen Jen. Thank you. And then Whitney Renee, another new member. Welcome. Family hug. All right. So I'm going to pop on X and go to Sue O'Connell and see what she has as far as what was going on in the courtroom today. Because I know you guys wanted to know what was up with that. So by Sue O. Here we go. All right. All right. So she says, wait, but this was 4 hours ago. Oh, here's something 4 minutes ago. I'm done in court today. I'll be watching. Well, wait, where's everything? Oh, maybe she puts it in her comments. Ay. Okay. All right. Oh, yeah, this is like a whole day of comments. All right. Well, this might be too much, but I'll go through some of it. Oh, I have to start at the top, not the bottom. Okay. Sorry, guys. Give me a minute. I just did it again. Okay. All 18 jurors entered. Okay. The first witness. So she said that during the first witness, Lindsay was crying and her face was in her hand. That was worth the first doctor who treated Cora. And she said Lindsay Clancy's shoulders are shaking and appears to be crying. So then for Callan, for the doctor that did Callan, jurors continue to be attentive. Notebooks and pens are out. Many are writing. That was during the testimony of the doctor who treated Callan. Wait, David? Okay. And she said Lindsay was dabbing her eyes with the tissue. So while this testimony is very technical, almost every juror is looking at the witness as if in a lecture. Lindsay was continuing to dab her eyes. Then they went to Kelly McDonough. That's the first woman who we all said kind of changed her persona when she was first doctor, when she was testifying or being cross-examined. And it says that the jurors were attentive. And it says this witness is almost cheerful with her answers, but still technical. That's what I thought at first too. Testifies that a scan was normal, the spine was not. All right. Okay, this first medical witness's answer, I don't recall Reddington up for cross. That's the first I don't recall was when Reddington was up. Doesn't recall if Clancy was responsive. Jurors are paying a bit more attention to this testimony. Reddington pushes against the I don't recall. Reddington is listing the injuries. Let's see. I mean, she didn't really. A couple jurors are sitting up and forward on their seats and taking notes. Sounds like during that cross-examination. The witness is no longer friendly with answers. Prosecution back up. She's giving her notes to review. So that's all we had for that one. Then they had Rose. That was the police sergeant. And Lindsay is looking at Reddington notes and staring straight ahead. All right. Nothing interesting there. Then we get Rachel. That's the nurse, the trauma nurse, the first one that testifies. Jurors are attentive. Notebooks and pens are out. Many are taking notes. Lindsay's looking at the witness. Just not seeing anything. Here she gets to the part about the postpartum depression objection. The witness's recall is in sharp contrast to Dr. McDonough, like the one who wouldn't answer anything for the defense. Yeah, it's not really saying anything much about the jury for those. So then we have Meghan, the ICU nurse. So that was the first one that we were like, this woman seems like she's more you know, she can relate to just going to give the Commonwealth a little bit of pushback. I'm trying to see if they say anything about the jury. No, she doesn't say anything at all. I moved on to the next witness, who was the psychiatrist. Kind of jumped between those two. It didn't say anything about. See if she mentions anything about the jurors or Lindsay here. I mean, I thought she was saying she was going to talk more about how people were going on in the courtroom, but so there's nothing. That's it. She didn't really say anything more about like what the juror was seeing or, you know, or anything else. So I don't know if there's anyone else that you guys think had some good juror insights, but that was it for Sue. That was it for Sue. What can we talk about now? Oh, court's back. Thank you. Perfect timing. Wait, how do I? Wait, stop and just play. All right, sorry, I have to stop sharing and then reshare. Oh, yeah. Share screen.
I did. Thank you. You may have a seat, ma'am. Thank you.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
All right. Commonwealth, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Jhilam Biswas. My first name is spelled Jhilam. Last name spelled Biswas.
And your date of birth?
Date of birth is 9/12/1982.
What do you do for a living?
I am a forensic psychiatrist, and I work at Brigham and Women's Hospital.
And what is a forensic psychologist or psychiatrist? Pardon.
Well, I'm a forensic psychiatrist by specialty training, and we work in the courts often doing forensic evaluations of individuals, but I'm also an adult psychiatrist, and I work at Brigham and Women's Hospital as an adult psychiatrist on the consult liaison unit.
I think that's
And can you just briefly describe your education and training background that qualifies you for this work?
Sure. I grew up in the South Shore. I went to Dartmouth College, and then I went to medical school at UMass Chan Medical School. I then did my psychiatry residency at Harvard Longwood, which consists of Brigham and Women's, Beth Israel, Boston Children's at the time. And after that, I did subspecialty training after my psychiatry residency in forensic psychiatry, again at UMass Chan Medical School.
And focusing in on January of 2023, were you working at the Brigham and Women's Hospital?
I was.
And specifically on January 25th, 2023, did you interact with a patient there named Lindsay Clancy?
I did on January 26th.
26th, okay. And in what capacity did you interact with her? As a forensic psychiatrist or as a member of the staff at Brigham and Women's?
I interacted with her as a member of the staff, the psychiatry staff at Brigham and Women's Hospital.
And did you have a particular role that day on January 26, 2023?
Yes, I was on the consult liaison service, which is the psychiatry service that's called by medical and surgical specialties to help evaluate and provide psychiatric recommendations.
And did you meet with Ms. Clancy on that day, on the 26th?
I did.
And was that around 2:14 p.m. that you had that interaction?
I think it was somewhere between 2 and 3 o'clock. Yes.
And when you met with Lindsay Clancy, was that in her hospital room in the ICU?
It was.
And was she intubated at the time?
She was.
And was she awake?
She was awake.
And was she oriented?
So she was intubated, so it was difficult for her to really answer a range of questions. And so she gestured to me to be able to write. And so we knew that she was really exhausted and anxious from the entire experience and the evaluation. And so we didn't ask her all of the questions around orientation.
When she gestured that she wanted to write, did you give her something to write with or something to write on?
I did.
And what did you give her?
Paper.
And did you also give her a pen or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And was she able to, when you asked her certain questions, was she able to answer those questions by writing the answers on the paper?
She was.
Okay. And did you ask her about her mood that day?
I did ask her mood.
And what did she write?
She wrote horrified.
And what was her affect during this interaction?
At the time that I saw her, she was intubated, and that in and of itself is very uncomfortable. And so she seemed very anxious.
And did she write anything else on that paper that you saw?
Yes, the entire evaluation was done through writing because she couldn't speak.
So what types of questions were you asking her, and what was she responding with?
So we asked her, how are you feeling? Horrified. And then she wrote down, do I have an attorney? And I said with my team that at this time, we're just getting to know you and getting to know the case, and we're not sure exactly, what is happening. And we asked her, do you have questions for us? And she asked, is my body broken? Are my legs straight? And she then asked about, can she have visitors? And, where her family is.
And when you are asking her questions, what is the goal of the questions that you're asking her? What are you trying to address or assess?
It depends. Psychiatrists are called for all kinds of issues that happen in the hospital. In this situation, we were asked around, diagnostic clarity, that there was a likely suicide event that occurred. Can you evaluate her for safety at this time before she goes into surgery?
And I know that she was intubated, so she's writing her answers. But based on the answers she wrote on the paper, did she seem to understand the questions you were asking?
Yes.
And her responses, did you understand those?
Yes, she was anxious and she needed breaks. And I said, anytime you need a break, we can leave. But she did write to us those particular answers.
So what she was writing, even when she asked if she had a lawyer, those were things, what she was writing made sense given the situation. She wasn't writing, is there a unicorn in the corner, right?
Correct.
Like that.
What? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What?
If there was a unicorn in the corner. So what she's asking, do I have an attorney? Are my legs straight?
Again, her still not understanding psychosis and thinking it means that she thinks there's a unicorn in the corner, or that she has to be saying something bizarre or ridiculous and drooling and not making any sense. So the state's just still staying on with their same exact plan. And it's silly. It's just silly. Did she think there was, so she didn't write anything about a unicorn in the corner, right? She didn't think there was a unicorn in the corner of the room, right? Okay. Thanks, Commonwealth.
What she's asking, do I have an attorney? Are my legs straight? Is my body broken? Those all made sense given the situation she was in, correct?
They were relevant answers and questions she was asking.
Okay. And are you familiar with the characteristics of psychosis?
Yes.
Okay. And what are the typical signs or symptoms of someone who is in psychosis?
It really depends, and it ranges across a spectrum of symptoms. So we have a whole category of different types of symptoms that we look at for psychosis, and they are different for everyone. But, they can be what we call negative symptoms, which are more internal, isolating, not responding, not reacting very much. And then we have symptoms like positive symptoms, that's what we call them in psychiatry, but they're a little bit more outward focused, where objectively you can see what those symptoms are, like being paranoid, darting your eyes around, responding to internal stimuli, which means you're responding to voices, and, being within a delusion. So there's all kinds of symptoms, and they look different for each and every person.
In your conversation with Ms. Clancy, did you notice any internal or external signs of psychosis?
At the time, I documented that I did not note those.
And did you also note that, she was, her thinking was linear, goal-oriented, thoughtful, and she didn't appear to be responding to internal stimuli?
Yes, that is typical language in psychiatric mental statuses, and I did document that.
What is internal stimuli?
Oftentimes, it's very difficult for our patients to be able to articulate what they're hearing. They may have perceptual disturbances like hallucinations or auditory hallucinations, and maybe hearing voices. When it's really active, we often see those individuals interacting with those voices. I didn't see that in that particular moment.
So, for example, you could see someone engaging in a looks like they're engaging in a conversation with someone, or looks like they're looking over at something, thinking something or someone is there when they're not.
Is that correct? That's what responding to internal stimuli is. Yes.
And you didn't see any of that present with Ms. Clancy?
Correct.
Okay. And would it be fair that some of the obvious signs of psychosis would be someone whose thoughts are disorganized, that their thinking isn't linear, that they're not making sense, things like word salad, where they're just throwing in words, making sentences that don't make sense?
So you describe symptoms that we can see in people with serious mental illness who have a psychotic disorder with active symptoms.
And you didn't see any of that with Ms. Clancy, is that correct?
Not in that snapshot moment of time.
Right. And to be clear, you only saw her for a limited amount of time on that one day, correct?
That is correct.
And this is January 26th, 2023, about a day and a half or so after she's admitted to Brigham and Women's.
That is correct, yes.
And she's still intubated.
Yes.
And one of the first questions she asked is, do I have a lawyer?
Yes.
And did you have any, based on your training experience, did you have any thoughts about her awareness or thoughtfulness about the questions she asked or the answers she gave?
I don't know what that means, objection.
Okay, if you could rephrase that.
Did you have any assessment professionally of the responses and awareness that she had?
Yes, at that time, I was trying to assess, is she confused or oriented? Is she completely disorganized? Is she so anxious that she won't be able to sleep? I was assessing suicidality mostly. I was being called into the room for that. And so there were a lot of things that I was assessing all at the same time before the surgical intervention that was going to happen. And did I answer your question?
Yes. Okay. All right. And so, in doing that, in evaluating
I don't remember if anyone
all
in
of
the
those
chat
things, did you have any concerns at that point in time that she couldn't make a decision to have the surgery, or that there was some cause for concern there in her behavior?
I felt she had the capability to make the decision for surgery at that time.
So this is tied to when she was going to have the surgery. So that should help us. I'm sure that they'll orient us back to time and place on and I just tried to highlight someone who said it was the 26th, but I lost it. January 26th. Yeah, this doctor was on the 26th. A day and a half after she was admitted to the women's hospital. All right. Oops. No, I just lost the. And it was January 24th was the day of the incident, you guys. January 24th.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's an interesting cross.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So just a couple of questions. When counsel was asking you about psychosis, apparently you've dealt with people, some of your patients, while you're working in the hospital that in fact were florid. They had psychosis and symptoms of psychosis.
Yes.
So you've dealt with people, is it a fair amount of people that would actually hear voices?
Yes, I've seen many patients that are hearing voices.
And were they, to your knowledge, were they involved with command hallucinations?
My patients in the past?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. A fair large amount of people that you've treated over the years that have suffered from command hallucinations, hearing voices, delusions, things of that nature, right?
In my career, yes.
Yeah. And do you know whether or not there had been any indication from Lindsay as to, well, in the hospital, having any delusions or psychosis symptoms of that nature, if you know?
So I saw her, she had only been in the hospital for a day and a half.
Right.
And I hadn't heard about any psychotic delusions
And that's
from anybody.
what you saw, though. I mean, as far as you, like, how often would you see her?
I see. I saw her one time.
Once. Okay. How long were you evaluating her?
Probably because she was intubated, it was
just asking how long.
About 20 to 30 minutes.
20 minutes, 30 minutes? And a psychosis, is a psychosis, to your knowledge, something that has to continue, or does it stop?
Wax and wane, like someone put in there.
It absolutely depends on the patient. It depends on their age, how many episodes of psychosis they have had. It depends on the type of psychosis we're seeing. For some people, they can have moments of clarity, absolutely. And for some, it can be more continuous. It really depends on the patient and their illness.
Okay. So basically, you're saying that it would be case specific?
Yes.
All right. And in the 20 minutes or so that you had when you're dealing with Lindsay, were you aware of her prior medical and psychiatric history?
When we get consulted on a case, we...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm asking, were you aware of her medical and psychiatric history?
I was aware of the portion that was in the medical record before I saw her.
Okay, so that would deal with, as far as postpartum psychosis?
Could you ask that question again?
When you looked at the medical record and when you were involved evaluating her on behalf of the hospital, because you weren't a psychiatrist that her mother or father had retained and asked to go see her, right?
Correct.
You were working for the hospital.
I was working for Brigham and Women's Hospital.
And you had spoken to a number of people before you interacted with her for the 20 minutes that you saw her while she was there for a month, right?
No.
Okay. Now, were you aware of her history of documented postpartum depression?
I was aware of mostly the postpartum anxiety that was in the record, yes.
And postpartum anxiety, the symptomology would be insomnia?
Yes,
And
can be.
did she have insomnia prior to seeing you for 20 minutes?
Yes.
And do you recall the length of time that she would be suffering from insomnia? Was it like a week, a day, a month, or what?
I don't recall the timing exactly.
Do you recall that at one point that she was on medication and actually went for 48 hours without sleep?
I don't recall that exactly from the record, that number.
Do you recall, in addition to the insomnia, that she was concerned as asking you if, in fact, her brain was broken?
She asked me, is my body broken?
Okay. Did you see in the records that she was concerned about the effect of the drugs and whether or not her brain was broken, quote unquote?
I did not see that language in the records.
How about acting on command hallucinations, conversations or statements to the effect that she was having thoughts of suicidal ideation? You know that, right?
I did know about the suicidal ideation, yes.
How many times did she express to people that she would tell people that she had been concentrating on committing suicide? If you know.
I don't recall the number of times.
So in any event, you know that she was insomnia. You know that there was a significant period of time that she was suffering from insomnia. You knew that she was expressing suicidal ideation. How about homicidal ideation? Did she express that?
Not from my review of the records.
Okay. Would that be indicative of a person that could be in psychosis expressing concerns about homicidal ideation?
Objection.
No. Overall, allow it.
Sorry, I don't know that question. Could you repeat that question?
Sure. Is that one of the factors that one would be concerned about as a psychiatrist if a person was expressing homicidal ideation?
I would be concerned about that as a psychiatrist.
And in fact, in this case, you knew at least about the suicidal ideation that she had been expressing, right?
Yes.
But you didn't know about any homicidal ideation she was expressing, right?
From the records or
prior to coming to see you for 20 minutes?
I knew that there was an event that had occurred and that
3 children died. That's the event you're referring to, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Next question.
Now, as far as the period of time that she was involved with, by the way, what's hypomania?
Hypomania is sort of the gradual increase towards mania, the symptoms that we see in somebody who might have bipolar disorder. And with bipolar disorder, we see mixed depression and we see mania and we see symptoms that kind of gradually increase to mania. And
Okay, so see, I just want to know, you see how she's now like talking to the jury? She's a forensic psychiatrist. So although she was treating Lindsay, she is someone who comes into court and testifies. She's a forensic psychiatrist. So you see a difference here in her.
we call that period hypomania.
Did she exhibit, to your knowledge from the medical records, any periods of hypomania? Excessive cleaning, exercise, or activities, being awake at night, things of that nature?
At that moment, on January 26th, I don't remember reading about that.
Okay. Do you have any memory of reading about it at all? Other than that moment? As a treating physician, a doctor, psychiatrist?
Oh, good question.
I don't remember.
So what is your purpose at the hospital? I mean, you're not treating the person for any illness that they have as far as their mental condition, right? You're not treating them.
We are.
Oh, you are?
Yes.
So you're concerned about, obviously, their symptomology, if any, that they present at the time that you're looking at them and talking to them, or in this case, she couldn't talk, but
She couldn't talk and she was going into surgery, and we had recommended suicidal precautions. We had recommended trauma-informed care so that she was getting the care that she needed. She was going to go into surgery. And then after that, we were going to continue to follow her and assess her and make sure that we were evaluating her appropriately and making recommendations to the surgical team for the care that she needed.
We never saw her again.
All set?
Objection.
Next. So when you're dealing with this person that's going into surgery, did you know what type of surgery she was going in for?
At the time, we knew that she was going into surgery for her spine.
Did you know what happened with her spine?
I knew that she had injuries to her spine.
Did you know that there was a transection injury, that her spine was basically exploded in T5, T6? Other thoracic vertebrae fractured, including the cervical vertebrae up by the throat, all that?
We were reading about it. It was all actively happening at that time.
Was she in pain?
Yeah, yes, I'm sure she was.
Was she on medication?
Yeah, she was on a few medications related to pain and blood pressure.
So she's brought into the
Not a
hospital.
sedative.
You knew from reviewing her records as a psychiatrist that in fact she coded the day before, right?
Wow.
I don't recall her coding the day before I saw her. I do recall from the records that she had a coding event after, I think on the 27th or 28th.
Okay, so you were not involved with her when she coded. Did you know that she had any events of that nature right after she was brought from the South Shore Hospital?
I don't know what you're referring to.
You know what a code is, right?
Yes.
Did she almost die before you saw her?
I think it was after.
Okay. How about perfusion, blood in the body and tubes being inserted into her chest? Did you know that from looking at the records?
I think that happened after, but I don't
after.
recall because I don't have the records on me.
Okay. So did you know that she had massive transfusions?
Not at the...
On this jury that it was after she saw you that she coded, had transfusions, had double tubes put into her both sides of her lungs. It's your testimony that it was after she saw you?
Oh, shit.
You don't know, do you?
My understanding is the surgery happened after I saw her.
Oh, the surgery did. I'm asking you about the massive transfusions. I'm asking you about the tubes being inserted so that the 300 milligrams or whatever it is of blood can be perfused or taken out of her chest cavity. I'm asking about whether or not you knew that she had coded. I'm not asking about the surgery. Obviously, that took place after you saw her, right?
Objection asked and answered.
No, overruled. Because that's why you were talking to her, right? To see if she could make an informed consent to a surgery, I guess.
No, I was called for the suicidal ideation.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you said that you wanted to talk to her
That is
about
what she
the
said.
surgery as well.
No.
That's what she
The suicidal
said.
ideation continues to this day, does it not?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did the suicidal ideation that you were concerned about continue the time that she was in Brigham and Women's Hospital for a month?
I saw her one time.
Right, I know that, 20 minutes, right?
Yes.
So
Get her
you know
red.
nothing about suicidal ideation after you saw her intubated and then laying in the bed, and then you talked to her as you've discussed with the jury, right?
That's correct.
That's it.
That's correct.
How about the cops? How many cops were there?
I don't recall.
There were some, right? There were armed men in that room, were there not?
I don't recall. I think they were outside the room, if I remember correctly, from 3 years ago.
Okay, I know it's been a while. Do you recall armed police officers being outside the room?
I think I don't recall.
Do you have any memory of any police officers being outside the room where she was laying in that bed?
I knew she was in custody, and generally in custody.
No, not generally. Let's talk about Lindsay Clancy.
I can't recall.
Okay. Did you know that she couldn't even have visitors in the sense that the police would not even let her mother or father visit with her?
I can't recall.
Did you know that when you were dealing with her, was she handcuffed to the side of the gurney or the stretcher?
She had a soft restraint according to my documentation.
Soft restraints, okay.
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with the police at all?
The witness says, I think.
And after you spoke to her for 20 minutes, that really ended your involvement with Lindsay Clancy until today, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I would have gone back to all the things she didn't know. She absolutely said multiple things. One was, I was there to make sure she could make informed consent to go into surgery. And then we were going to continue to evaluate and assess her and provide updates to the surgical team on how to deal with her, da, 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 da. But then she never saw her again. And, you know, I mean, I think, again, so when we were talking before about like reading your witness, he could tell that this forensic psychiatrist was going to push back on everything he was trying to get, like with the waxing and the waning and the whole, you know, not every psychotic person sees elephants in the corner, you know, get the kind of answers that he got from the other psychiatrist who was not a forensic psychiatrist. Where she was, you know, saying that that's not something that happens all the time. And you wouldn't need to see that at that point, those kind of things. What were we going to say?
All right.
Babe?
So a couple of things. Allie correctly pointed out she can be an expert because she's a forensic psychiatrist. She was a treating physician, if you want to call that treating, for 20 minutes, which Reddington hammered home, I don't know, 25 times that she saw her for 20 minutes. I don't know that he needed to go into it already, or I mean, they objected, asked, and answered when he was kind of rehammering home the fact that this woman didn't know anything about her. In terms of the civil lawsuit, she just fucked whatever hospital she's associated with, because I missed it because I was on the drive. When she said it, she didn't know anything about what she was presenting as. She didn't know. She knew nothing about what she was presenting as. She knew nothing. Zero. She didn't know anything about, she certainly didn't know about postpartum depression with her second child. She didn't know anything about her manic event with her second child. Everything that she did is, you know what? But she was honest. She was honest about, like, the unicorn question was obscene. As far as the Commonwealth goes, they're stuck. They're stuck having to take that ridiculous position, no matter how many of their own doctors and witnesses they're putting on that are going to explain, you don't have to be frothing at the mouth. You don't have to be exhibiting, insane looking behavior in order to be psychotic.
He got all that out of that. I don't know if you heard it.
I did. I did. So what I'm saying is that the CW is going to have, no matter how stupid those questions are appearing to the jury, it's their case. They're going to keep asking the questions, and you just have to hope that what these doctors are saying, the Commonwealth's own witnesses, is resonating with them, that it's sticking with them. Because when the defense comes on during their case in chief and puts their experts on, they're going to be driving it home. Absolutely driving it home. And when the Commonwealth stands up to try to cross-examine them, they're going to have a real problem, because their own doctors, two of them now that I've seen, are going to be saying, yeah, psychosis kind of comes in and out. You know, you can be lucid while you're in psychosis. It was a very effective cross. And I didn't think he was at all being rude. This is a cross-examination. This isn't high tea.
But
right?
But I think that it's reflective of how some jurors are going to interpret it. Again, he's a man, cross-examining a woman. And if some people in chat thought it was, then you can bet that probably some people in the jury thought it was.
I saw one person in chat say that.
All right. So then, okay. So the one thing that I do think that they got out that was probably the strongest for them out of this was the whole, and again, we need to go back to the timing, but that they focus on the first question that was asked was, Reddington did a really good job with the other witness that testified about, she asked if she could call her lawyer about the timing, how long that had been going. So I think that kind of solved it with this one, but I might have wanted to see a little more of that. He tried. She was like, I don't know if there were cops out there. I don't know if she was restrained. So he did do, he did do some of that. Let's see if anything else before we see if they redirect.
I don't think
her.
he left much on the table, to be honest with you. I thought it was a very effective cross.
Yeah,
and
for
again,
sure.
this is a trial, and he is a defense attorney. She is a remarkably educated witness. I don't give a shit what gender she is. She is a witness for the Commonwealth, and she treated Lindsay Clancy and is coming in here into a court of law, having seen her for 20 minutes, not knowing that she had coded and nearly died. I mean, it's clear to me that happened prior to her coming in, and she had no idea.
Right.
So you
And
give
she
her
said-
the value of what she's worth, which to me is nothing. So
Yeah.
I thought it was a
She
effective
contradicted herself numerous times in the cross. So
Redirect.
Yeah, try to fix that shit.
Doctor, when you were being asked about these records that you reviewed, what records did you review?
I reviewed the records in EPIC, which is our medical record at Brigham and Women's Hospital.
And so you didn't do a deep dive into Miss Clancy's entire psychiatric history prior to coming to Brigham and Women's, correct?
I did, as you do, as is protocol for a consult, you look at the records and you make sure you have an understanding of what's been happening with the patient.
But did you have access at that time to all the records for all the treatment providers Miss Clancy had seen regarding her mental health for the last 6 months?
You know, I don't even know. I had some of the records. I don't know if I had all of the records.
Okay.
Wow, honest
and so
answer.
you reviewed
Thank
what you had, correct?
Correct.
And then you met with the patient, correct?
Correct.
And in meeting with her, where she's had these events happen. She's had the tubes in her chest. She's about to go into surgery. One of the first things on her mind is, do I have a lawyer? Correct?
That move to strike that. First of all, it wasn't part of cross. Secondly, this is the fourth time the council has tried to accentuate that.
Well, I'll allow that question. Go ahead.
Well, that was one of her first thoughts was, do I have a lawyer? Correct?
Objection.
She wasn't able, she was exhausted. She was intubated. She could barely talk. She was writing and she was getting ready for surgery. And so those were the few questions that came up.
Right. She's exhausted. She's anxious. She's in pain. She's about to go in for surgery. And she wants to know, do I have a lawyer?
Sustained.
So given the condition she was in at that time, the defense counsel asked you about the pain she was in. Defense counsel asked you about the surgery she was about to go into. Those are the issues that she was focused on in your conversation with her. Am I broken? Are my legs straight? Do I have a lawyer?
Yes.
Thank you.
She wasn't focused on much while she was exhausted, in pain, anxious, and concerned about the future surgery that she was imminent, was she?
If you could speak up, ask that question.
Sorry. She wasn't focused on much of anything while she was exhausted, in pain, unable to talk, and anticipating imminent surgery, right?
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Anything, Coma?
No.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Coma?
The Commonwealth would call Robert Flynn as its next witness.
Afternoon, you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court.
I just want to note that the treatment she got after the incident is not subject to the lawsuit, even though it is the same entity. So, but the treatment before is the subject to the civil suit. But yeah, same entity. They know they're being sued.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
Yeah, Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Robert Flynn, Flynn.
And how are you employed, sir?
From the Duxbury Police Department.
What is your current rank or assignment there?
And currently I am a patrol sergeant.
How long have you been with the Duxbury Police?
About 7.5 years.
Going back to January of 2023, what was your assignment then?
I was assigned to the Detective Bureau.
So if I draw your attention to January 24th of 2023, were you working that day or were you called in?
Both. I worked the 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. shift, and I was called in later after my shift.
Okay, so you became aware of an incident that occurred in the town of Duxbury approximately 6 p.m. that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
And so when you come back in after working that day shift, where do you go or where are you directed to go?
I was contacted by Sergeant Detective Jhilam, who informed me to respond to 47 Summer Street.
And so while you're en route...
Hey, sorry, I take it back. Brigham does not appear to be listed here. So, my mistake.
Is one of the defendants?
No, I don't see Brigham. I thought I read it in here, but I don't see...
As one of the defendants in the civil suit. Is that what you're
right,
saying?
as one of the defendants in the civil suit or mentioned in the civil suit at all. So, my bad.
I mean, it at that point, it's after the fact.
Right,
So-
but I thought that she had seen them. I thought they were one of the facilities she saw before it, and I guess not. Wait, let me double check.
I mean, Ohio Coffee Queen brings up a point that's going to have to be addressed, and I've seen a lot of people asking it. And Ohio Coffee Queen says, sure, she's allowed to ask that, but if you just came out of psychosis, what is your first question? What your first question would be is what happened and where are the kids? Unless she's cognizant or in her mind, she'd killed them.
Right.
Like if that's what her thought process is when she wakes, then she's not asking that question. You know what I mean? So, but that issue is going to have to be addressed by the defense at some point because it matters, because that is something that jurors will think. Well, why isn't the first thing that she's asking, where are my children? Are my children okay? Right. So, but I can't remember what Patrick said. I can't remember if she said I killed the kids. Or he asked, where are the kids? And she said in the basement. I know that. I can't remember if she said anything beyond that. Do you guys remember? It's going to have to be addressed fully because Ohio Coffee Queen's question is a very reasonable question, and every single juror is going to be wondering it. So it's going to have to be addressed fully.
For sure. Absolutely. 100%. All right.
Route to that location, are you monitoring the radio?
I just went back.
So while you're en route to that location, are you monitoring the radio?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you monitoring communications with other Duxbury officers?
Yes, ma'am. I had a department issued vehicle that I took home, and I responded to it in that vehicle. And I had scan on, which is getting all surrounding agencies, including fire, Pembroke, Kingston, Marshfield.
And while you were en route and had that radio on, could you hear officers screaming and it being chaotic?
Yes, ma'am.
When you arrived at 47 Summer Street, were there already other first responders there?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it fair to say that when you actually arrived at that location, you were made aware that the children that were on scene had already been transported?
No.
Okay, so what did you know when you arrived? What did you
I knew that there was an incident involving children. I learned that when I initially responded and spoke to Sergeant Homestead. He was the one that informed me that it appeared that a mother had killed her 3 kids.
Okay, but when you got there on the scene, were the children still in the house?
So I was under the impression that they were still in the house because most incidents I've had involving a sudden death at a house, the fire department declares them on scene and it becomes a police matter, and we help with the investigation.
Okay, that was your understanding based on the information that you had, correct? But did you come to learn that the children had been transported?
Yes, ma'am.
And how about the individual, the person, the fourth person, if you will, on scene? Were you advised that there was a woman who had been transported from the scene as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result of kind of the nature of what you believed you were coming into, did you call for extra help?
With, is it our own department or?
With an outside department?
Yes. So the Massachusetts State Police has jurisdiction over any death investigation in town of Duxbury and other communities. So we are to notify investigators of the state police.
And as a detective at the Duxbury Police, you're familiar with that relationship with the state police, that oftentimes when a death investigation occurs, that you work in connection with the state police detectives unit of that jurisdiction to conduct an investigation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You're muted, Bay.
These are all leading questions, and the state will get away with it for as long as the defense lets them. The defense, as is sometimes an important and good strategy, is just decided, I'm not objecting this stuff unless it's really important. So he's just letting her basically conduct a cross-examination. So you absolutely know what you're talking about, and it has been happening throughout. Like sometimes I'm screaming at the screen or the if I'm listening, objection. But he's right not to object at everything, and a lot of it really doesn't matter. But I kind of, But so you do know what you're talking about.
And so in this instance, when you went there, you believed that the children had already passed, so you made that phone call to the detectives unit, correct?
That's correct.
And certainly, sometime thereafter, you were advised of the children's passing and that this was a death investigation, correct?
That's correct.
Once the children had been removed from the scene and the defendant had been removed to the scene, did you and your other officers from the Duxbury Police Department do anything to secure the scene?
Yeah, so once we gathered more information and I notified the Massachusetts State Police, we decided to conduct a security sweep of the house. This is to make sure that there was no further suspects or further victims or any other people in the house that we may have missed.
In regards to this security sweep, what is the goal? You just described it to kind of identify if there are other people, but as far as your observations and your contact within the house, you try to minimize your contact within the house in those instances?
Yes, I'm not searching for any type of evidence. I just have different observations that I obviously notice.
And what areas of the house did you go into prior to the arrival of the state police?
I entered with three of us, Sergeant Patricus, who's from the Kingston Police Department, and it was Lieutenant Weiler at the time. So we all kind of went into our own separate rooms and separate ways throughout the house. But I think ultimately all three of us went to all three floors of the home.
Okay, and so talking first about the main floor of the house, did you go into the kitchen area?
Yes, I did.
And did you make any observations in that kitchen area?
I observed, it was clear to me that there was young children living there. There was some paintings on the wall. I noticed a takeout food bag. The only word I remember from that is it being Mediterranean written on the receipt.
Okay. And if I may approach with a picture.
To the pictures,
Showing you the pictures just accurately depict the kitchen area that you observed.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll move to admit this.
That may be admitted.
Defense has already said we have no objection to any of their
Showing
exhibits
you on
unless
the
they.
screen what's been marked as Exhibit 44. This is the kitchen at 47 Summer Street, and in the middle of the photograph is a takeout bag, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're aware that in the background here of the photograph where there's a kitchen table, there's kind of a door next to it.
Yes, ma'am.
And then there's, on the other opposite side, there's a slider door, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to making those general observations about the kitchen area, did you go in other areas of the main floor of the house?
Yes, I did.
And in the living room area, I'll show you what's been marked already as Exhibit 25. Is that familiar to you as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, upon your kind of sweep of this house, what stood out to you about the living room area?
There appeared a young child lived there, and there was food on the couch, their snack.
And in this photograph, can you see a couple bowls, a bowl here on the bottom of the photo and a bowl further up on the couch?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in that main area of the house, you didn't find any other individuals, correct?
Negative.
And had you been made aware that the husband, Patrick Clancy, had been on scene and he had also been transported from the area?
Patrick Clancy was on scene when I was there.
Okay. At some point, did he go in an ambulance?
Yes.
Now, in that second floor of the house, or well, let me ask you, what's the next area of the house that you recall going through in this sweep?
Into the basement.
Now, were you advised that things had occurred in the basement?
I think so. I'm not really.
Okay. And fair to say, this was still, upon your arrival, a pretty chaotic scene.
Correct.
There was a lot of firefighters around, a lot of equipment going around.
Correct.
Okay. In that basement, did you do a full sweep of every room in the basement?
Like I said, 3 of us combined and made sure that we at least hit every part that a human or something could be in. So, yes.
Okay, but as far as you yourself, fair to say you just kind of went in on the left side?
Yes, I went into the left.
And did you see a lot of the firefighters' equipment still left behind?
Yes.
A lot of medical supplies?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, going up to now the second floor, did you go to the second floor of the home?
The top floor?
Yes.
Yes.
And did you enter into the master bedroom?
Yes.
And is there anything that kind of struck you about walking into that master bedroom as far as the temperature of the room?
It was colder than the rest of the house.
And did you notice that there was, in fact, a window open?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm just going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 43. Is that familiar to you as the window that you observed open?
Yes, ma'am.
And as far as the furniture in that bedroom, did you make any observations of a bed in the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anything that stood out to you on the bedding or in the area of the bed?
The bedding itself?
If it stood out to you.
Not necessarily, no.
How about the items on the bed?
Yeah, so Sergeant Patrigas pointed out that there was a cell phone on the bed.
Okay, I'm just going to show you. It's already been marked as Exhibit 42. And see, is an object. Is that how it appeared when you first entered into the bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
The phone. At some point, were you able to go out to the backyard of the home?
Yes, ma'am. So after leaving the upstairs, we went back through the kitchen, and that's what we talked about earlier, and went up to the back slider.
And were you able to make observations of the backyard area?
Yes, we came up to a porch and took a left, which would have been the back right side of the house. And there was some matted out snow and some other medical equipment, which we believed was the window that Lindsay Clancy came out of.
And from that area or that vantage point in the backyard where you were, could you see into other areas of the house?
Yes.
And what areas of the house could you see into?
Near where that area was, there was a basement window that kind of went into, but later learned what it was, but a basement window to like an office or gym area.
Show you Exhibit 38. Is that familiar as the backyard view?
Yes, ma'am.
And fair to say there's an area here of the photo that I'm pointing to with my pen, which is kind of on my right. That is a window well. Is that the window you could see into?
Correct.
And then again, in this photograph, do you see the open window that you observed when you went into the bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
As far as that open window, when you were in the backyard, did you see any screens or anything around the property that would give you any indication of how that window was open or the condition of the window?
No, to me it appeared that the screen was just pushed up.
Now, again, as you and the 3 other investigators did that sweep of the house, you didn't touch or move anything, correct?
Negative.
And once you did that security sweep, is there a protocol in place to make sure that the scene remains as it is until the state police arrive?
Yeah, so there was one of the officers was logging individuals that were in and out of the house. Crime scene tape was put up around the property. The doors were secured, and around this time is when I received a phone call from Trooper McKellican.
Okay. And did you remain on scene?
We remained on scene until some troopers showed up to the area.
Okay. And while you were on scene, did you attempt to help coordinate other members of the Duxbury Police Department to take care of other things like going to the hospitals and securing coverage?
The decision for who was going to the hospital was made by our command staff, but I met some of the troopers back at the station to coordinate further.
Okay, and when you were back at the station, were you aware or advised that a search warrant was sought for the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go back to 47 Summer Street with the team when the search warrant was received?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you participate in the execution of that warrant?
I was present during it.
Okay. Fair to say, though, you didn't, you weren't responsible for searching any particular location or collecting any evidence?
No, ma'am.
That was reserved for the state police?
For the most part, yes.
At the conclusion of that search warrant, were you asked to go back into the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you asked to go back in the house to do?
Once the search warrant was completed, my lieutenant told me to go back up into the house and close the window in the upstairs bedroom.
And when you went back and got closer to that window, did you make any observations of damage to the window or the window screen?
No.
And were you able to close it and secure the window?
Eventually, yes.
Fair to say there was blood in that area that kind of was in the way?
Yes, and the bed was kind of pushed in front of it.
So did you have to move the bed in order to get to the window?
Yes, ma'am.
As far as anything removed from the home, did you go back into the basement at somebody's direction?
No, ma'am.
At some point, had you helped to remove some medical equipment that the fire department had left behind?
That was during the search warrant.
Okay. And is that the only items that you yourself removed from the home?
Correct.
As part of the follow-up investigation, did you work with Trooper McGilligan and some of the other troopers from the State Police Detectives Unit to conduct follow-up interviews and gather more information?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it fair to say that the state police were the primary investigators and they took over pretty much everything from that point on?
That's correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Reddington.
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commonwealth calls Mark Farioli.
I don't know what the real point was of that. Did he establish something?
Not that I'm aware of. I thought that one comment was very interesting. I mean, they could have called him out of order because he wasn't available last week for a litany of reasons. I mean, we don't know. Or somebody brought up the fact that strategically that they wanted to bring it back to the kids in the house after they put some of
Back to murder.
psychiatrists on. Yeah.
I agree. I agree that that's open for the possibility, but it's probably not the case. And we'll see by the rest of the witnesses that follow now.
I mean, he looks like another cop.
Sure does.
At first glance.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the Commonwealth and another not coming between the Commonwealth and the Senate flash the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
Honey?
Yes,
Thank you.
please.
Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
I'm Detective Mark Farioli, Farioli.
Where do you work?
The Massachusetts State Police,
How long have you been a state trooper?
since 2005.
And back in January of 2023, where were you assigned within the state police?
I was assigned to the Plymouth County State Police Detective Unit.
And were you involved in a limited way in the investigation regarding Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I was.
And specifically, directing your attention to January 27th, 2023, were you aware that a search warrant was obtained on that date to collect the blood and urine of Lindsay Clancy from South Shore Hospital?
Yes, I was.
And then directing your attention to January 31st, 2023 at 10:25 in the morning, did you go to the South Shore Hospital to collect the blood and urine of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And where did you collect that from?
The lab at South Shore Hospital.
And was that from the specimen process supervisor, Melissa Akerdepane?
Yes, it was.
And do you recall how many vials you collected?
In total, I collected 7 vials.
And was that all blood or urine or both?
6 were blood vials and 1 was urine.
And once you collected those vials, where did you bring them?
I brought them directly to the Massachusetts State Lab in Lakeville.
And did you drop those off at the state lab at approximately 11:15 a.m. on January 31st, 2023?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall who you gave the vials of blood and urine belonging to Lindsay Clancy to at the lab?
Leah O'Connell.
Thank you.
Reddington?
The defense would have stipulated to this.
We have stipulated to the chain of custody for the blood.
Yeah, he was a chain of custody witness.
Thank you, sir. I have no questions.
All right, thank you.
He just wants to he keeps saying we stipulate. Like, why is she calling this witness? He's stipulated to chain of evidence.
Leah O'Connell.
So this is when you see the state just wanting to put on, look how many witnesses we have. Look how many people were investigated this. Look at all the work we've done. Trust us, believe us. This is such, look at all of this. When I mean, that witness had no business being called, literally just to establish chain of evidence, when the defense has said repeatedly, we stipulate to the chain of evidence. And she's like, well, I want to do what I want to do anyway. I want to put on more cops.
Yeah, I mean,
I want to waste
look,
more time.
my dad would tell Allie and I when we were young lawyers, like, I never stipulate to anything. But then I think he backtracked later in our career, but the point being that, there's certain things where that particular witness only served one purpose, and that was to establish the chain of custody, which was, I got the samples, I brought them to the lab. That's how they got there. And what Reddington's standing up, as Allie called it before he even said it, look, we would have stipulated all this. We didn't need to waste the jury's time by putting that particular witness on, because stipulating means we agree that we're not arguing it. We're going to allow it to come to evidence. We're not challenging the chain of custody at all. Bring it. Let's just save the time of putting the witness on. Could have saved 7 minutes of the jury's life by not having the witness come on. So.
Right. And in some cases, the chain of custody actually matters. Here we're talking about, chain of custody doesn't matter for anything because she's admitting everything that happened. So this is just, like I said, an example of them wanting to put on more police and more witnesses to say to the jury, look at all the work that we did.
And we have no idea how either of these two prosecutors deep down feel about prosecuting this case. I mean, there exist prosecutors in the world that are forced to prosecute cases that their boss is telling them that they're prosecuting and their heart's not in it. We don't know. I mean, we don't know. Maybe their heart's completely in it. I'm trying to read that. I'm trying to see if that's where their mind is. I mean, because
it seems pretty in it, because the boss doesn't tell them put on extra cops just to lay foundation for something the defense said. I have no objection to any of your, literally, like, put it all in. You don't need to ask me. I've got no objections to it. So for those reasons, I think that this is all their decisions and their heart is.
Yeah. It could be. I don't read them as passionate lawyers, but to me, when I'm looking for a passionate lawyer, I'm looking for a guy like Reddington. You can hear the passion in his voice. It's palpable. He's clearly passionate. Right. But again, I don't know these two women from a hole in the ground. This could be their personality 24/7 every day of the week. I don't know. You know what I mean? I'll probably get a better sense when I'm there and I hear them and I'm seeing them interact when court's not going and I'm just sitting in the courtroom observing. I mean, those are the things that I'm going to be able to bring to the table when I'm there, you know, kind of seeing what's going on, not only from the jury, but from the attorneys themselves and how they're interacting with one another when court's not in session. You know, is Reddington not speaking them at all? I mean, we've had cases where we just don't have a relationship with the government and we're not communicating with them during a trial, you know, and we've had cases where we communicated with them a ton, you know. I mean, it kind of depends. So there's a lot of little things that we'll know more of when I'm there in the courtroom. You're fired up, eh?
Sorry, I was trying to. I hit a wrong button. I said it's probably whoever analyzed the urine is who we have next. Or they might be calling it for the day.
Yeah, I mean, when he doesn't cross, they're only going to be able to call so many people in a day, guessing ahead of time, because the scheduling for witnesses happens a week prior to trial, sometimes longer.
Thank you. You may take a seat, miss.
Watch your step, please.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi. Counsel?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Leah O'Connell, Leahoconnell.
Where do you work?
Currently, I'm employed with the Massachusetts State Police as a trooper.
Back in January of 2023, were you also employed with the state police?
I was at the crime lab.
And what were your responsibilities at the crime lab at that time?
So I was a forensic evidence technician, so we would receive evidence submitted to the lab for testing.
And once you received that evidence at the lab, well, first of all, who would you receive that from? Would that be chemists? Would that be troopers? Who would it be from?
It was local, state, sometimes federal agencies, but there was also scene evidence gathered by chemists that we would have to log into the system.
And so would it be your responsibility to take that evidence, log it into the system, and move it along for a process through the lab?
Yes.
And were there tracking numbers or lab numbers that you would assign to evidence in order to keep track of it as it progressed through the lab?
Yes, every case gets its own number.
And directing your attention to January 31st, 2023 at 11:15 a.m., do you recall receiving 6 vials of blood and 1 vial of urine belonging to Lindsay Clancy from Trooper Mark Farioli?
I did.
And when you received those items, did you log them appropriately into the system with her case number?
I did.
And how were they stored after that point?
So they go into a heat sealed pack. So it's like a
all pointless questions.
Plastic bag that gets heat sealed, initial and dated, and then it goes right into a fridge.
Okay. Thank you.
That's it. She did it again.
Attorney Reddington?
No questions. We stipulate to the blood, so.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. They stepped
I
up.
mean,
Thank
what in the actual fuck? Just knock it off.
Commonwealth calls John Santos.
Wow. Just literally. I didn't take it.
Good afternoon. Somebody give raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter not having between the Commonwealth and the defendant class shall be the truth and whole truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
The judge can't control
All right,
how
good
the
afternoon, sir.
state tries its case.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is John Santos, JOHN-SANTOS.
Where do you work?
The Massachusetts State Police.
And what department are you currently in?
I'm assigned to the Division of Investigative Services.
And back in January of 2023, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to the State Police Detective Unit in Plymouth County.
And were you, specifically on January 24th, 2023, were you part of a search warrant team at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes, I was.
And what was your role in terms of where you were assigned to search within the home?
I searched multiple locations to include the basement, the kitchen area, and then the master bedroom on the second floor.
Okay. And specifically directing your attention to the kitchen area, did you search a cabinet in the kitchen above and to the right of the stove?
Yes, I did.
Doing it again. Is this a clear and accurate depiction of the items you found in that cabinet on January 24th, 2023?
Yes, it is.
You could have this photo marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted. Maybe admitted.
145. Thank you. Showing you exhibit 145 on the screen here. Focusing your attention on the top shelf, there were several notebooks and books that were seized. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were those taken out of the cabinet and cataloged by the state police?
Yes, they were.
All right, so maybe she's going to get into it with him. Maybe I take it back.
I'll show you 5 items. If you could just look through these and let me know if these were the items that were taken.
We'll stipulate that those are the items that were in her kitchen. Okay.
If I could have these marked as the next 5 exhibits, please.
See, he's letting the jury know what
5A
stipulate means.
Okay.
Please.
Here, that answered the question I had started for somebody. That's Reddington trying to let them know. Scorpio's question, does the jury know what stipulated really means if the Commonwealth is being ridiculous? He's trying to give them cues. If she doesn't open this stuff and go through it with him, I'm going to scream, really.
I'm coming.
Exhibits 146 through 150.
All right, thank you.
And sir, showing you what's been marked 146. So does it appear to be discharge paperwork from McLean Hospital for Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
Okay, so at least she's going through. Oh, she's not going to go through it with him?
And this discharge paperwork on the 3rd page included a list of medications. Is that correct?
Yes.
So we have lorazepam 1 milligram, melatonin 5 milligrams, and trazodone 50 milligrams, correct?
Correct.
Along with description of when she's to take those medications, correct?
Correct.
There's also instructions on the 6th page in about resources for therapy and community services, correct?
Correct.
And then exhibit 147 is a notebook. Inside, it had postpartum depression and anxiety patient information sheet, correct?
Correct.
And then a detailing of different medications and the amounts taken and the dates they were taken, correct?
Yes, correct.
This was admitted with Patrick already.
Then there was a book, Good Moms Have Scary Thoughts, item 148, correct?
Correct.
And then 149, a postpartum, pregnancy and postpartum anxiety workbook, correct?
Correct.
And nothing is filled out in this workbook, correct?
Correct.
And then finally, exhibit 150, a notebook labeled Callan Patrick Clancy, correct?
Correct.
And inside this were messages back and forth between Lindsay Clancy and the nanny, correct?
Correct.
We also already got that in evidence. So confused.
Now, you mentioned that you searched several rooms in the home, correct?
Yes, correct.
How do you divide that up? How is it decided who's going to search where when you're doing a search like this in a home?
It's somewhat fluid. We try not to send too many people in one room at a time because we end up tripping over each other to a certain extent. So usually it's kind of as we go along because we don't have an idea of what the layout of the house is before we get there. So it's difficult to plan that. So the supervisors who are overseeing the search will direct different troopers or investigators to search different rooms.
And so you said you searched the kitchen area, correct?
Yes.
Were you present when prescription medication was found in the kitchen, or had you already moved on?
I don't recall the medication being found while I was there.
And when you search a room, are you the only one searching, or are there other team members searching different parts of the room, kind of a divide and conquer?
Exactly. That's how it is. We divide and search different sections of the room.
Okay. And you said you went to the basement area. Do you remember what side of the basement you searched?
I was in the office portion of the basement.
Okay. And had anyone already been in that room, or were you the first to go in, or did you know?
I believe somebody had already been in that room when I made my way down there. I don't recall who was in there, but I don't think I was the first person to make my way in that room.
And you didn't collect anything in that room, correct?
I did collect some
did?
items
Okay.
in the office, yes.
What items did you collect in the office?
There was, I believe, 2 laptop computers and a external hard drive.
And so you collected those items from the office. And when you do a search warrant, is there one trooper assigned to keep track of everything that's found, where it's found, who found it?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And so do you recall who that person was in this case?
I don't recall, no.
But when you do find something, is it you bring it to that person and they kind of log it and then you move on and keep looking for other things?
Normally the evidence officer would come down, we assign them and label them the evidence officer for each search warrant. They would come down to the area where the item was being recovered from. And we'd also have crime scene services photo the item in place as well before it was collected. So the evidence officer would come to us.
Okay. So for example, with the laptops, photos would be taken of them in the office and then they would be logged and then they'd be taken out of the office.
Exactly.
And is that what happened with the books and the notebooks that we discussed earlier?
Yes.
And you said that you then went up at some point to the main bedroom, the master bedroom?
Yes.
And what did you do inside the master bedroom?
I assisted with searching the master bedroom. I don't believe I recovered anything within there.
Do you recall ever looking in the nightstand drawer or anywhere near the nightstand by the open window?
I don't believe I did, no.
Okay. And is there any reason why you wouldn't have gone into that drawer or looked in that drawer?
Somebody else was probably already searching that area, would be my guess.
What area did you search in the bedroom?
I believe there was a closet. When you walk into the bedroom, I believe there was like a closet area to the left. I was in that area. And then I made my way at some point to the left side of the bed as well.
And did you find anything in the bedroom of note?
No.
Now, when you're doing a search warrant, right when an investigation happens, how do you know what to look for?
Well, it depends on what you're investigating. This case specifically, we knew the facts what we knew at that time. So, I mean, when I noticed those notebooks in the cabinet, certainly I thought that information was pertinent to this investigation based on what we knew. But every investigation is a little bit different. The facts are different. So, yeah. I mean, clearly you want to look for items that relate to the suspect, victims, or any associates of them, and it might relate to the incident that's being investigated.
When the search was being done in the home at 47 Summer Street that night, did officers already know that Ms. Clancy had crushed up pills and taken them with lemonade?
No.
Okay. Had you learned from Patrick Clancy, the husband, that Ms. Clancy had been prescribed some medication?
I did, yes.
Okay. And were you aware at some point that medication was found in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Reddington, who found the medication in the kitchen?
I don't recall, sir.
It certainly wasn't somebody randomly off the street. It was a cop, right?
Yeah, a police officer or investigator, sir. Yes. Well, we had some local officers there with us as well.
Yeah. So it was law enforcement that found the pill bottles in the kitchen, right?
I believe so.
And seized them. Is that correct?
Correct.
And documented that they had seized them in the kitchen, feeling someone, whoever it was, that it was relevant material to this investigation, right?
Correct.
And the books that we've just gone through, someone felt that a notebook captioned Callan, Patrick, Clancy would be relevant material to this investigation, right?
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Along with the pregnancy and postpartum anxiety workbook, right?
Correct.
Along with the good moms have scary thoughts, right?
Yes.
Along with the documents pertinent to the McLean Hospital where she had been discharged from, right?
Yes.
Along with another notebook that had postpartum depression and anxiety, correct?
Yes.
There were also other documents that were, items, I should say, that were seized in the house that have already been introduced to the record. Exhibit 81, and looks like a diary. Exhibit 83, slept well last night, things of that nature. That was seized as well, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You know why all these were seized?
Why the books that I seized were seized?
No. Your investigation. Are you a lieutenant, a sergeant?
I'm a captain, sir.
Captain.
Yes, sir.
And back then, what was you were captain?
I was a lieutenant at that time.
You were the ranking officer in the search?
No, there was also a detective lieutenant assigned unit commander at that time.
So, but you're up there with nothing you knew from the investigation, what was relevant and material in the investigation, right?
Yes.
And obviously you or somebody else working with you determined that all of these items, the pills that were seized, the books that were seized from the kitchen, et cetera, were relevant and material, correct?
Yes.
Do you know who searched the bedroom? I know you said you were in there. Did you search the bedroom?
I was part of the team that searched the bedroom.
Part of the team.
There were a number of other officers that searched the bedroom as well. I believe in the report, it documents who seized what from the bedroom.
Okay.
So I don't know off the top of my head who that was, sir, but I know it's clearly labeled in the report.
Okay. Do you have the report?
I do not, no.
Do you recall how many law officers were actually involved in that little bedroom searching?
I would have to guess approximately 5.
5? And as counsel asked, when somebody discovered something that appeared to be relevant to material, they would log it in. Somebody that would kind of be the record keeper would log it in, correct?
Yes.
Is there any, one of the things that you would also, you yourself, I believe, seize would be the laptop computers that were downstairs in the office, right?
Yes.
And you seized also, collectively you, I mean, you or the other 5 people, seized the cell phone that was on the bed.
That watch recovered after the fact. That was.
Whoops, sorry.
Yes.
Was there an Apple electronic media and things of that?
Sorry, guys.
So
Sorry.
it made sense as an investigator that electronic media and things of that nature would be important, correct?
Yes.
Was there an Apple Watch involved in this investigation, if you know?
I believe there was an Apple Watch recovered after the fact. We didn't recover at the search warrant, if I recall correctly.
Do you know when it was recovered?
I don't know exactly off the top of my head, no,
The
sir.
Apple Watch that I recovered with Pat Clancy?
I believe so, sir. Yeah, I believe there was a watch that was turned into us after the fact. It wasn't recovered during the search warrant.
So looking at this drawer, do you recall that next to the bed or in the bedroom, there was a nightstand and there was a drawer? And inside the drawer were a bunch of pill bottles, an Apple Watch, sleeping aids, things of that nature?
I didn't search that drawer, sir.
Okay, I don't mean to embarrass you, I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Do you know why nobody bothered to search that drawer?
I don't know that it wasn't searched. I just know that I didn't search it, sir. So it may have been searched, and maybe whoever searched it didn't feel that that information was pertinent to seize. I can't speak for them, but I can tell you that I didn't search that drawer.
Okay. Go ahead.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
start right there, raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you have given today to the court and the jury will be the truth and
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Bring Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Corey Mello,
And can you spell your first name for the record?
CORYMELO.
And your last name? And how are you employed?
I work for the state police.
And what unit or what's your current assignment with the state police?
Currently, I work for the commercial vehicle enforcement section.
Going back to January of 2023, what was your assignment then?
I work for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office at that time.
With the state police detective unit?
Correct, yes.
And I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th, 2023. Were you involved in the investigation into the incident that occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th?
Yes, I was.
And fair to say that when state police got involved in that investigation, a large group of the state police detective unit went out to Duxbury to work that investigation.
Correct.
Were you the case officer in that case?
I was not the case officer.
Your role in that case, was that to assist in things like search warrants, neighborhood canvasses, interviewing of witnesses?
Correct, yes.
And in this particular investigation, you're aware that there was a search warrant executed at 47 Summer Street after the incident had occurred, correct?
Correct.
And as part of the search warrant execution, were you involved in searching the home?
Yes, I was.
And did you search the various floors of the home, meaning the basement, that first floor, and the second floor?
Yes.
In searching that home, there were a number of other detectives and troopers also searching, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall locating a phone in the upstairs bedroom, a laptop, some workout bands in the basement that were hanging on the door?
Yes, I do.
And when you recovered these particular items or located these items, did you then turn them into an evidence officer or direct an evidence officer to things that you thought might have some evidentiary value?
Yes.
At some point after the search warrant was over, you're aware a lot of items were brought back for further examination, correct?
Correct.
Is that common that when you're working on a search warrant, things are kind of... Mm-hmm.
You all right?
Is it common that a lot of times a search warrant, things are collected and brought back for further examination?
Yes.
Is that because it's kind of chaotic there and can't really examine things thoroughly on scene?
That's correct, yes.
So in this particular circumstance, and I'm just gonna books and journals.
Sorry.
Yes, I was.
And I'm just gonna. If I may approach the witness.
Sure.
I'm just showing you an item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
You didn't locate this that night, did you?
No, I did not.
But you had the opportunity to review the contents of it at a later date?
Correct.
I would move to admit this brown journal.
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
Who's got that hack in there?
Second.
Sidebar.
They're like, get that person a drink of water.
Looks like the court reporter.
Is that who you think it was?
All right.
She was leaning over.
Thank you. Trooper Mello, just in relation to now what's been marked as Exhibit 151, the Brown Journal, and just noting that when the journal opens to the first page, there's no dates on it, correct?
Correct.
And in those first few pages, just highlighting page 1, you reviewed these handwritten entries, and at some point in this paragraph, it says, obsessed with his sleep and nap schedule like to the minute. It says hearing him cry for 1+ hours and not intervening just about killed me. I even said the words, "I want to die" to Pat while he was crying. After that, I became obsessed with his sleep and nap schedule, like to the minute. That's one of the entries you reviewed and noted.
Yes.
Page 2 says, "I also feel like I did it wrong because I did it when he was overtired, so it made it harder. Now I have horrible insomnia and anxiety." You recall reviewing that in the journal.
Correct, yes.
Page 4 of the journal says, "Why else I feel guilty? He's not really hitting his milestones." Again, that's a page that's not dated in this journal, correct?
Correct.
Page 8.
So she murdered him? What?
"I'm completely overwhelmed trying to take care of the 3 kids. I feel like I'm drowning every day." Again, another page that's not dated.
Correct.
At some point, there are some dated pages in this journal, fair to say, right?
Yes.
And there's one on November 18th. And November 18th, that page reads, "It's like I'm so desperate to get a mental break from taking care of everyone that my mind is trying to make something physically wrong with me." You recall reviewing that in the journal?
Yes.
Now, in addition to the Brown Journal, when you were back at the office, you also had the occasion to review some of the other journals collected, right?
Correct.
This journal I'm holding up, exhibit number 147, is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And again, this is a journal that has handwritten notes in it, very similar to the handwriting in the Brown Journal you reviewed.
Yes.
And fair to say, the entries in this notebook only span a few pages and only go from October 13th as the first entry and the last one being January 18th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this third journal that you reviewed after the search warrant, exhibit number 50, the yellow journal with Callan Clancy's name on it. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you are aware Callan Clancy was one of the children.
Yes.
Okay. And in this instance, did you see similar handwriting from the other 2 journals that you reviewed?
Yes, I believe there was 2 separate.
Okay. At some point in this, these entries, you began to notice there were other handwriting.
Correct.
At the time you were looking at this, did you know who the other handwriting was?
At the time,
or
no.
who it belonged to? Okay. And fair to say, reviewing the contents of it, it's a pretty detailed list of a schedule for the baby.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
All right. Mr. Reddington.
So one of the things that the district attorney did was read to you certain entries from what is referred to in your report as the Tree of Life Artisan Journal, correct?
Correct.
And when you refer in the report to the Tree of Life Artisan Journal, is that this here? What do you call the Tree of Life? Is there a diagram or a picture of the tree on it?
Should have a tree on it, yes.
But in any event, you would recall that that particular diary or notebook set forth on a number of pages her feelings dealing with her children. Is that fair?
It's fair to say, yes, sir.
And you wrote in your report on page 19 of 63, counsel asked you first about her stating that she had horrible PTSD from sleep training Callan, hearing him cry for 1 hour plus and not intervening just about killed me. I even said the words, "I want to die" to Pat while he was crying. He would be the baby, right?
Correct.
And this is her saying that not being able to go to her child because they were trying to do sleep training, she indicated that it was just about killing her, correct?
That's what was stated, yes.
And after that, I, meaning Lindsay, became obsessed with his sleep and nap schedule. Like to the minute, I would tell Laney, and you know who Laney is, right?
Yes.
Who's Laney?
The other child.
The what?
I'm sorry again. What's this?
Laney.
Laney.
Laney. Laney. Laney.
Don't recall this time.
Do you recall that she had a young lady, or they had a young lady that was in their home helping with the baby while She was
I
supposed
don't
to.
recall this time.
Okay. That she would tell Laney to put him down at 10:36. I would also drive him around for car naps for hours every day, feeling guilty for doing this to my baby. Do you recall making that notation?
Yes.
I also feel guilty we did it too young, parenthesis, 1 week shy of 4 months, end parenthesis, right?
Correct.
You also noted in your report that I also, quote, I also feel like I did it wrong because I did it when he was overtired, so I made it harder. I now have horrible insomnia and anxiety, which is causing depression. I have no appetite. I don't know what's wrong with me. I want help. I want to be well. You saw that in there, didn't you?
Yes.
And then she went on and said, I think the anxiety started after sleep training. Doctor said it was okay to let him cry. I need to get a good night's sleep and take care of him, rocking him to sleep every nap in bed in the middle of the night. She noted that, right?
Yes.
Noting further in separate occasion, he's still a very happy baby despite his sleep training. Why I feel guilty is not really hitting his milestones, not rolling over, although he almost is, exclamation point. And he's babbling, which is a new milestone. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
She wrote, I have crazy brain fog. I feel like I can't make a plan. I can't carry it out. Like I just live moment to moment, waiting for the next nap time. I'm terrified of Cal getting overtired now because I feel I can't help him. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
She then wrote, I'm really worried about going back to work and not being able to function with the brain fog. I feel like I should start with a 4-hour shift and see how I do. I can't tell if I am withdrawing from Ativan and Benadryl, or is this my new baseline? I feel completely disconnected with my baby. I feel like I'm going through the motions every day. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
And there were a number of other entries that you put in your police report about that. One of which was that I feel horribly guilty about my marriage. I want to connect with Pat again. I know he needs it. I need it. I'm terrified because I'm terrified of the relationship. She needs to get birth control first. She made reference to her inability to have conjugal relations with her husband, right?
I believe so.
She indicated further on into her travels, I am completely overwhelmed trying to take care of the kids. I'm drowning every day. I feel guilty that I'm spending my family's money and not making any. I feel like I spend way too much. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
I'm terrified of Callan getting sick. He's a sick baby. A sick baby is miserable. He's sick now with a double ear infection, clearly has a bellyache. It's miserable. I feel like the other kids are going to get him sick all winter long. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
I always feel strongly against sleep training. I feel like it's abusive to let the baby cry and not respond, but I made the decision. I did it with Cal. There's way too much crying. It's incredibly stressful. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
He's okay. He will be okay. It's not harmful in any way. The doctor said it was okay. Plenty of people sleep train their kids at that age. It's necessary as a third child, is what she wrote, right?
Correct.
I feel incredibly sad and guilty about not breastfeeding anymore. That was the one thing I could do to help his immune system, and I can tell he really doesn't like the formula. I'm very sad about this. I know at this time it's what I needed to do for my mental health. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
And then the statement started getting smaller and smaller as time went by. One occasion, it's like I'm desperate to get a mental break from taking care of everyone. My mind is trying to make something physically wrong with me. My mind never shuts off. It's constantly thinking of the next thing someone needs. I can't shut it off. I desperately want to go back to work, but now I don't know how I'm going to function, and it worries me. Wrote that, right?
Correct.
There were two pages that were blank that she didn't even write on. And then on the third entry, affirmations. She wrote affirmations. On November 22nd of 2022, I am calm. I will remain calm today. There is nothing that needs to be on my mind. The weight is lifted from my mind. I will sleep tonight. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
Continuing on into November, I slept well last night. I will sleep again tonight. Today will be a great day. I will go back to work on Sunday. I will thrive. I can feel like myself again. That was November 23rd. She wrote that, right?
I believe that's the day, yes.
Gratitude. I'm grateful for Sue, who's always listening. That'd be a mother-in-law. You knew that, right?
Yes.
So I'm grateful to Sue for always listening and trying her best to help me. Kids are sleeping great for Pat. Pat is handling nighttime stuff. Julie for making a plan for me. A big thing is I feel disconnected with myself. time, reality. I think going back to work will help with that. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
And then there are numbers of pages, 22 of 63, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, all reproducing what counsel asked you about and what I just went through that were from those journals, right?
Correct.
Did you have anything to do with the search of the house?
Yes.
Did you search in the bedroom?
Yes.
How many other people were with you searching in the bedroom?
I don't recall how many other people were with me at the
You
time.
know why nobody looked in the drawer and found pills and sleep aids and Apple Watches?
I'm not aware.
Did you see the drawer?
I don't recall.
What?
I don't recall.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Redirect.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Yeah.
Counsel, can I see you at sidebar?
I mean, it's just so.
The jury.
Wait. I'll wait till we get.
Calling it for the day.
I know.
It said it all. I mean, it said it all.
I think there was something that happened afterwards, though.
So, members of the jury, we're going to break at this point till tomorrow. All right, and talking to counsel. My expectation is we'd have a similar schedule tomorrow. The hope would be we'll go in the morning and should go into the afternoon. But just to give you that's the best estimate that we have. All right, and so I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow. Remember, we're going to ask you those questions or do any research. Hopefully, here today. All right, so we'll be in recess on this until tomorrow morning at 9. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess there was nothing else.
All rise.
All right. I was like, okay, we'll listen in until they don't let us anymore.
Wow.
Yeah. So, I mean, like trying to make it seem like a mother who clearly is that attached to her kids in the sense that she loves them. She's craving for that extra connection. She worries about them. To think that she decided to murder her children because the pressure of motherhood. I mean, it's fucking mind-boggling. It's fucking mind-boggling. It's clear when you read that this is a mother who doesn't want to get rid of her children. She wants to be the best mother she can be. And now the state's entire case is she was so stressed out about having 3 kids, she killed them. It's just, it makes no sense when you read everything else that she was writing. This was a woman who loved her kids, who wanted to be the best mother, whose heart was breaking sleep training. I mean, all the things. And it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. I mean, I as a man, I can't even pretend to know. It's not my place to pretend to know. I mean, fortunately for us, you didn't experience any of this. It was, you wouldn't even wake me up when you'd get up to feed the babies. It's like, we're incredibly fortunate. You are a super mom. You're an incredible mother.
I can't imagine how I would have felt if I felt any sort of inability to connect with my kids or to,
oh my God.
like, I would be wanting to kill myself as well. It's like the most
Oh my
horrifying
God.
thing I could imagine.
I couldn't imagine you in particular, as much as you cannot keep your hands off babies and how much you love babies, like where you would have been mentally if you were feeling some kind of way where you were feeling a disconnect from your child.
Not-
Like I can't even imagine what it would have been like. And I would have had no idea what to do. Oh my God, it would have been a nightmare.
And this
You
woman
know?
dedicated her life to, babies. She's going into labor and delivery. She's, like dedicating her life to babies and being a mother. It's, I mean,
Man.
it just makes so little sense that they can make the arguments that they're making, like,
I mean, they're in it, I mean, look, there's going to be no point during the government's case in chief where they're going to back away from what their theories.
no, they're out.
Case
They're out
are.
there.
I mean,
They're out there.
it is what it is, and I mean, they're putting on this case, and when I'm looking at the last witness, who had a bigger impact on a jury, would you guess? Was it the Commonwealth or was it Kevin Reddington reading those? When he's pointing out the things that they didn't cherry pick for the Commonwealth in terms of trying, and I for the life of me, I sat there listening to the portions that the Commonwealth picked out of the journal and was trying desperately to figure out what they thought that was proving.
That she was she was too stressed being a mother, so she wanted to kill her kids. I mean, that is what they think they're proving.
I mean, but babe, they have to know that Kevin Reddington is going to stand up and read to give the jury the context that they need. They had to know that they weren't going to be able to just cherry pick these things out without Reddington giving the jury the rest of what she was writing. I mean, they had to know that. But again, they have what they have in terms of evidence trying to prove the second portion of this case. Because again, there is no argument, there is no question that Lindsay Clancy did this to her kids. That is not in dispute. The only thing in dispute in this entire trial, and we're scratching the surface of it. Now we're finally getting into it. And it's like they're stuck with what they have. And I just can't see, I'm thinking back to Valentina there saying, oh, well, you've already formed an opinion. Maybe, but the one thing that I will never do and have never done is if I've formed an opinion early, that is not my final opinion. I will never, ever make a final opinion on a case until all the evidence is in. But I'm going to tell you right now, 5 days into this trial and the Commonwealth having put on what they put on. And again, we've only scratched the surface of what I'm assuming they're going to be putting on in terms of the lack of criminal responsibility burden that they have to meet. And I am nowhere near thinking, wow, I mean, maybe Lindsay wasn't psychotic. I mean, I'm nowhere near that. All I've seen is this woman who loved children, who loved her children beyond, who, thank God, she kept a journal. I mean, imagine if there was no journal to where we couldn't have heard her torture over not being able to help her child and her struggling with what she was struggling with. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I mean, I do think that there are some things that we've both said. We're going to need to hear the experts for the defense explain some aspects of this as far as her ability to conform her behavior, the compulsion to act, such as the first request being a police officer. I mean, being a lawyer. I think some of that's explained situationally, and I think he's done some of that. But that is one of them. The search, which I'm assuming they're going to close with, that she searched for how long it was going to take her husband to be gone. Like that's their biggest piece of evidence. The answering the phone. I honestly do not think that they can determine whether it was in the beginning, middle, or end. And I said this before. I think that distracted could be distracted by voices in your mind. Like she could have come off distracted and not been in the act, in the process, and the her explanation that the checking for the distance was to see how long she would be left alone, because she didn't want to be left alone too long. And that being, is she rational enough to have voiced it out loud? Like we're going to need some expert opinions on that stuff as far as whether
it's
legally
all coming, right? I mean,
Right.
we're going to get it. We're going to know, and I saw a comment up here a bit, and it was to, hold on, bear with me. It was a good comment, and it was what it reminded me of. So IHR had added Ohio Coffee Queen that is irrelevant because command hallucinations can include planning. If you research what happens in command hallucinations, you would understand her story is 100% possible, which I just want to restate that we are having on the first available off day of court, we are going to be having, it could be a 6-8 hour live. I don't know, because we are going to let every single human being that reaches out to us and has a story about their own personal story about their battles or their loved ones' battles with mental health and mental illness. They're going to have their opportunity to tell us all, to
or
educate
just how
us
they're
all.
listening to this trial. Just
all of it. Like,
all
I
of
mean, whatever they want, but the purpose of it is to educate all of us that have been fortunate enough to never have to have dealt with this. I mean, Allie and I personally with one another have never, thank God, have never had to deal with this. I mean, we've had people that we've cared about and loved that have gone through it, but that's a different thing. We weren't living with the person, we didn't have to deal with it 24/7. It's like these stories are going to blow your mind, and they're coming from real people and they're real stories. And it's going to help so many of us understand the
that we're not
depths.
alone, and that you're not
100%.
alone. And
100%.
the one thing in this comment about that, what is that, LHR said to Ohio Coffee Queen, I agree that you can plan to act based on your hallucinations. I agree with that 110%. However, and I'm just going to put this up here to remind everybody, because this is the defense's or the defendants, all right, so it's in the civil case, narrative about the search. So sorry, guys, okay. Well, God damn it. I went too fast.
All right. Well, you're looking for that.
I've got it. I've got it right here. Okay. So go ahead if you want to touch something before I get to it, though.
Yeah, that's all I was trying to do real quick. So Ohio Coffee Queen, since defense lawyers pot, I don't doubt the mental illness or the psychosis can happen. I'm just saying, if I'm on the jury, for what I'm seeing, I can't get past certain things so far. In Ohio, that is, you are not alone. You are not alone. And I guarantee you that there are people on the jury that feel the exact same way that you do. That is the challenge for the defense. That is why this case is so important to me personally, because as a defense attorney, I know that the not guilty by reason of insanity or lack of criminal responsibility, we lawyers call it the defense of last resort, because folks have a very, very, very difficult time and frankly are incapable of being able to separate the acts, because typically if they make it to this stage where there's a trial, are so horrible and unthinkable that it's very difficult, if not impossible, for people to put those aside in order to get to this other thing, like where, God, I have to try to not think about what they did and just focus on whether or not their mind allowed them to comport their behavior with the requirements of the law. It's so hard. It's so hard. That is Kevin Reddington's challenge here. And you're not wrong to feel the way that you feel. You're probably in the majority. If you were to go to Law and Crime or Court TV's chat, you're going to see that is how people feel about men. But to me, it's about a lack of awareness in terms of, if you have somebody who simply cannot control their thoughts in any capacity, and worse than that, it's their mind that's controlling them, and what the mind is telling them to do is the unthinkable, and they have no power in stopping it. In that situation, we have these laws for a reason. We have to start getting Americans in particular over the hump to trying to say, God, as hard as this is, because those little babies deserve something. Something has to happen in order to give those babies justice. But justice, in my estimation, is not putting Lindsay Clancy in a cage. It's just not. But again, I'm going to reserve it. But getting people over that hump is something that as a society, we have to do. You know, the problem with mental health and mental illness is we can't see it. You know, if we have a broken arm or a broken leg, we go to the doctor, we get the bone set, they put a cast on it, we can see it. If you have cancer, they can diagnose it. They know what part it's attacking. We have some kind of form of treatment. And we all recognize that cancer, if it goes untreated, the likelihood is it will kill you. With mental illness, we just, as a society, don't understand it. And I'm talking as a whole. Obviously, there's professionals and people that have experienced, that understand it in a way that those of us who have been lucky enough not to experience it or are uneducated in the ways of mental health and mental illness don't understand it. So, you know, it's like this case is so important. And I just hope that people are willing to listen, to open up their minds, to open up their ears, and not just hear, but actually listen to what people are saying. And that's that thing. It's like we're essentially going to be doing what Kevin Reddington wanted to do in this trial, which was to put real people that have experienced this type of mental illness on the stand in order to inform the jury. Was there value in it? Of course there was. Because, you know, in a battle of the experts, which this case is unequivocally a battle of the experts, it's what it's going to be. It's ultimately going to be which experts do the juries believe. And the scale is in favor of the state here, of the Commonwealth, because of the acts. The acts are so unthinkable. And they were done by the last person in the world that should have done them. And trying to convince people, when you have that weight that's already tipped the scales so heavily in favor of the Commonwealth because people want justice for the babies. It's like they've got so far to go, and I'm talking about the defense, to even get the scales to even to where people are like, all right, I'm willing to listen,
right?
So.
And then, like, because Ohio Coffee Queen says, if her husband was home when this happened, I would feel better. I would feel different. But knowing that she waited and planned, that's what's really getting me. So here's the thing. And, I was going to read it again. But what the narrative is that when her husband left, that's when the voices were like, you have to do it now. You have to do it now. You have to do it now. But you can be compelled to do something and still know you can't do it while someone's right there. I mean, let's take the I'm having trouble with the compelling one, but let's use the whole werewolf example I used before. I think Bob's a werewolf. I can't kill the werewolf while anyone else is around or let anyone know what else I'm planning to do, because they don't know he's a werewolf. They don't believe me that he's a werewolf. These assholes think he's just some guy. I know the truth. So I am going to plan to do it when no one is around. And, I still understand that I can't just do it right while people are nearby. Someone will try to stop me. Someone will intervene. So that's where we're saying, like, you can have a hallucination that you believe strongly and, and then still plan and take action to carry it out in a way that's successful. It doesn't mean you weren't compelled to do it just because you were compelled to do it in a way that was going to be, successful. But the narrative that her side has put out, albeit in the civil suit, is that once the husband left, as soon as Patrick left to pick up the food, there was a loud, demanding, repetitious voice. This is your last chance. Kill the children so you can kill yourself, repeatedly. And that's when she felt a force take over. And that she was like in a dreamlike state and her actions felt disconnected from her conscious volition. So, it just depends how you look at it. Do you accept what the state said? Well, it was intentional. How do we know it was intentional and not because she was hallucinating? Because she planned. Then you have to believe it's impossible to both have a wholehearted, hallucination and still plan to carry it out. And I think that you can. I don't think that solves all the questions. That I don't know if that solves was she unable to conform her behavior because of it? And we, have to listen, to the experts explain, would answering a phone and acting normal break up, mid act or right before the act? Again, I still need to hear, how that happened. And in my mind, mid act is like, to me, crazy. Like, I still have to wrap my mind around how that's possible, but I'm not an expert to say, no, like if you're,
I mean, who's even looking at their phone to be able, that is like, those are the facts that we're going to have to figure out. But I mean, I know that Reddington has argued that their timeline is nothing more than a theory. They don't know when things took place. They weren't in that house. So Nikki had said, and the reason I want to read this is because I was having this thought in bed a couple of nights ago over the weekend. Nikki had said that my husband experienced physical and auditory hallucinations because of vascular dementia. And it wasn't constant. He had a damaged brain, diseased and dying. And you know what? I was thinking, my aunt is in the late stages of full-blown Alzheimer's, and to the point where my uncle, who's been married to her for 50 years, had to put her in a memory care facility because he simply couldn't do it. And he hasn't lived without her for decades. That this was it. He went as long as he could to where, she was starting to fall because she couldn't tell what was real. Like, her mind, If she saw a carpet on the floor, she thought it was a hole, a void that she was going to fall into, and she'd be screaming at the top of her lungs, terrified. Like she got to the point where she was afraid to walk because she couldn't tell what the ground was. If she was leaving our house, if she had to take a step, it looked like she was stepping off the Grand Canyon in her mind. But the thought of dementia and Alzheimer's, and it's a disease of the brain that I think that many more people are familiar with, that have had that touch their families. And I want you to think about dementia and Alzheimer's and how the brain can operate to where a lifetime of memories are lost as if they never even happened. The mind is an incredibly powerful thing, and our understanding of it is limited to whatever our technology and our education and in terms of those trained in the ways of the human mind allow us to know. And it's limited, and when you think about Alzheimer's and dementia, and you're trying to wrap your mind around the fact that I can be looking at 2 children or 3 children, in my aunt's case, 2 children that she's raised and gave birth to and has zero recollection of who they are. I mean, it goes a long way in showing you what the mind is capable of.
Yeah. And, like a really good example with your aunt was, think of the day, like, because there was also, she thought people were following her, trying to kill her, poisoning her, things like that as well. But it would be like, we're sitting playing a game and she's totally normal. And she gets up to go to the bathroom and then says, "Are they still following me?" And I say, "Who?" "Those guys trying to kill me." So it's like you can have hallucinations. Like, let's say someone has a hallucination about a certain little narrow thing, which is how it kind of works. If you don't ask them anything about that, you're going to have an everyday normal conversation until somehow it touches on the part that they have this abnormal thinking about. And if you don't touch on that abnormal thinking, then, they're totally normal.
I mean, we've told the story, and obviously we would never give a name, but Allie and I, in our first year, our 1L at law school, we had you always, when you're in law school, you create a friend group, you meet people, and this particular person was very nice, extremely intelligent. We became fast friends, Allie and I. She was within our friend group, and at some point deeper into the friendship, it might have even been our second year, this person disclosed to us that this wasn't actually her first year, or that her 1L was actually the second time that she had started law school, because she was a paranoid schizophrenic. And that when she started law school, she had stopped taking her meds because she thought that she was better. And she didn't like the way that they made her feel. And she was concerned that the meds are going to affect her ability to be able to get through law school. And she had this thing where the paranoid schizophrenia came back in full force. And she's living in these buildings that were used kind of like a lot of the law students, because we went to a law school in Chicago called Chicago Kent, and it's an urban law school wherein, they're big towers. And her paranoid schizophrenia, she believed that people were chasing her, that they were after her to kill her. And in her mind, it was as real as anything else had ever been in her life. There was no talking herself out of it. It was vivid. It was real. People were chasing her, to the point where she was in a restaurant that was right across, a pizza place that was right across from the law school. And the waiter had come up to her, and she pulled a knife off the table and was wielding it at the waiter because she thought that he was one of the people that was after her. And in her mind, she ended up having to disclose to the law school that the law school was aware of it, obviously. You know, there was no criminal charges that were pressed because she made it clear to everybody that, you know, what was going on with her psychologically, and that she had this mental illness and that she hadn't been on her meds. And, you know, and Kent stipulated, as long as you're on your medication and it's effective, which it is, we're going to let you back in, you know. But I mean, all walks of life, you know, mental illness it doesn't discriminate, you know. And there's just so many stories. When we start going through these emails from the people that have been willing to share with us, some of these emails are unbelievable. And it's people that you're in chat with. And, you know, if they want to remain anonymous, you'll never know who they are. But there are people in this community that are willing to share. And it's like the amount of people that have reached out is unbelievable. I'm not talking about 3 or 4. I'm talking 40, 50, 60. It's unbelievable. And I'm so grateful for it, because it's going to be an incredible event for us, for all of us. And I hope that we have some time to promote it, because I want as many people putting eyes on it so that they can learn. I think that Reddington had a fabulous day. I think that he's a fabulous lawyer. Trial World TV says he's a dick. I'm like, whatever. I don't care. He's a fabulous attorney. I don't give a shit who he's represented in the past. I don't give a shit if he represented Jen Meg. None of that matters to me. We represent who hires us as attorneys, and that's that. Right. In terms of what he's doing in this courtroom for this woman, my hat's off to him, and he's a credit to the defense bar. And that's where I'm at with that.
Concur. So at Rogue Mama says thank you. Well, thank you. Casey, thanks for your generosity, says the prosecutor referring to unicorn speaking in the corners as evidence of psychosis was infuriating. In your opinion, is she truly this uninformed, or is it a deliberate tactic? I mean, I feel like it could be both, but I don't know.
I mean, is she one of those people that refuses to understand? Like, she has her own doctors that she's calling. Right.
I think it's
and are telling her that the shit that you're saying and telling the jury is inaccurate. You know what I mean? It's like, but she's of the mindset that I'm not willing to separate the act from the actor, no matter what was going on with her mentally. I'm not willing to do it. And the Commonwealth of Massachusetts isn't willing to do it.
Yeah, but they need to do it more ethically, in my opinion. You know, so I know you agree. Moo Bruise, if I'm saying that right, thank you. Says some people are heartless in chats. I hope none of you ever know the feeling of being so drained, depressed, and inadequate. She needed help. Yeah. Thanks for jewels. Thanks for all the jewels. Angel and Larisha Harris, who has been a member for, okay, so sorry, we'll thank her next. Sorry. Angel, the Aussie, new member. What does she get?
Family hug.
And Larisha Harris, thank you for your continued support. I highlighted this. It was Tammy Glasson Absamon. Okay, whatever. Sorry, I'm butchering it. Tammy. If the Commonwealth agree to defense terms, then she is not legally responsible for her children unalive. And can she leave a mental hospital whenever she wants? No, there's certain parameters. The hospital, she gets evaluated. I think it was like every 6 months or maybe the first year. We went over the statute in our primer, but no, there would be hearings to determine, you know, her competency, and it would only start if a doctor said it. And, you know,
Ohio, so the way it goes is initially it's going to be 6 months, and then it's annually every year thereafter, and it can be for the rest of her life. Ultimately, it's the judge who will make the decision whether or not she's going to be discharged from care, obviously based on the testimony of her treating doctors that come in, and it happens every year. You know, I mean, Judge Sullivan is no spring chicken. You know, you have to wonder, you know, when he leaves this mortal coil, if it's 20 years from now and you get a judge who, you know, has certain thoughts on, you know, I mean, if you look at Judge Gull, that woman does not believe that mental illness is a thing at all. You know, I mean, that's out there. Like she is not a proponent of believing that mental illness exists on the planet, and that, you know, people can be affected by it and do things that they wouldn't otherwise do. So, you know, that's.
And we had read because I don't know if there's an actual hearing every year or if there's the evaluation every year. And then once a medical, you know, health facility says, yeah, maybe there was the hearing. I can't remember off the top of my head, but we covered it in our primer. So check it out. And then Ohio Coffee Queen is a new member. What does she get?
Oh, Family Hub. And I love Ohio Coffee Queen. She's like, oh, I agree with Bob on Richard Allen, but I disagree with him here. I love that.
Yes.
Like there is no kind of requirement that you have to agree with a damn word that we say in order to be welcome and loved in this community. As a matter of fact, we love the discourse. We love civil discourse in our chat. It's how we learn things.
Yes. And Christina MGW, thank you. Bob will get his ass to Massachusetts. Thanks to everybody for the jewels. And then let's see. Optopoppet had pointed out that the one cop went from detective to patrol. So yeah, someone made a boo-boo for sure.
Maybe not. Like somebody pointed out in chat, I think it was, I forget who it was. I think it was Psychosaurus Rex that said, well, you know, some detective work requires a lot of paperwork, a lot more than patrol does.
And hours.
And definitely at hours, and, you know, all hours of the day. You know, you get woken up at 4 a.m. We got a scene you got to get your ass over to. Some cops just want a patrol shift. I want to work days. I'm not down with I'm not trying to be Monk. I'm not trying to be Columbo. I want a good, steady job. You know, I mean, so there's all kinds of reasons that somebody could move back from detective to patrol that's not necessarily associated with being something that they've done wrong. Yeah,
true. Thanks for the jewels. And then we've got Jen Foxall, new member. What does she get?
Oh, Family Hug. Welcome, Jen.
Welcome. Thanks for all the jewels. And then this is where we ended with Outlaw Pete, gifted 5 Defense Diary podcast memberships. Thank you very much for your generosity. And then we've got one more, and you can check the other apps. We've got Brandy Rose, Law Nerd Juror. Those journal entries are heartbreaking. Thank you for covering this very heavy but very important case. Yes, and thank you for your generosity.
Yeah, and you guys crushed it on, and you know, I never know, and I forgot to mention that I started a couple of goals. I genuinely will be using whatever you guys don't know for the trip to Mass. You know, obviously airfare, boarding, room and board, and whatever else, and I don't know how long I'll end up staying. You know, it will be kind of open-ended depending on multiple factors, but primarily, you know, how long the defense's case ends. I mean, I'd like to be able to stay through closing arguments and frankly, the jury's verdict, but we'll see. I mean, I can't leave my wife and.
Well, and you have to pick an expert at the, you know, coming at the end then, like their last witness.
Before I went?
Or you go back for closing.
Yeah, I mean, I was wanting to, well, I think Kevin will give me an idea how long his case in chief is going to be. Like, I don't think I'm going to have to guess on that part of it. But at any rate, you guys were so incredibly generous on Venmo. So I'm incredibly grateful for that. We both are. Sherry Rains, she had given us $10. Thank you so much, Sherry. We see you in chat every day. You're just amazing. Thank you for all that you do. And there's quite a few of them. So you guys are going to have to kind of just sit through them. And then
I'll be right back.
Okay. And then Holly Ann, another one of our ride or dies, MA Fund, $10. Thank you so much over on Venmo. And then we also had Cody came in with 10, get to MA. Thank you so much, Cody. That helps. I appreciate it. And then we had Caitlin came in twice, once with 25 and once with 5. And she said, come to the CW. I emailed you with my story as a licensed mental health counselor in MA, and someone with a personal story that has a similar theme to Lindsay Clancy, but it's not about postpartum. I have so much to share about this case and how this is the reality for so many, and we are here for it. We can't wait for it. And thank you so much for that. And then the CW needs to reassess. I wish it would show more without me. Reassess their priorities. The CW case is so disorganized mess, in my opinion, yet they were thorough with no adult can purchase a flavored vape anymore. Yeah, that's priorities, right? Thank you so much, Caitlin. And Christine threw 20 at us saying, look at flying into Providence. Yes, I had heard that from a couple of people. Might be cheaper. I live in Norfolk County, and we are so appreciative that of you, Allie and Cameron. Thank you so much, Christine. We appreciate your generosity. And then Lindsay Bay sent us 25 saying Bob goes to Plymouth from Lindsay Bay. Thanks for all yours and Allie and Cam's work on this case. DD podcast. Thank you so much, Lindsay. We adore you. And then Karen had sent us $33 and she said, thanks guys for doing all this. Love, my baby is 33, hence the amount. I am an RN and had PPD with both of my girls. This is heartbreaking. Lots of love, Karen. Thank you so much, Karen. And thank you for sharing. Appreciate that very, very much. And then Lily B, almost doxed her, sent 15, sending family hugs, Bob, Lily B. Thank you so much, Lily B. We love you. Appreciate that. And then Christy sent 10, Lindsay Clancy with a heart. Thank you so much, Christy. We appreciate that. And then Sandra sent $100. Thank you so much. How incredibly generous. Thank you for all that you guys do. We beyond appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then She Boogies came in with 5, but only if I get to meet you and Allie in September for Rick's oral argument. Try to stop me. Try to stop me, Spugs. Definitely going to be able to get in-person family hugs all the way around. And then Cindy sent 50. Boston, good luck. Boston people are great. I agree. I love folks from Boston. And I've got a real soft spot for the accent. And then, as we all know, Shauna was in chat. She's fighting cancer. And, you know, I told her, don't send us any money. Save every dime you have. You need it for your treatment. And so she still sends $5 and says, for I know this is barely a drop in the bucket. Unfortunately, I am self-employed, so that means no workman's comp or sick pay. I'm hoping it'll at least get you a coffee on your way to Mass, Winky. And I know you appreciate even $1. I do so much. And don't send any more money. Thank you so much, Shauna. And we're all rooting for you heavily. And then the last Venmo was a big one. Sarah sent us $200. I'm hoping to get to Boston to support Lindsay as well. If I do, I'll see you in court. Laugh out loud. Never thought I'd be saying that sentence. Thank you so much, Sarah. That's incredibly generous. And then real quick, I'll just check the Cash App. I know somebody was asking about it. We got a couple of cash apps. Christina, thank you so much. Thank you for covering this very sensitive trial. Sent us 15 via cash app. Thank you so much, Christina. We appreciate that. And Jennifer sent us $5 saying, for I enjoy your coverage of Lindsay's trial. Well, thank you very, very much. And then we also got one last one via Zelle. And let me read that real quick. And then you guys are off the hook. And then Carly, who was in chat asking about the Zelle, sent us 40. Thank you so much. The only problem with Zelle is I don't get to see a message. So, but the sentiment is all we need to see. So thank you so much for that. We really, really appreciate it. We got a couple of late. We got some jewels from Mima. Thank you very much. Some more jewels from Mima. And a few more jewels from me, Mom. All right, y'all. Mods, thank you so much for your incredible work. Please don't forget, we drop the link for our mods. They have a buy me a coffee. In their case, it's buy me a pizza. They split it amongst themselves. They are responsible for keeping our chat the best chat in the land, a safe space for everybody to come to. You're allowed to have varying opinions without getting, as long as you're civil. As long as you don't start calling people names and attacking people, have at it. Have at it. You know, and in terms of us, like our mods are very protective of us. Like I know that somebody had like deleted a thing about Allie, like interrupting me or some shit. Allie doesn't give a shit. Like you don't have
I think I even put it up. Like, yes, I know it happened. Sorry.
But we don't like, you know what? I mean, my wife and I, we're all good all the time. If we have beef, we air it out and we move past it. I don't know that we've, in the 27 years we've been together, have ever slept separate from one another ever. So, you know, and we're both lawyers. We argue for a living. So, you know, which some people, when they discover this channel, are like, holy shit, these two are crazy. You know, it's like our friends, when we first moved to the area, were like, oh my God. They're like, these two. I'm like, I bet you we're married longer than all the rest of you, which like they're all still married too. But we, you know, we're lawyers, you know, and Allie's an absolute badass and she takes shit from no one, starting with me. So you never have to worry about Allie. She'll get in that ass. And, you know, I do my fair share of ragging, you know, so and she puts up with my shit. I am Italian. What is it? The hands? Yeah. I'm Italian, Irish, and Scottish. That's
all right. Thank you.
I thought for my entire life that I had Cherokee, but like maybe that dream has been dashed. I don't know. All right, you guys. And for you guys, all of our members, our non-members, our subs, people that are thinking about subbing, just do it. It's free. And make sure you like the chat on the way out and make sure you share it with your friends. Let other people know we exist in the world because YouTube just do a really shitty job of it. I think that our coverage is pretty good. So we love you guys so very much because without you, I'd just be an old man
sitting around talking to his wife.